Good morning, everybody. Today is August 14th, and it's meeting number 3. We are almost halfway there with our budgets. I will start with introductions to my left.
Mike Weinstein, Mayor's Office.
Mary Stefopoulos, Office of General Counsel.
Kim Taylor, Council Auditor.
Brian Parks, Council Auditor's Office.
Good morning. Rory Diamond, District 13, The Beaches.
Ron Salem, Group 2 at large.
Good morning. Nick Howland, at large, Group 3.
Good morning. Raul Arias, District 11.
Joe Carlucci, District 5.
Will Lane in District 3.
Jacoby Pittman, District 10.
Kevin Carrico, District 4.
Randy White, District 12, just visiting.
All right, thank you. Mr. President, you have any words for us, or you're here just to visit? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, auditors, Kim and Brian, if you don't mind, please just kind of giving us a quick update as to where we're standing with the numbers based off of last week's work.
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, the balance right now is $1,998,000.
240.
1,988,240.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So as we spoke about last week, we currently are we're looking pretty good. We started off with a deficit of $27 million that we kind of had to come up with, and we already met that goal. We're positive $2 million as it is. So it's looking pretty good for us currently. Yep. Not yet. I'm not sure. We'll find that now. You're interrupting my opening remarks. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. So we're looking pretty good as it is right now. We obviously have 4 more days counting today. So the plan of today's actions will be obviously to go over the independent authorities and a couple other line items that we have tabled for discussion. But what I would like to do is also, being that you talked about the CIPs, Kim, are we looking good with the CIP information that we requested from all the district council members, or are we still waiting on some district council members to decide on that part?
Through the chair, we're waiting on a couple members to hear back on that, but we're working on that, and we'll have that ready for CIP Day, hopefully.
Okay. Sure. And I misspoke. It's not independent authorities today, just FYI. All right. Okay. So today we are starting with the courts, public defenders, state attorney, clerk of courts, tax collectors, supervisor elections. I did make a change last night. I'm moving up solid waste and parks and recreation before lunch. So with that being said, I definitely want to start getting into the work right now. But one of the action items that we have to finish up right now would be the direct contracts, which we didn't finish last week. So we had a couple of them still pending, and also which are going to be on page 50 and 51. And then if you also turn to page 85, we have the MHOP as well, too, that we need to discuss. So once we finish up with direct contracts, we'll then start with, I'm going to be taking some actual amendments right now. I think, Mr. Diamond, you have an amendment that you want to pass up. So if anybody has any other amendments, this will be the time to give me some amendments. If not, we'll also take up more amendments tomorrow. But I would definitely like to start with the amendments today. And then the last thing would be, once we're done with the lunch, we'll kind of kick off with everything again, and we'll start off with the administrative services after lunch, fleet management, copy center, and employee services. So like I said, I changed a couple things around just because of some important action items that we need to take prior to lunch that may carry over till after lunch, and I want to make sure we have enough time for the Parks Department because there's, like I said, I'm going to have some presentations for Parks today. Okay, so if we don't mind, Kim, can you please put us in the right positions to get started with the direct contracts?
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, there is a separate handout at your desk if you need that pulls the pages that we will be addressing this morning. So it starts on page 50 is that list of direct contracts. Where you tabled last time, you are at the bottom of that page. The United Way of Northeast Florida, the 211 program, is a budgeted amount of $400,000. If you'll turn to page 79, that has a summary, of course. That's been a program that the city has had. We do have a technical amendment once you get through your discussion. I also want to mention on our recommended amendment, the grant request was $250,000. So we had a recommendation to reduce the appropriation from $400,000 to $250,000 to match that grant request for you to consider. That would have a positive impact. And then also increase the authorized award amount or to increase the authorized award amount to $400,000 to match what we have. So things for you to discuss, but I'll let you deliberate your action on this.
Okay. All right. Any speakers on the queue right now to kick off the conversation on these direct contracts? All right. I have Councilmember Diamond, please.
I don't have any issue with this particular contract. I just moved the auditor's recommendation.
All right. We have a motion, a second, to move the recommendations.
Both of them. The first one.
All right. Miss Pittman, please go ahead.
Want it to be in the correct place. Are we talking about the United Way? Okay, and you said that there was the auditor's recommendation?
Correct, yeah. Kim, if you don't mind, please just elaborating a little bit more on that part. It's 211 we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. We are just on the 211 program, separate from the other ones that you will take up. And our recommendation is, our first one, it's an either or. Either we match up some numbers to get the $400,000, or reduce it to the grant request, which from United Way was $250,000, and that would have a positive impact on special counsel contingency.
Okay, I just want to make sure they weren't losing.
Number
Thank you.
28
No problem.
on the line. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Ms. Taylor, I'm not sure how much we know about this contract, but the 211 is kind of important to me just because it's something that is a service that's available to all citizens that they can call 211, get directed to services. So, as I understand it, United Way requested $250. The mayor's proposed budget upped it to $400. So your recommendation brings it down to $250, saving $150. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it's really an either or, depending on the policy decision. If the committee wants to leave it at $400,000, which was in the proposed, they requested $250,000, or we just need to shore up what was shown in the budget ordinance and match the $400,000. That's your second. It's an either or option on the recommendation.
Okay, and this is United Way appears a number of times. There's also a line item for 988 coming up, correct? Yeah, okay, and then a couple more United Way bits. Okay, I understand. If it's absolutely clear to me that United Way just requested $250, and then I would support the auditor's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, so we already have a motion and a second to go with the auditor's recommendation, which is keeping it at $250,000 instead of the $400,000. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes, so recommendation is good to go on $250,000 for United Way 211.
Through the chair, if I could also have you take action, it's just on the technical amendment to correct Scrivener's on that one before we leave it.
All right, we have a motion and a second on technical amendment. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Technical amendment passes. Thank you. All right, which one's next?
The next one, Mr. Chairman, is on page 51 of your original handout. It is called United Way of Northeast Florida. This is your 988 suicide and crisis. This is budgeted at $200,000, and we have a term sheet summary on page 80 in your original handout. And we have no amendments on it, so I'll leave it to you for deliberation.
Okay, I'm looking at the queue. No speakers on the queue regarding this one. Can we expand a little bit more on this part? Anybody from United Way to talk about this program up here? Please, thank you. If you don't mind, just please coming up very quick, and then also state your name and address for the record, please. And you'll have 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Good morning, Melanie Patz, President and CEO of United Way Northeast Florida, 40 East Adams Street. 988 is our nation's suicide intervention helpline. United Way has been operating the suicide intervention helpline for our community since it began. It was rebranded and recoded as 988 back in the summer of 2022. We have been working with partners to promote 988. We are answering 87% of all the calls locally, which is really critical because we've got relationships with all of the providers, including health systems, as well as the nonprofit organizations that provide mental health services so that once we de-escalate a caller, we can triage them appropriately and get them to the next level of care. We have seen increases in our call volume as a result of outreach that we have been doing to increase awareness nationally. The percentage of awareness of 988 is about 14%. So we're trying to make sure that all of our citizens know that 988 is a simple way to achieve help, receive help if they are in emotional crisis.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there, Ms. Taylor, they were not funded last year through us, so is this a new funding?
Through the chair, or to the chair, there was at least no funding in 24-25. I don't recall if any prior years that was funded. I don't believe so, but I'd have to look back, but nothing in the current year's budget.
Would you say you've been funded previously by us? Or
We have. It was part of the mayor's transition funding, so $200,000 for 988 to enable us to hire some additional staff to ensure that the answer rate locally is as high as it possibly can be.
Okay. Have you applied through PSGs by any chance for any kind of funding, or?
Not for 988.
Is it not, does your program not qualify for any PSG dollars?
It potentially would qualify for PSG dollars. We were included in the mayor's transition budget, and so in conversations with the administrative officials, Dr. Joshi and Lynn Sherman, they recommended putting 988 in the health budget.
And what about state and federal dollars?
We receive significant federal dollars through the state of Florida. In fact, it's 90% of our funding, roughly, that comes from the federal and state.
Okay. All right. My last question before I pass it over to Council Vice President Howland would be, you weren't funded last year by us. You're in the budget now, right, for $200,000. Yet we do have an avenue, and the same approach when it comes to homeless, programs. I tell everybody, we have a committee for homelessness, HIC. Go there first, try to get the funding there, and then come to us, worst case scenario. You guys have an avenue through the PSG. That is your funding source. So why are you overriding that funding, that protocol, and coming straight to us versus getting dollars from PSG, where we have roughly how many dollars? $9 million upwards around there in PSGs? How much? $7.2 million of PSG dollars for programs just like this. So why did you guys not go that route?
So it was a good question. It was primarily because of conversations with the administration. And so I understand you saying there was a gap in funding, and there is a gap. However, it's only about a 3-month gap. So the transition funding started in April of last year, and we've been using that funding that just concluded, I think, in June of this year. And so there wasn't really an opportunity for us to go to PSG. And again, in conversations with the city administration, they recommended funding through the health budget.
Okay. I'm going to let my colleagues speak, and then I'll chime in at the end. Mr. Howland, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very important to me. 211 and 988 through United Way, they serve a very critical role for mental health in our city. One question I might ask Ms. Patz, if you'd come back up again. With our funding here of 988, it'll allow you to increase your call answering and cover gaps. Is there any estimate you can say that between the federal funding you get through the state, how much more this will help?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councilman Helen. We have a goal of answering all of the calls at a minimum of 90%. And so we're continually working toward achieving that goal. We're right now around 87%. So the additional staff that this $200,000 will enable us to hire should help us reach that goal.
Thank you. And same with the previous vote we just took, 211, the 250 you get is going to help you cover gaps or increase the call answer rate at 211?
That's the hope. We need more funding, frankly, for 211. We've got an abandonment rate at about 26%. We have implemented Salesforce to help us with reporting as well as efficiency as we're answering these calls. So we are hoping to see an increase in the answer rate to 211 as well.
Thank you. And just for everyone's information around the whole state of Florida. We have 100% coverage of 988 and 211 everywhere in the state of Florida. Every county, I believe, is required by state law to have 988 and 211 services. And generally what happens is United Ways or other such organizations will do coordinated county contracts to cover it. And I think United Way in Northeast Florida covers about 9 counties for both
That's
those
correct.
numbers. Yeah.
9 counties.
United Way in Northeast Florida. And then you have Big Bend of United Way and all that kind of stuff, which covers others. So this is a real community service. I think it's a fundamental role. No one else is doing it. 211 and 988 are critically important. I'm happy to support the extra funding for it. That said, I'm on other funding here for United Way. I love United Way, but eviction diversion and state of Jax I have questions on. But for me, 211 and 988 are very important. Thanks.
Councilmember Salem, please.
Thank you, Chair. I share my colleagues' comments about the next two, but let me deal with 988. What we have seen through this budget process is these direct contracts versus people going through PSG, and that concerns me. We had a long discussion about Journey, and why didn't it go through KHA? Same point. And my failure during our discussions of last week, we funded 2 children's programs that I failed to raise the issue, why didn't they go through KHA? That was the Angel Kids and the Cathedral Arts Project that we approved, but I hope we send a message in future years. That's number 2 and 3 on your list. Those should go through KHA. We should not have any children's programs through a direct contract in the future. We've already approved these, and I'm not going to raise that issue. And I think they're very worthwhile programs. But as the message needs to be sent that for homeless, for kids, and others, they need to go to the appropriate source. So I have complete confidence in Melanie Patz. Like her a lot. I think she runs a good shop. And I'm going to support this year. But in the future, she needs to be prepared. And I think both these programs should go through PSG, frankly. And we need to get out of these direct contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salem. Ms. Pittman.
To the chair, I want to say the same thing in terms of support of the 988. What we are seeing, and I don't know if Melanie, if you can come back up, is to talk about the trends that we're seeing with suicide as well. And if you can just talk a little bit more about it. And I understand that you all may want everything to kind of go through PSG, but that also decreased dollars for other things that we're supporting over the years. But if you can just talk about that and why it's important for it to be a direct contract.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilman Pittman. United Way's 211 funding used to be through the public service grant many years ago, and then it moved out in the last 3 years, primarily for a couple of reasons. One is we didn't want to compete with other organizations that are doing essentially really important work for our community, and also because we consider 211 and 988 to be essential infrastructure, human infrastructure needs that should be supported in part by the city of Jacksonville. I would like to mention that 9 counties are covered by both 211 and 988. However, the significant majority of callers are from Duval County. So for 211, that's between 83 and 85% of the callers are from Duval County. And for 988, 91% of the callers are from Duval County. Councilmember Pittman asked about trends. We are seeing trends in the call volume, particularly to 988, where we've had 16, 17, 18% increases month over month in calls coming into 988. We are also seeing an increase in calls to 211, and I might also mention that our data indicates that we are receiving calls from every zip code in Duval County. So residents are calling us for needs like assistance with rent and utilities, food, after-school programs for their children as well. Another point that I might make about PSG is there are limits, there are maximums that an organization can request through PSG, and frankly, the dollars that we need for 211 and 988 are greater than those limits to ensure that we can provide a quality service to the citizens of Duval County.
And I also just want to say, when they asked for the direct contract, there was a need for the capacity of staff. They did not have enough staff at that time when they asked. And the reason why I know that is because we discuss it in the Homeless Coalition meetings and other nonprofit meetings. And we've seen a lot more people who have been laid off of their job at that time who couldn't make their needs, and some were committing suicide and or needed to just speak to someone. So I wouldn't want, and this is just me, those dollars put back in PSG. If anything, we probably would need more in the future. So I just wanted Melanie to kind of talk about the increase and why they took the dollars out of PSG. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers. So I'm just going to kind of echo what everybody just said. Obviously, we're in favor of supporting this. The question is not even whether we support or see value in what you guys are providing. It's mainly about the process that you guys are taking. While I do understand that the PSG process could be cumbersome and also maybe not enough dollars that you need to be awarded, I would rather you go through PSG, get the maximum, which is $150,000, and then come to us for the delta, which will be $50,000 in this case. That's what I would rather see versus just totally overstepping that process and just coming straight to us. The second thing is to what Ms. Pittman just said. I agree. I think PSG needs to be funded a little bit more to be able to achieve higher dollars for these award recipients. But at the end of the day, there is a process, and we have to make sure that everybody is held accountable to the same process. Otherwise, it's not fair that they get to go through this process and other PSGs are told, no, you cannot come here on budget day. You have to go through the PSG process. It has to be even across the board for everybody. So the work that you guys do is obviously tremendous. That's not even in question. It's just about the process more than anything else. But I think we are ready to proceed with this. You may have a seat, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, sir, and I just want to mention one thing for the committee. The PSG amount was lowered to 125, just so we're operating under, so everyone knows that was a change that was just recently approved. But we are ready, if that one is staying then above the line, we are ready for the next item for United Way. This is the eviction diversion program, and you may recall in the neighborhoods department, when you took this item up, you did cut the funding for this program. So it is zero right now. So if you'd like to take up that item again, right now it is cut.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Salem, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. This is a program that when I was president, that the mayor and I matched $250,000 apiece. I feel strongly it's a great program. They showed me the statistics. They ran out of money, came to me for more money. And I said, I don't have more money, and the appropriate place for this program is through the Homeless Coalition. That's where they need to seek funding. They have $1.8 million of dollars there, beyond all the homeless programs that we have already funded. So I think it should stay at zero and let them go to the Homeless Coalition and apply there. I think I have made them aware of this program. I've already talked to the chair of the Homeless Coalition about this program, so I think it's been greased for you, so to speak, and I would encourage you to seek funding there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a no as well, and I actually don't think we're even going to take an action on this. But one thing I wanted to point out, talking to Ms. Taylor, we approved $2 million as part of the task force funding, and only $1 million had been spent. So there's still another $1 million of that. So if we had approved $500, it would have been adding on top of what already was available. would be getting more than what last year was. So again, in my mind, it's not really cut. We had $2 million. We spent $1 million. We still have $1 million for this year. That's just sitting there as part of the transition committee money.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm a no for this one for all the same reasons, but I just want to point out again, this is just a pass-through, right? So United Way is just a pass-through, and essentially to JALA, which we've already taken up and already given money. Like, I wanted to take all the money because they get so much money from the courts as mandated by state law, then we cut it in half. So they're already getting $250,000 to do eviction diversion, which is essentially what JALA does with city money. And they were very honest up there about what they do with the money. So thanks to them, but I'm a no for that reason. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, so I know we took action previously on this and putting it in bucket number 2. Can we just move it to bucket number 1, or what's going on with this?
Through the chair to Councilmember, to the chair, it's already in bucket number 1. It was completely cut and when you took up the neighborhoods department's budget.
Okay, just not sure why we're even talking about it today then, because once I said bucket number 1 is done, it's done. We're not bringing it back up. So why was it brought up then? Let's just move to the next. All right, we're moving to the next one then, because we're done with that one. All right, number 31, United Way Northeast Florida State of Jackson Initiative. Was that on bucket number 1 or bucket number 2?
United Way, this next one you have not taken up at all.
It was not. Okay, cool. Let's start with that one then. Thank you.
Okay. It has funding of $237,300. You'll see on page 82 is the summary and term sheet. I do want to mention that there's $200,000 that's in the non-departmental, the citywide, and then when you took up ITD's budget, I mentioned there's a sliver in there, $37,300. We note what those two are on page 82, a description of what they will be used for. We do have some amendments whenever you're ready to take that up. Part of it is just recommended, and these should be recommended amendments as far as if the website's not developed within the contract period, although there's some question of what already potentially exists today, but to claw back any dollars. And then we do have a technical recommendation if you do approve the $37,300 to get it into the non-departmental grants and contract compliance area rather than within ITD, but I'll let you take it up, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Councilman Merlinen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And to the committee, I just want to give some background on this project. So last year I was asked if I wanted to be the liaison with this data team. And obviously I like numbers and data. I think everybody up here knows that. My first job was a nuclear engineer, and since then I've been a corporate finance professional and managed large infrastructure projects. So felt like I was a natural fit on a data project. Also, UNF in my district's been very involved in this, including our president, who saw a similar data-driven effort in Tampa that he credits for a lot of the improvements he saw there was serving as a dean. And if you've been to the website, a lot of those overlays were done by a UNF student intern as well. But at the end of the day, I mean, my take, this is looking at objective data about Jacksonville and comparing us to other cities. It's close to a 50-50 public-private partnership at this point. United Way's gotten a little over $200,000 in cash contributions, as well as just some pro bono work as well. I made it clear from the beginning, this is never going to be a tool I would support using asking for more money. And I think I've been one of the louder voices up here when it comes to concerns on nonprofit spend I've seen. But at the same time, we know we're going to give a lot of money to KHA, PSG, Community Benefit Agreement money is going to be allocated soon, Culture Council, Journey Forward, our own council enhancements. So just in my head, I'm quickly getting to $70 million, $80 million a year in nonprofit spend that we give without a lot of analysis on, hey, what's the best use? So my thought was, hey, $100,000 a year for this, because the $200, I think, is a 2-year subscription. Maybe it's worth having a tool, an objective tool that we can better understand. I also think this is something that we can use to spend less in areas. So we kind of did this out of order. I thought we were going to talk about this before we talked about affordable housing. But if you go and look at the data, you compare us to our peer cities of Tampa, Miami, and Orlando, and you actually pay less a percent of your income in Jacksonville than you do in those cities. In other words, housing is more affordable. Same thing as if you look at people below the poverty line. We're doing better than Orlando, Tampa, and Miami. So, and then we lag in some things, like one of the things that stuck out, not saying there's a government solution, but we have the fewest amount of pediatricians per 1,000 kids in Jacksonville compared to other peer cities. And then you may even learn interesting things about your district. So even though I have the most Chick-fil-A's in District 3, we live the longest. So I think this shows that waffle fries actually do have a beneficial effect on you. So anyways, I think I know how this is going to go, at least I think I do, but I would just encourage you at least look at the data if you're leaning towards voting no, just to see what's out there. It tracks 13 things, and in my opinion, they are all very objective with sources cited. And so, again, just want to put my 2 cents since I was engaged and had a few meetings on this specific project the past year.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Diamond, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of things. First of all, there's been a lot in the news about this particular contract, and I just want to start off with, United Way does some great work, and I've got no beef with the United Way today at all. I helped bring Mission United here to Jacksonville, which helps veterans, and Councilman Howland knows all about Mission United and the great work it does. Happy to support their suicide prevention efforts. But I do have a problem with this particular contract. And just in the interest of transparency, I'd rather have Ms. Pats come up, and we'll walk through this if the chair is okay with that.
Yes, sir.
Go
ahead.
And just make sure that all the facts are right. I'm not trying to zing anybody here. I'm not trying to misconstrue. I just want to follow the ball here. So, Ms. Pats, you have to put your name and address on the record.
Melanie Pats, President and CEO of United Way Northeast Florida, 40 East Adams Street.
Thank you, ma'am. And then through the chair to Ms. Pats, okay, tell me if I'm getting anything wrong. After the Dollar General shooting, there was about $1 million that was raised from folks who were very upset about that, wanted to help the victims, and wanted to make sure things like that didn't happen in the future. Is that fair?
So close.
Okay.
The dollars that were raised were not to help the victims. The dollars that were raised were to help the community, both short-term and long-term.
Roger that. Okay. But some money did go to victims, right? A couple $100,000?
Not from the funds that were raised.
Okay.
Funds did go to the victims, and Councilwoman Pittman had established a fund with JFRD that was specifically for victims. Governor DeSantis also provided funding from the state of Florida for the victims' families.
Look, I'm going to pause you there. This is all good stuff. So there's no game here, I promise. That's wonderful. Love that the councilwoman did that. So then some of that money went to create Jacksonville Transformation Coalition. Is that right?
Correct.
And then Jacksonville Transformation Coalition is a partnership. Can you give us the 10-second version of what it is?
Sure. It's a coalition of the willing. It includes business leaders, government officials, nonprofit leaders, neighborhood leaders, faith, higher ed. The purpose is to make Jacksonville a better place for everyone.
Gotcha. And then through the chair to Ms. Pats. So that money, that group, then it has got an interest, we'll just say, in relationship with the city, and that relationship is governed and used by Dr. Mohammed. Is that right? Is he part of this?
Parvez Ahmed does
All right,
serve.
I always get it wrong. Thank you, Ahmed.
You're welcome. Serves as co-chair of the Jacksonville Transformation Coalition.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Pats, did he ask you for the United Way to ask for this grant or to be part of this particular grant, this $237,000?
Dr. Ahmed and I talked about State of Jax. This is an initiative of the Jacksonville Transformation Coalition, for accountability and evaluation, just as Councilman Lanin said. We talked about government holding the contract with My Sidewalk versus a nonprofit organization, and we felt that it would be better for a nonpartisan organization to hold the contract for credibility and neutrality.
Through the chair, but he's the one who asked you to do it?
We had a conversation about it. It wasn't like he came to me and said, Melanie, will United Way please do this? We talked about what was best for the project.
Okay, and then United Way serves as a fiscal agent for that contract, for the My Sidewalk contract.
Correct. United Way also serves as the fiscal and the administrative agent for the Jacksonville Transformation Coalition in general, which is why I was having the conversation with Dr. Ahmed.
Sure, okay. And then has the city of Jacksonville ever done a contract like this through United Way with My Sidewalk or any other data provider? Through the chair.
Not through United Way.
Okay, awesome. I think those are my only questions for you, and I appreciate your time. And again, I just want to be totally clear to anybody listening, no beef with the United Way. I'm going to move that we remove this from the budget, and let me explain why. A couple of things. First of all, the DEI issue going on across the country is changed, right? So first of all, you could come out and say you have a diversity, equity, and inclusion director and just do all this, what I call reverse racist policies out in public. You could do that. And then President Trump was elected, Duval supported him, and then set a new standard that this is reverse racism, calling it out for what it is, and then these monies were slashed across the country. And then very intelligent people were like, well, let's just take the name DEI out of it and all these other magic names so that you can't search for it anymore. And that's exactly what Mayor Deegan did. We tried to, my fellow councilman, Nick Howland, tried to defund the position for DEI director 2 years ago. And then they just came back, it just popped back up again as the data analytics guy. So I tried to get rid of it too. And then it popped back up again as the data analytics guy. And now it's popping back up again as the State of Jax dashboard. This is the equity piece, right? What they're trying to do is say, we need to spend more money for these people and not those people because we have this data that says you should do that. This is DEI. This is what Jacksonville voted against. We're tired of this. Again, no problem with United Way, but not only is this bad policy and something that people of Jacksonville have said they don't want, but it's also redundant. The Nonprofit Center of Jacksonville has a My Sidewalk dashboard that's already built. 400 nonprofits are working with it. 400. They have data sharing agreements. They're doing all the same drill down. I've asked the United Way, what is the difference? And they say, well, our dashboard, you can drill down by council district. And I think that's wonderful. I asked the Nonprofit Center, can we drill down by council district with your Catalyst system? And they said yes. So, and it's not like this is a surprise. There was a long conversation on email, COJ email, between the Nonprofit Center and the city of Jacksonville, where they outlined that they're already doing this work. And yet we are still pushing this initiative. We have a nonprofit who's doing it. So through the chair, I asked Mr. Weinstein, can we get the emails between the Nonprofit Center and the city of Jacksonville published related to them telling us that we already have this? Can you send those to me and then CC all of City C so the public can see that in February of this year, this was already discussed? Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, if you want to know the difference between what this contract will do with sidewalk compared to the other ones, you can ask, and there is a difference. It's not the same. You can get whatever you want. Just do a public records request.
Through the chair, to Mr. Weinstein, you're going to ask the city council person to do a public records request? I'm asking you, as a city councilman in a finance committee meeting, simply put it on. Go and do the search. It takes less than a day.
Do a public records request.
Lovely cooperation with the city council. Happily to do it.
Right.
Completely. By the way, doing this on the record counts as a public records request. So look forward to seeing the documents.
Okay.
And I did make a motion.
I heard your motion. I have a second. All in favor for discussion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, so we have open discussion. Mr. Salem, on his motion? Oh, we just took the action.
But I think
I want to make sure we have conversations first.
he clarified that it was for discussion.
Yeah.
So we have to, maybe we.
Well, so there was a motion and a second, and then you voted on it.
All right, well, I want to have conversations, if that's the case.
I move to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider in a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, reconsider passes. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
I make my motion.
We have a motion and a second to remove. Mr. Salem, go ahead. Are you going to speak?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Wow. I think Councilmember Diamond's had some of the same phone calls I've had. I probably had more phone calls on this line item in this budget than anything else we're going to talk about over the next 4 or 5 days. I believe, and I even had a call this morning, the My Sidewalk software was brought to the city. I think it was brought to Mr. Weinstein. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Weinstein, but there was a lot of debate, as I understood, that there's no reason to have outside software. The My Sidewalk software can be modified to meet the needs of this. I think this software is duplicative, and I will not support it. It's got, I like Councilmember Diamond. I love Melanie Patz. I love the United Way. I've worked with her in the past, but I think this is a duplicate effort, and we should not be funding it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Joe Carlucci. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll share some of the comments. I'll make it brief. As far as the DEI comment goes, I don't see where this all falls into that category. But for me, it doesn't really matter because I just see that this is just a worthless program, in my opinion. And I know you folks out there who are putting this on don't want to hear that, but it is. It's providing information for the sake of providing information. And in the day and age that we live in, if I want information, I will go get it from ChatGPT or Google. And, it really bothered me when I met with the folks who brought this to my office, and they told me, you can't get this information from ChatGPT. And I said, okay, great. I'm going to look every single line item and see if we're right. And every single thing was available to the decimal point. So that bothers me. And it bothers me because nobody asked for this. I said, who asked for this? Why is this even being brought to us? And they said, well, we were in a meeting with business executives and nonprofit leaders and city officials, and everyone just had a bunch of questions and they didn't have the answers to them. That was their response to who asked for this. And I just, that just baffled my mind. And I was like, if someone had a question about how many pediatricians per kid are in a zip code, number one, I don't know why that information is even relevant to us. Number two, you can get that information by going and asking either the hospitals, or you can Google it and find that information. And again, once we have that information, what are we supposed to do with it? And their answer was nothing. It is just for you to have the information. That was their answer to me. So we're spending money, $237,000, to have information to do nothing with. And I'll tell you another thing that they said. They said, we're not going to use this to ask for more money because it's highlighting all the problems in certain areas and certain sectors. I said, well, that's great, because what's going to happen is we're going to say, well, the State of Jack's website says this is the data. And then the hospital or whoever the nonprofit is, they're going to say, well, this is what our studies do, because they do their own studies. And you're going to have a conflicting number, and then you're still in the same spot. Number two, I've already gotten a request in my inbox this morning because they said there's a 90% literacy rate in District 5. Well, that's really good, but we're striving for 100%. And we think to get to that extra 10%, we'd like to make an ask, and we'd like to come and sit down with you and talk about how you can partner with our nonprofit. So there you have it. 10%. So that's what bothers me about it. And this is nothing against United Way. They did what they were asked to do. It's a beautiful website. But for me, this is a complete waste of money, and it is a complete waste of time to even be talking about this. Please hear it loud and clear from me, just from one person. Do not bring anything like this back next year. Do not. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars. This is frustrating that we're even having to discuss this type of program. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have Councilmember Pittman on the queue. Ma'am, go ahead.
To the chair, I'd like Melanie to come up again because I'd like her to talk about the difference in.
So
you can't.
I would just say, in the essence of time.
Can I ask a question?
You have 1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute to answer that question, and then we'll move on. All right? Go
okay.
ahead. Yes.
We talked about what's the difference. I know Mr. Weinstein was talking. I'd like for you to talk about how it is customized to what the other softwares, what's the difference and why it's needed, and how it talks about the disparities and how we plan to address those disparities. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman. So the difference in the contract with My Sidewalk is the $200,000 contract is a deeper level of access to the data, which allows analysis and disaggregation in a way that the Catalyst contract with My Sidewalk does not. I think it's really important to note that the contract that we have negotiated with My Sidewalk for State of Jax is not it's not an additional cost to the city of Jacksonville than if we had gone with the Catalyst partnership or relationship with My Sidewalk. So let me rephrase, we're not paying more money than we would have if this had been done through the Catalyst contract. The Catalyst contract does not allow for the level of analysis that this contract does.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and last speaker on the queue is Mr. Diamond, and then I'll give him my 2 cents. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I just wanted to wrap up on why I'm so unhappy with this particular contract, and I've been very public about it, and obviously there's a lot of people in the community talking about this, like Councilman Salem. I've got so many emails and calls, mostly people just calling and saying, I can't believe that there's been this, what I've termed laundering through the United Way, which is exactly what I think it is. When you are passing through money to try and hide where it comes from, that's laundering. And that's what happened here. When you were trying to hide DEI, that's exactly what the CFO came here to find. When you're trying to change names so that you can hide DEI spending, that's exactly what it is. But as bad as all that is, and that's a policy position for me that I think a lot of other people in Jacksonville share, the fact that this is entirely and completely redundant and that we could take this money and give it to the nonprofit center and they could do an even better job than the great job they've already done with Catalyst is just wild to me. This is one of the worst things I've seen in government. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'll just wrap it up by saying, I echo what all my colleagues are saying. What I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around is the fact that you're asking for $230,000, $237,000, $200,000 for the licensing fee, and then $37,300 for the website, yet the website's already built. So it's like, how are you guys asking for money, yet you already have everything done? You guys got ahead of the game, right? You got ahead of the curve. You decided to invest some money into it without knowing that we were going to approve it or not. At this point, you guys are out of luck. You should have actually, once again, it's about a process. Things are a process. Do not supersede the process. In this case, nobody spoke to us until about a week and a half ago. I'm the finance chair, and I had my first meeting on this a week and a half ago, and this website was already built. So the fact is, you guys are already banking on the administration having your back, yet you forgot to speak to the most important people, the 19 of us, of which we have 7 that are actually going to approve this funding. And the fact that you did it a week and a half ago, poor planning. So I think we have a motion and a second to put it to bucket number 1. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. Motion passes. Bucket number 1, and let's move on to the next one.
Mr. Chairman, that's the last direct contract, and the only other item before we get into meeting 3 is the MHOP program that we did not take up from the first day. It's on page 85 in your packet. It's still in this separate packet. It's your last page, if you'd like us to proceed to that.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, and we do have the courts here as well. They are involved in this program, so you'll see budget numbers on page 83. You'll see a total of $800,000. $200,000 of that will take up. There's 2 different items in this one fund. $200,000 is the wellness program, and so when we get to employee services, we'll take that up there. The remaining portion, $600,000, is related to MHOP. You did already approve, and this is all general fund dollars coming over to cover this. You'll see under professional and contractual services, you did approve the direct contract with Sulzbacher for $447,500 already when you took up the direct contracts. So it's just the remaining portion of $152,500 that is for all the other costs involved. You have the court has a coordinator position, public defender and state attorney have portion of cost. So that's the remainder of it, and we have no recommendations.
Okay. Mr. Ron Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think you all know where I am on this. The point I want to emphasize, this was a council-initiated program. Council-initiated healthcare program about 5 years ago. It has grown. They seek and have received outside funding. They've received state funding as well, so it's not just city dollars by any means. And I know you've heard me say this before. This program was awarded by the American Psychiatric Association as the most innovative program of last year. And Dr. Bell, who many of you know, went up to New York to receive the award. So we are definitely setting a trend here. And what I'm also excited about with this program, we hope to begin entering in some felony conviction or felony charge people beyond misdemeanors. The state of Florida appears to allow us to do that, so we can expand this program and get more people in it and change people's lives clearly. So I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nobody else in the queue. Kim, what is our procedure right now?
Motion to approve?
We don't have a motion yet. Yeah.
No, sir, we don't need a motion. There's no recommendations.
Okay, so let's move on then. We're good to go. Okay, before we start with the courts and everybody else, Mr. Diamond, are you? Thank you. Mr. Diamond's on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got two amendments this morning. I've been really public about them. Obviously, called them the big, beautiful budget amendments, but they're very specific and serious amendments. So the first one has been handed out to you already, and I brought this language forward last year. Oh, it's going around. Pardon me. I brought this language ahead last year, but didn't file the amendment because of the mayor essentially trying to hide DEI throughout our budget. And because of, frankly, the public's appetite to remove DEI from our budget, to have a colorblind Jacksonville, I'm introducing this amendment. And essentially, it uses the proper definition of DEI, excludes the Human Rights Commission, which is absolutely their job to do these things, as I said the other day, and removes it from the mayor's budget. I'm happy to talk about this, but what I'd like to do, first of all, is have Mary to kind of describe it, talk about OGC's position, but I'll start off by moving the bill, the amendment, if I can get a second.
We have a motion and a second for conversation. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the committee, so you each should have the handout with the specific language related to DEI. This is something that would basically put a prohibition within the budget bill on expenditure of city funds related to retention or use of personnel of any kind, third-party consultants, et cetera, where a portion or any part of their job duty or responsibility would be to develop, implement, promote, or enforce any policies, practices, initiatives, programs, or activities related to diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI. And then it goes on to provide a definition of what DEI would entail, and it specifically explains that it does not apply to the activities of the Jacksonville Human Rights Commission or its personnel. I know there's been some discussion in the past related to concerns with regards to how a provision of this nature would affect their ability in carrying out the responsibilities of that commission and that office. And so what this amendment language would do is we would insert it essentially as a provision within the budget bill, and it would relate to a general prohibition on expenditure of dollars within the budget for this purpose. With respect to the position of the Office of General Counsel, in conversations with General Counsel Fackler and Chief Deputy Reingold, our office has some concerns with respect to inserting policy within a budget document or a budget ordinance, and so our office is researching that matter a little bit more fully, but there are some concerns that there would be a legal impediment to implementing a provision of this nature through the budget ordinance rather than through separate legislation.
Mr. Chair, I still have the microphone. I just want to say this. So I've been advised of this, and of course I went and did my own legal research, and I'm not going to give Mr. Fackler a roadmap on how wrong he is today. But it's a message through the chair to Mr. Fackler. This is a fight you will lose. It is absolutely legal for a city council, which has the entire power of the purse, to determine that they're not going to spend money on something. It's the simplest thing in the world. We have that right. We have that power. You will lose this legal argument. I ask you to not drag the city council and OGC through another meaningless battle. Do the research. You're going to come to the same result as two former OGCs have already come to, which is this is entirely legal. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I brought this up last year. OGC had no problem with it. They greenlit it. So fascinating how they somehow changed their opinion over time.
Okay, Mr. Ron Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a real sore point of memory for me that when we had this discussion last year and talked about removing that position, there was a post on Facebook by the person involved that essentially called the Finance Committee racist for opposing DEI. I called the individual and asked him to apologize to me and to the committee, and he laughed at me. That post, I called Mr. Weinstein about that. It eventually was taken down several days later. So I'm supportive of this, but I'm trying to get my handle around whether it should go through the committee process to get more people engaged versus the 7 of us here getting more, 14 people engaged. Is there, and maybe through the chair to Mr. Diamond, is there a reason you didn't go through the ordinance process versus bringing it to the budget process? So I can understand it.
Yeah, through the chair to Councilman Salem. Yeah, because this is our job. I mean, our job is to come up with a budget that aligns with the priorities of the council. One of the priorities of the council, I suspect, a majority of the council, is that they don't want to spend money on this. And so this is the place to do it. This is about spending money.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Pittman.
To the chair, all I can say is just wow. I am very taken back by this, and I want to understand it just a little bit more. Why do you find it's necessary? Why here? And the fact that we do not have or have discussion with the whole council. I mean, I always feel like I'm the Lone Ranger when we talk about this. And, I like you as a person, but some of the things that you don't support, it does seem racist. And I'm disappointed that we're even talking about this in finance. So if you can just help me understand why now, why do you think it not need to be addressed? I don't get it.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, and I share my affinity for you, even though I don't agree with everything you support.
Absolutely.
Over the last 10 years, and this is just Rory speaking, and I think for a lot of the people I represent, there was a lot of effort to try and recognize America's past and to try and get our communities closer and closer together. And then I think a lot of people feel like this went too far. And what became bringing us together became reverse racism and became targeting people and divorced us so far from merit, so far from individuals, and so much towards just checking boxes, that if you checked a box, then you got something. And if you had no boxes to check, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. And so this, to me, I just don't want the boxes. I would like to have a colorblind budget, one that simply recognizes merit, that doesn't separate us by race or other immutable characteristics, one that just says, you're from Jacksonville, you're trying, we're here for you. We'll have a committee for that, but not one that splits us up. And that's my view of the world. I understand there's another view. I do. And I don't disrespect it. I would never call you a name because you believe you the way you do. But the way I do, this is not driven by a view of race. It's a view of hope for a colorblind budget.
Okay. But we all know that that is not the way the real world is, right? And so I would rather not address this here in finance. I would definitely like to see this done where it's either legislation, but it's shedding more light and pulling us apart when you put things like this in place. It's just unacceptable.
Thank you. Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. Just going through some questions here in my mind. First, through the Chair, Ms. Stefopoulos, so just remind me again, as far as you said legal concerns, but OGC's office, y'all are working on it to come up with an opinion. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councilmember Leanan. So we had some initial discussions, myself, Mr. Fackler, Mr. Reingold, and a couple of the other attorneys in our office with respect to the intention of Councilmember Diamond's amendment. And as there's another amendment as well, it would be a similar conversation. There was concern that the budget is really, it's a dollars and cents document, right? And so when we're talking about the expression of policy matters, I think the initial concern is whether or not you all are on sound legal footing to insert policy-driven information or directives within the budget document versus doing it through separate legislation as an expression of policy with the budget bill, there's some difficulty in what are the dollars and cents that you're pointing to say there's a prohibition on not expending this dollar or this amount of money in this line item, which is really what the budget is intended to do. That's the basis of the concern of our office. But I do know that some additional research was underway with respect to if there were any binding legal opinions or other matters that we could lean on to substantiate that concern or to confirm that it's not of concern. And that's what's underway with our office.
Through Chair, thank you, Mr. Fopoulos. Again, just some initial questions going through my mind, and I certainly would like to have a way to think about this instead of just present and we vote on it. But I'm wondering, does this impact any work we've already done on day 1 or 2? I was the PSG liaison last year, and a lot of those applications are focused on specific parts of town, and the grants given out that way. KHA, I think, is the same way. I think that they don't do the same services across the whole city. They're in certain areas. So I guess I'm just wondering, we have the paragraph, what does this affect as we go through the budget process? Like what will be predetermined now versus we can't vote for in support of by adding this verbiage in?
Through the chair to Councilmember Leanan. So one of the items that you relate this to is PSG, and this provision, if you look at it, does specifically say it shall not apply to any grant awarded by the city pursuant to Chapter 118 of the Ordinance Code, and that includes your PSG grants, your cultural services grants. If you have a concern with KHA and whether or not you would want it to affect children's services, you could also move an amendment to incorporate dollars expended through Kids Hope Alliance or under Chapter 77 of the Ordinance Code, so you would not be affecting those particular services or programs. And that your other questions, kind of how do you know what you're affecting within the budget or not, that kind of, I think, is some of the basis behind our office's desire to kind of want to continue to do the research, because to an extent you don't. But there are a number of exemptions in here that I think would capture those areas that were expressed of concern when this conversation occurred last year, and Councilmember Diamond was cognizant of that last year, and he's certainly cognizant of it this year, and so those provisions were left into this language.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councilmember Diamond, I support your bill that ultimately got vetoed and not overturned. I think a lot of this is similar to what was in there, correct? Or it all kind of blurs together after time.
Through the chair to Councilman Lannon, no, so that was on illegal immigration, right? So the illegal immigration one's coming up next. This is on DEI. So those are my two bills today. And if you want to exempt KHA today, we did that with the illegal immigration. I'm fine with it. Like, I'd support that amendment. Look, the kids programs tend to be in special little bucket, and so fine with it if you want to make the amendment.
Through the chair to Councilmember Diamond, you're jogging my memory now. We had a lot of exclusions from what we could fund through nonprofits as part of the illegal immigration bill. Okay, I mean, my preference is I would like to think about this and ask some more questions, probably not up here, but to just understand what we are automatically saying no to as a result of this on either stuff we've already approved or we got coming up on the agenda. So, I mean, I don't know if the right time is to talk about it again tomorrow morning or how the committee feels we should go forward.
Okay, Mr. Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. For me personally, I mean, I'd probably share Councilmember Lanon's sentiments there. Look, I would probably support this outside of a budget amendment. Adding this to the budget, a 504, dude, it's, in my opinion, do it elsewhere. And then otherwise, budget night is going to be a disaster. It's going to be this for 5 hours. So let's have the 5-hour discussion aside from 2025-504, and I think it'll be a worthwhile discussion. And honestly, like at the end of the day, people will either vote to support DEI programs or they won't. So if someone comes up with a quote-unquote DEI program, or really just a program in general that is biased towards, your definition here, they can either support it or not support it. I would vote to not support it. And I think you'd probably find more than 10 votes that wouldn't support the program either, potentially. But yeah, those are just my general thoughts. I wouldn't, necessarily, I don't like the idea of adding it to 504, just for the kind of fast forwarding to the end of the movie and seeing, budget night, the way that that's going, especially if you have another slippery slope one behind this one that I heard you say. So those are just my thoughts, but I'd like to hear the rest of the committee as well, Mr. Chair.
I do have Mr. President on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a slew of technical questions for the auditors and probably OGC. One, if there was a KHA amendment added, being that KHA is pulled out of the budget in a separate bill, would that amendment have to apply to that KHA bill, or could it apply to the full budget? And then, in my own personal experiences working with the Boys and Girls Club, would I be able to vote on an amendment that had KHA included in it?
Thank you. Through the chair to Council President Carrico, those are great questions. So what I would probably recommend is if there was an action to amend what's in front of the committee for 2025-504, that potentially the language you would include here is to exempt children's services and programs. You can refer to Kids Hope Alliance in particular if you wanted to, but I do agree that there would need to be some sort of corresponding. If the intention is that this language would also apply to all of those carve-outs, because we have several carve-out pieces of legislation for conflicts, if that's included in the Kids Hope Alliance carve-out, then based on the nature of your conflict, you would not be able to vote on it if it was to go into that particular bill.
All right. Well, for the sakes of our discussion today, would I be able to move any of those amendments, or would you prefer somebody else did it?
Through the
I agree with taking the KHA part and attaching that to this amendment.
Okay. Yeah, through the chair to Council President Carrico, based on the nature of your particular conflict and exemption, I would not recommend that you make that motion, but obviously there's a member of the committee who's prepared to do so.
Okay.
All right. And then when we get to budget night, say this does pass through, we get to budget night, this is attached to the budget. How many votes do we need to pass the full budget at City Council?
Through the chair to Councilmember Carrico. So traditionally, you need 10 votes, but often because we're pulling from reserves or contingencies within the budget, that would trigger a 13 vote, potentially a supermajority vote on that night. But the council auditors, Kim may have something else, but it has been in the past often that you end up with the need to have 13 votes.
Yeah, I just want to be prepared as the council president if we can't pass our budget out, kind of what are the next steps and how do we make that happen? Because Rory never votes for the budget anyway, so that's one vote we don't have. Ms. Taylor, maybe?
Chair, if I may, to the council president. We'll double check if there's any contingencies that would trigger that, but there are no appropriations from operating reserves, which is usually what triggers that 2/3 vote. So since the proposed budget came with none, and unless the council adds something, it would be a majority vote, but we'll verify because it could be in a capital line or somewhere that there's some contingency that's being pulled. We'll verify that and get that to you for certainty.
All right. In short, I would support the amendment here. I would support it as separate legislation. So we'll see what the committee wants to do.
Thank you. Mr. Howland, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For Mary, quick question on posture. Right now, we have open a motion for Mr. Diamond and a second on it. So that motion is open to pass this.
Yes, through the chair to the vice chair. So he made a motion. There was a second to incorporate this language that you have on the handout into the budget bill.
Okay, thank you. And then for clarity, you said that if I were to move an amendment to Mr. Diamond's motion to exempt children's services and programs, that the council president could probably still vote on 504. Still vote on 504.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say probably, but I would say if you do that, then you don't want to lump in Kids Hope Alliance, and I do think it gets murky for him and a couple of other council members to do that. I would probably need to discuss that with the ethics office. I'm very protective of the situations that some of our council members are in. Now, that being said, if you didn't move that today and there's a propensity of the committee to move this forward today, I can work with Ms. Oberdorfer on that question, and if there is a pathway forward that would not preclude council members with certain conflicts to vote on that, you could always take the action at wrap-up at that meeting.
So, Mr. President, you're okay with the motion to amend Diamond's proposal not happening?
Yeah, through the chair to the vice president. If we just look back at the immigration bill when we pulled or added children's services, I think the research was done, and because it didn't directly put any funding into a bucket of KHA that could then go to Boys and Girls Club, I was okay to vote on that. So I'm not the ethics expert, but I would lean that would toward that being the right decision. And yes, I would be okay with it.
With not making the amendment or with making the amendment?
Making the amendment.
Okay, all right. Well, I move to amend the Diamond motion to exempt children's services and programs.
We have a motion and a second to move the Diamond Amendment with the exemption of children's services and programs. So before I start with this, I would like to just be on the side of caution, and I like Mary's recommendation to bring it up at wrap-up if possible, because what I don't want is President can vote, a couple other people can vote. We need 10 votes to pass a budget night. We're not pulling out of reserves. On the contrary, we're actually going to put money back in the reserves this year. So I don't think we'll have an issue with a two-third vote. The thing is, I don't want to have an issue with him not being able to vote. So we could just wait to wrap-up date next week. I would love that. Mr. Diamond, you're recognized.
Through the chair to the chair. I'm fine with that. But let me, if we could, just take a look at the legal immigration one also, because I'll bring that up at wrap-up also. So then we can do the same work, the same thinking, and all the rest. And then I have another one on abortion. So those would be my three. And so I'd like to do all those on wrap-up day. Take the vote however it is. Look, I'm going to vote my conscience. I told my constituents in the world that I would bring up these amendments, and I'll do my best to get to us a budget that I could vote for.
Okay, so Mary, just to make sure we're in the correct posture, we have a motion and a second for the amendment, and also the amendment on exclusion of child services. Can we take that action now, vote on it, and then put everything below or like on hold to wrap-up date?
What I would recommend, Mr. Chair, is if there's no objection from the committee or the mover of those two motions, is that if you want to table them until meeting 6 and revisit them rather than voting on them today and, potentially having to reverse an action on meeting 6, that would be what I would recommend.
Okay, well, let me, Mr. Howland, go ahead.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm fine tabling my amendment to the Diamond Amendment today.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Diamond. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mary. So I would like to have, and this is really to Mr. Fackler, I don't want us to get to the end of this budget process and not have a in-writing opinion from OGC about what their legal argument is. And I don't want to get it on the day of. So at least 2 days beforehand, can we get the legal opinion from Mr. Fackler or whomever in OGC about what they believe the legality of this is? I know where this ends. It's legal. And then I'm going to have our counsel look at it, and so that the counsel can be properly advised and not advised by, essentially the mayor's lawyer.
Through the chair to Councilmember Diamond, I would be happy to follow up with Mr. Fackler to relay that request, which would be before next Friday. So Wednesday is the date that you're asking for that. Okay, thank you. Yes, happy to follow up with him.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we are tabling this. I know Mr. Diamond, sorry, Mr. Salem, you're on the queue very quick. Go ahead, and then I'm going to say what I got to say at the end. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to someone over here, can the items that require 2/3 in the budget be segregated and be voted on separately if they're a very minor component and everything else taking 10 votes? I mean, I hate to see 1% of the budget require 13 and 99% not, and we vote on those separately. Because I'm not aware of anything we've done that requires 13. There will be no reserves. I think we're all consistent with that.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, we'll follow up with Ms. Moyer to confirm too. We are not seeing any designated contingencies. Sometimes you may not even realize they're pulling from projects and things that were in a contingency to make things happen. So it's kind of the more in the nitty gritty. We're not seeing anything, but I do want to double check that. But you're absolutely right. There are no proposed transfers from fund balance at this point. That's what typically triggers the 2/3.
But the other question through the chair is, can it be separated if there is? Can that be a separate bill of some sort?
I'll let Ms. Stefopoulos address.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, I think the answer to that is it depends if it's tied into the CIP or something. So once we kind of nail down whether there are any of those items, then that would be a part of the discussion and the analysis, is whether they can be carved out or what kind of loopholes you would have to jump through to make it happen.
Okay, I just want to make one other comment. I think I'm the only person here that was president during a budget night. Very, very stressful evening. You just can't imagine. And I feel certain, even without this stuff, there are going to be a bunch of amendments. So I'm just concerned that we're going to be having breakfast here on Wednesday. I'm supportive of this. Don't get me wrong. But I just think we just have to understand what's going to happen. And I just want to put that on there. And I feel for our President Carrico, because it will be very stressful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So in the essence of time, it's 10:16 a.m. I would like to table the rest of Mr. Diamond's amendments so we could actually start with meeting number 3 right now. And if that's the case, Ms. Taylor, please, let's proceed with the courts.
Mr. Chairman, I did want to follow up to make sure, were we taking up the request from Councilmember Salem to talk about the lapse? Or
for the Doge. You say you need about 5 minutes? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll tee this up for Ms. Taylor. We have talked several times through the process about what happened 18 years ago, and that finance committee took 2% of portions of the budget, lapsed it, put it below the line, and the various departments had to come back to the Doge committee during the year if they wanted to get those dollars back. A bill would be introduced to move those above the line. Another way of constraining the budget, essentially. And I'll let Ms. Taylor add anything to that, but next week, when we finish, we're going to have to come up with a percentage and how that would work. Ms. Taylor and I have had numerous discussions, and Mr. Parks as well. Ms. Taylor, would you add anything to that, please?
Through the chair to the committee, I'll just mention that this was something that was done back in, I believe, 2006, around the range. It was where it looked at, were there any efficiencies in the department? And as Councilmember Salem said, it took a deep dive. The departments at that point came before the committees. I think this would be more of an approach of if the department needs these dollars back. And so these are parked below the line. They are not a cut, so it's not something that you take to savings or that you could reduce a revenue, reduce the millage, for example, or something like that. It's parked below the line. So they would have to live within the means of these operating lapses. So let's say if you had a $100,000 departmental budget, if it's a 1% lapse, that's $1,000. They have to stay within a $99,000 budget. So in the end, it gives the flexibility of where that's at, whether it be salaries, operating expenses, wherever. But you're looking at, when we break out more of the controllable cost, a 1% is around $3 million, including KHA is about $3.5 million. A 2% is about $7 million. We have excluded, at the request of Councilmember Salem, public safety, the courts, public defender, state attorney, constitutional officers. So they are out of the mix, and it focuses on the general fund GSD. These are rough numbers. We would want, if you take any action, it would be on all of the action you take through meeting 6, through your wrap-up, to where you're looking at what that final budget is that finance has at that time.
It would be my recommendation that we do 2% to get it into that $7-8 million range when we get to that point.
All right, Councilman Lenin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Ms. Taylor, just some accounting questions here. So first question, is this only on the salary line, or is it on the entire departmental line?
Through the chair to Councilmember Lane, and it would not just be a salary lapse. What we have done in the past historically is it's basically an operational lapse. And so it's just a bottom line lapse, whether it be through salaries or other expenses that they can meet it. It is a little more challenging for your smaller departments who would likely have to keep a vacancy to meet it if their operating expenses are lower, or if they don't have a vacancy, it's a little bit tougher. But it's on the entire budget that they would have to meet that lapse.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Taylor, it would only be on non-public safety, so really it's the 1,500 employees in our other operating departments outside of public safety, correct? So it's a fairly small portion of the overall budget.
Through the chair to Councilmember Lane, and it's definitely the smaller portion, yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Sim? All right, so that's, we plan on coming back to that day number 6, I'm assuming? Wrap-up day? Perfect. Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Let's start with meeting number 3, please.
Okay, we're in your meeting 3 packet, Mr. Chairman. We are on page 3, and we are taking up the courts. And I know that the Chief Judge and all of the staff is here. If you do have any specific questions, we'll start with the general fund. There are multiple funds that involve courts, and also there's some combined you'll see with State Attorney and Public Defender on technology. Your numbers are on page 387 in your budget book. As I said, this is the general fund courts area. The county, the city, does have an obligation to pay for things like the facilities, maintenance of that facility, the utilities, security, etc. So these all stem from state statute being county obligations. You'll see they have a total budget of $5.7 million. You'll see starting with their salaries line, they have a budget of $682,000. That is for 10 staff. And just to recall your memory on the proposed budget last year came with, council increased it by 4 positions. It came with 3. Council raised that by 4 to get them to 7. Within this budget, there is a request for an additional 3 positions. So when you see the salary increases, it's due to the 3 proposed positions to be added as well, as their normalized increases that you've seen with the 2 years compounding for them. You'll see internal service charges. That's the biggest area there with the allocation of the courthouse, all of the maintenance of that, the cost of being in that facility. It is a decrease. There's $691,000 that is able to be in courthouse cost, which we'll get to in one of the following funds, but there is a courthouse trust fund that assesses a fee that is able to absorb some of the maintenance costs and relieve the general fund. So we'll talk about that in some subsequent pages. There's also a decrease related to the computer allocation that you've seen from ITD, and then it's offset by a one-time increase in cost for, they have 31 computers that are being replaced. Capital outlay, you removed the $1 in the first meeting, so there's no proposed capital outlay in 25-26. There are some debt repayments that are occurring related to audiovisual where the city did borrow at a time. That's $93,250 that is still being paid on that. There are 2 items on the capital carry forward schedule that they are requesting that they don't believe will be encumbered in time related to the door lockdown project. If you turn to page 4, you'll see food and beverage of $1,500. You'll also see the schedule B1 grants. These are your grants that do not require a city match, so they anticipate receiving the awards there for the 4 grants. You'll see service level changes. This is where I mentioned the 3 positions. They are proposing those positions for a dedicated court to handle the influx of driver's license cases, and this will assist litigants in regaining their driver's license and increase their employment opportunities. And additionally, there will be more assistance provided for family law cases. Turning to page 5, you'll see that employee cap specifically is related to a city magistrate and a city magistrate's secretary dedicated for this driver's license court, and to assist with the family law cases, and also a case manager coordinator. So those are your main enhancements with that. And those 3 positions are at a cost of about $215,000, and we have no recommendations.
All right, thank you. I have 2 speakers on the queue. Mr. Diamond, go ahead.
I didn't mean to jump ahead of the presentation. I just want to throw out compliments.
Okay, cool. All right, Chief, go ahead.
Good morning. First of all, Lance Day, the Chief Judge of the 4th Judicial Circuit, Nassau, Clay, and Duval counties. We have 3 items on your budget this morning that we're asking for that were supported through the mayor's budget, I believe. And to be transparent with you, I had when I first came on as Chief Judge, there was a program. It was a driver's license program, and it was a pilot project at the time. And I sunset it because it wasn't working properly. It really wasn't organized the way it should have been organized, the way we felt it could have been better organized. We've now reorganized it. It has the support of the state attorney, the public defender, the clerk's office, and even the tax collector. I think this is a program that will help get unlicensed drivers who've failed to pay their tickets, whatever the reason, back on the road with a proper driver's license, get their insurance in place, and hopefully get them into the workplace where they can start contributing to the community. I will tell you right up front, if it isn't working, I'll come back to you and I'll tell you it's not working. But I really believe that we have such a problem with driver's license issues that we have to address it. And this restoration program is one of the ways I think we can address it. To do this, I have a volunteer judge, but I can't have that judge assigned full time for this. So that's why I've asked for the magistrate position. That comes with a secretary, and obviously it comes with a case manager. We're talking about several, hundreds, thousands of cases that this is going to involve during this period of time. I've also split that time with the magistrate to help us with our pro se litigation for family law cases. We have an inordinate amount of cases in the family court dealing with pro ses. Right now, we have probably between 2,500 and 3,000 cases, and those are very slow cases because they're not represented. They don't understand the process. And so the magistrates are specially trained in those areas to help them through that. So I'm taking this position and making it a dual position. It's a city magistrate-funded position. It's only going to be for Duval County. This magistrate would not work in the surrounding counties, I can assure you of that. It would be a person hired out of Duval County as well. But I wanted to be transparent. We tried this before on the driver's license. It didn't work frankly, to the satisfaction of everybody that was working on it. So we reorganized it, and I believe I brought you a very good fix for the driver's license issues that we have in Duval County, and I hope that you'll support this.
Thank you, Judge. All right. So before Mr. Diamond gets on the queue, I just want to kind of make you all aware of a couple things. So as I was going through the pre-budget hearings on Monday, there's a lot of action items that we're going to take today on the court system. And I asked, why are we funding certain things? Why can't they just increase their fee from $3 to $5 or $20 to whatever it is, right? And most of the time the answer was, well, we can't because it's under Article 5. Is that correct, Ms. Taylor? Correct me if I'm wrong.
To the chair, you're correct. A lot of the fees that we'll get to that drive where the general fund has to contribute additional is because that fee is limited by state statute.
Mm-hmm. So in order for us to make any kind of changes, it's not something that we could even do here as a county, or even as it has to go through the entire state of Florida, where all the counties have to pretty much be on the same page. This is one of the action items, though, that we could take today that is not part of the Article 5 that we could actually decide not to fund or fund in half. So as we proceed, I'm not saying this because I don't think it's going to work. I'm just saying that I'll make sure to let you guys know which ones we can and we cannot, and this is one of those. However, I do have a lot of faith in Judge Lance Day, and he's a man of his word, and if it doesn't work, he'll come back next year and say, hey, cut it out. So I have no problem supporting this one. Just wanted to, like I said, make you aware that this is not a requirement under Article 5. All right, Mr. Diamond, go ahead.
Through the chair to Judge Day and anybody who's listening, I just want to throw compliments entirely. Our state courthouse here is incredible, and the staff over there are awesome. I was in front of Judge Deering yesterday, met with Judge Khalil. There's so many good programs, so many good things, so many people working so hard, and we're pretty tough on folks up here. I am for sure, and I just have to throw out compliments when I see them. It's not just because you're a chief judge and I may appear before you. I genuinely love what we're doing at the courthouse, and it's a great thing for our community. And if you spend any time in other states and or around Florida and go to other state courts, you'll see that we have a system and a group of people that are just extraordinary compared to other places. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, very supportive of this. I've got to know Judge Day quite well, and I'm convinced, as I think you have stated, that if it doesn't work, he'll be back. I want to bring up a second issue. I know a few people that work in the courthouse, and this statue I've had several calls on that's projected to go in front of the courthouse. And my understanding is there's quite a debate whether that statue is an appropriate statue for that area. And I think you have some concerns about it. And I think it's funded through the Cultural Council, which we have some influence over. So can you just update the Finance Committee, Judge Day, on where that is, how much it is, and is it within the Cultural Council, please?
It is within the Cultural Council. It's coming up for, and through the chair, I apologize. It's coming up for a very important vote on the 27th. And if you give me just a minute, I'll give you a little bit of background on this. First of all, I'm a proponent of the Art in Public Places initiatives. I believe that they do help the downtown area. And I do think that when you come down here, it's a positive influence. In fact, as an aside, my family have supported initiatives like that over the years. But this project, as it's become clearer, when I came on as chief judge, it's one of the first things I looked at, and it was kind of a carryover from years ago, and it's been going on for years and years and years. And it concerns me from several different angles, particularly from security, maintenance, overall practicality, and the cost. When I became chief judge, my focus was on security of the building, making sure that that building was secure for the people coming into the building, the citizens coming in, for the staff working there, for the police officers protecting the building. Security was our focus. You're seeing that around the country now. There's been a change. I recognize that this is a very popular item, but frankly, it's an item that I think should be paused, should be shelved, and restudied. And I'll tell you the reasons why. I'm no way critical of the artist. Never met the man. I'm no way critical of his work. The work seems fine. But we're in a budget crisis, from what I'm being told. And when budgets are being cut around the city, as I'm seeing, then you have to look at things in terms of, is it a like or is it a need? This is a $600,000 to $800,000 like, not a need, like. And so when you start looking at things from that standpoint, it becomes concerning. This courthouse, as every courthouse is, has heightened security. That's my primary focus. I think you've seen some of the things that have happened at the courthouse. There is no doubt that the courthouse is a target, unfortunately, like other public buildings, of vandalism. No doubt whatsoever. The courthouse has already been graffitied. Not too long ago, these sidewalks were graffitied. The point is it unreasonable to think that if you put a $600,000 to $800,000 art project out on the front lawn, that it isn't going to be graffitied? It will be. It'll be vandalized. And then, as chief judge, I'm going to be sitting there saying, what do we do? I've got a jury coming in on Monday, and somebody has written some horrific racial response out on this piece of artwork. I've got to cover it up. I've got to get the jurors in so they're not influenced. I've got to make sure that the public response is appropriate for this. And what I'm just pointing out is that there is a certain place for your public art. A courthouse may not be that place. And it's something that is concerning to me. I've tried to keep quiet about it. I've taken this through the Art Council to their staff. We've had meetings at the courthouse. I've explained my concerns about it. Frankly, the clerk has been involved in those meetings. He echoes the same responses that I have. We've talked to the prior chief judge. He has the same response. We're all concerned about this. Right now, the need is things like, for example, I've asked for years to get protective bollards around the courthouse. Protected bollards, something that other public buildings already have, but the courthouse doesn't. That's a need. That's not a like, that's a need. I've asked for the evolve system. You've seen me come in here and beg. I know you're going to cut me off. But I'm passionate about this. We have
never
officers
cut you
that,
off, Judge. You have more time. Don't worry.
all right, thank you so much.
You have an extra 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm used to being cut off at home, so this is fine. The point is that the evolve system, you've heard me squawk about that. So officers know when somebody comes in, if the person has a gun, and it gives them that extra second or two to respond to it. We have on average at least 1 to 2 gun intrusions a month on this. We have on average right now, we've had 4 vehicles already breached the grounds of the courthouse. 2 made it all the way up to the stairs. My point is, those are needs. This is alike. And as much as I love public art and love projects like this, I think there has to be somebody who says, okay, if we're flush with money, great, but we're not flush with money. This is something that we need to revisit. I don't like taking that position, but I feel like I have to.
Sir, the judge took all your time. Kidding, go ahead.
Through the chair to OGC or someone, I believe this is through the Cultural Council, and it's based on collections of fees of some sort that contributes to this art. Is that correct?
Is it art in public places? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, yes, when there's vertical construction, 0.75% of that cost of vertical construction per the code puts money in art in public places. There's a split of 80% for art, 10% for maintenance, 10% for administrative that's split. We believe these are dollars that are encumbered right now from previous, but we're verifying that that's the case.
How does the council put a pause on this? Can we do that? I mean, the entire leadership of the courthouse has concerns about this, and it just seems like it's continued to move forward. And can the council, because have an influence over the Cultural Council, if my colleagues agree, and say, stop. There is concerns about this. And then can that money be appropriated to something else would be the second question.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, right now those funds are encumbered. So in other words, they've been appropriated, they've been committed in essence, so we would need to research the orientation of that encumbrance.
Encumbered by who? By the council?
By the Cultural Council.
By the Cultural Council.
So they were approved and appropriated by the City Council, and then the Cultural Council, with those dollars provided to them, these funds are now encumbered on our city books, so we just need to research that and talk with the Finance Department on that first. That would be the first hurdle of seeing what could be done there. And then second of all, their budgets are up next week, the art in public places. So whenever you take those up, whether you consider waiving the code or to change the way that it's looked at, that's your chance there when you take up those funds.
So that we can move on, would you please provide me the information that you find through your research, how we can possibly unencumber it? I know they'll be in front of us. They're probably watching today. My phone is not blowing up quite yet, but I'm sure it will be. And see what steps we can take when the leadership of everybody over there is saying pause, stop, and it just seems like it's just going on and on. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me that time.
Yes, sir. Before we go to Mr. Joe Carlucci, that's exactly what I was going to propose. We do have them up next week. They take that vote on the 27th, it seems like, according to Chief Judge Lance Day. So we'll have our budget hearings, and worst comes to worst, we will need some sort of confirmation from Cultural Council before that vote, before our meeting. Otherwise, we're going to take action on our meeting as if they're going to proceed. So they need to come back to us prior to that. So if Cultural Council is listening in, if anything, I could, during our lunch break, call them. But we need to have a confirmation from them that they're not going to take that action. Otherwise, we're taking actions on Friday or Thursday and proceed as if they were taking action. And that may be that we're going to trim some of their budget down offset this. So Judge, we're going to take care of this. We'll figure something out, and then we'll know by next week where we stand with that. But right now, there's no position for us to take.
No,
All right,
I appreciate that.
Joe Carlucci, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, just so I can get this information now going into that meeting, through the chair to Judge Day. So just so I'm clear, you did give Cultural Council like your concerns during their process?
No, when I came in, one of the first things I did, excuse me, through the chair, one of the first things I did was I met with the Cultural Council staff. And in fact, they were here earlier this week. And I said, I've got concerns about this. This is a very expensive project to be putting out on the front lawn, especially knowing how it's going to be targeted. I firmly believe if you call in the head of security at the courthouse, he would say it's not an if that's going to be targeted, it's a when it's going to be targeted. And that was one of the concerns. So I raised that early on. I've been doing that for the last 2 years, frankly. There was a meeting, I believe, within the last couple of months where they came back over to the office and I raised it again. And I said, respectfully, I don't feel comfortable with this, and I don't really feel comfortable with the maintenance plan. There's a maintenance plan out there for $39,000 for the life of this piece of art, for the life, not one incident, the life. Mm-hmm. I suspect that'll be wiped out the first time it's defaced.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that explanation. It sounds like you did voice your concerns to the Cultural Council, and I share those concerns. And then number two, through the chair to Judge Day, and I don't know if you would have this information or if this is, I don't know who would actually know. Have you requested or gotten prices to add bollards around the rest of the front lawn? Has there been any further discussion on that?
I apologize. Through the chair, I believe the sheriff's office has, and that process is underway now. I believe that Public Works is now working on that, and it's interesting. Within the art concept, the artist has bollards in the art, and they're decorative. They're very nice. And I've said if they meet the strength requirements, why can't we use some of that money towards those bollards? And so I've yet to hear back on that.
Right, and that was going to be my point, right, is, you nailed it on the head. Look, security, if all the needs were taken care of, then, yeah, maybe we have that conversation about art and then see where it goes. But, I'm just looking at the picture right here with a wide open green space front lawn. I mean, it's beautiful, but hearing you say that there was a car basically on the front steps of the courthouse is kind of a concern that I want to address if we can in this budget to say how much does it cost to get the bollards up there, and let's make a motion to make that happen. So don't know how and when we get that price. If it's in the works, great. Would love to get it as soon as possible. So that's all my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carlucci. All right, I guess you'll get that feedback, that answer at some point from whoever. All right, anything else, Ms. Taylor? Page 6.
Yes, sir. We are on page 6. This is another court fund. It's called the Courthouse Trust Fund. Page 6. Your numbers are on page 389. And this is a $30 surcharge that's levied on non-criminal traffic violations and criminal violations listed in 318.17 of the Florida statutes. And it is to be used exclusively for maintenance of the courthouse, of the capital improvements with this facility. And it also covers a portion of debt cost within this fund. So you'll see the charges for services, $2.5 million is the estimate for what this fee will generate. You'll see under internal service charges, $1.2 million. And this is that 25% portion of the expected fees to come in to be used to apply for maintenance. So this helps alleviate the general fund when the maintenance and all the building allocations over here for this facility are covered through here. Debt surface on a portion of, and this was non-BJP debt, but debt that helped cover when there were cost overruns with the courthouse. So it's $1.3 million. There are no employees within this fund, and we do have one recommendation on page 7. and that is to increase the revenue projections by $600,000. Most of this is revenue that is from prior years that has already been collected. You'll see $471,468, and then we're also recommending to increase the yearly projection by $128,532. We thought there was some more capacity there within the fee, so it's a total of $600,000, and that would have a positive impact on special counsel contingency.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the auditor's recommendation. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Recommendation passes. All right. Next.
Yes, sir. Moving on to the next page is page 8 in your packet. The numbers are on page 391. This is your teen court program. And this is a $3 fee that's charged pursuant to state statute for anyone that pleads guilty or is found guilty of a traffic violation. You'll see, and pardon me for 1 second as I get to that page, you'll see a total budget of $534,121. Part of that $3 fee is expected to generate $271,000. You will see a transfer from other funds that is coming from the general fund. So that's an additional amount. It's an amount of $182,000, so slightly up by $28,000 this year. You'll see transfers from fund balance, $75,000. That is needed to help within this fund. So it's self-contained fund to help cover the cost for the year. So you'll see salaries at $295,000. That's your biggest cost item. That is up due to the 2 years cumulative adjustments and also other salary adjustments that occurred during the year due to turnover and promotions. And that was offset partially by a decrease in part-time salaries of $10,000. You'll see, turning to page 9, professional and contractual services is your other larger item, the $96,500. That includes $55,000 for your neighborhood accountability board, and then also $41,000 for certified family coaches related to this teen court program. We have no recommendations on this budget.
Okay. I do have Councilmember Diamond on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to shout out to the teen court programs. These are great. They're relatively cheap, and the bang for the buck is high. First of all, a kid goes to Walmart. This is typically what happens in teen court. A kid goes to like Walmart and steals something, and it's the first time they get popped. Walmart always prosecutes, and so then we get a chance to get a kid who's made their first mistake, and then they have to go through this like program where their peers like just absolutely roast them for their bad choices and all the rest. And it is one of the coolest programs I've seen. First of all, the data shows that it's incredibly effective. And secondly, the bang for the buck is so high because anybody who's read a rap sheet for a criminal, it never starts at suddenly at 25 or 26, they start selling like cocaine. It's never like that. It's always like something bad happens at 14, 15, 16, and then all the decisions become worse after that, and it becomes a spiral. And so teen court is one of a couple of good juvenile justice programs we have that capture somebody, a kid, when they make that first mistake, and then we get them back on track. And put aside the fact that their life will be better when they don't make any more mistakes and don't become a career criminal. It's cheaper for us as a community to never have to prosecute them or put them in jail. So fully support this. I also like the truancy program. If you're unfamiliar, Judge Khalil has been working on this with the leadership of Chief Judge Day, and this typically happens when a kid disappears after 2 weeks, and it's like, where is this kid? And then they get picked up for truancy, and now this is got some accountability for, again, very low price to figure out what's going on. When a kid is really young and they're truant, it's almost always because their family is doing something really messed up. When a kid is like 13, 14, 15, and they're truant before they can drop out of school, it's usually because they're making bad life choices or they got mental health issues. And then, Vicki Winowich and her group are doing a great job of helping on the mental health side. And then the court system can do the other stuff. So anyways, Judge, love these programs. Thank you guys for hosting them. I know it's a lot of extra work for the courthouse. I know there's a burden. You guys have a million things to do. But I just want to shout out to these programs.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leanon. You're good. All right. Well, this is one of the ones that I was talking about earlier that I'm just saying that we're subsidizing this essentially because of the fee being $3 and we can't do anything about it. Is there Ms. Taylor, how can we actually talk about passing legislation, not here, but I guess just trying to go to like the state level to see if we can increase these fees? Because, I mean, obviously the program works, so it's not a matter of defunding, it's a matter of actually charging what should be charged, and $3 doesn't even cover it. So what can we do about that?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if Councilmember Leanan wanted to jump in, but
Thank you, Chair. So it's very similar to the Value Adjustment Board. So in 1983, the price was set at $15, and until this past legislative session, it had stayed there. And so you file a $15 fee to file a petition on your appraised value of your home. That's great. You're paying $15, but then the average taxpayer in Jacksonville is paying the rest of it. It wasn't even paying half. I forget the exact percentage. And so I went with Councilmember Johnson, who was vice chair, I believe, at the time on Value Adjustment Board. He's a way better speaker than I am, so he presented to the Duval delegation when we were here, and ultimately it did carry through, and I forget what bill it was on, but they raised it from 15 to 50. Still a little bit subsidized, I believe, but I mean, it can be done by, again, my one experience on this, working with the Duval delegation, they took it, it was part of a bill, and then got increased. And I was in the queue, but I dropped off. We're going to talk about three budgets here in a row that are subsidized. One of them is quite heavily subsidized by our taxpayers. And so I'm guessing the $65 fee has been at $65 a while. Same thing with the $3 fee and then the recording fees as well. So just want to share that experience working on raising a fee that, again, I know sometimes we don't want to raise fees, but I also want to make sure that we're not relying on all other Jacksonville taxpayers to pay the true cost of this when it should be the person getting the specific service for the fee that's being charged.
Correct. It's not just a fee that we're raising just to raise it. It will be a fee because that individual user got themselves in that position. So I don't think Jacksonville should subsidize that at all for them.
Correct. And to the chair, we're actually saying we're saving taxpayer dollars to the average taxpayer that is not getting that service that was requested.
Exactly.
Or required in the cases.
All right, so we'll work on that. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councilman Lane stole my thunder, but I think the delegation meets in the chambers here prior to the session, and I think it will be over the next 2 or 3 months in the fall, getting ready for January, February session. So we could make a presentation, make a request. We could ask OGC to assist us in putting together the appropriate documents to do that.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you. We'll take that action. Thank you, Judge and team. Appreciate your support and everything.
Thank you very much.
Do we have one more, or we
still
we
have
a
the 15
few more? Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
And certainly, while the chief judge is here, it's helpful. Some of these are I guess the judge has some discretion in levying some of them, and some of them are surcharges. So, and some of them the population will get to, like on the $65 fee, it's levied also on felonies. And so sometimes you have people we've had in the past, the collection rate is not always the best. Even if the judge it's levied, it's not always collected. So this one in particular, we've had challenges in the past and continue to. But we'll continue on, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for the next one, page 11.
Yep.
This is the $65 fee. It is authorized by state statute on felony, misdemeanor, and criminal traffic offenses. It's a $65 fee. It is split 4 ways per the statutes between legal aid, the Duval County Law Library, the Juvenile Drug Court, and the judicial support. So 3 of those 4 programs are controlled or overseen by the courts area, and then you have the one is with the Jacksonville Area Legal Aid. So if you use the numbers on page 10 rather than your budget book, I'll just quickly walk you through. You'll see under the courts there, the 3/4 of the fee they receive for their programs, $515,000 is the estimate for next year. You'll also see going down to the next one, that is the 1/4 that remains for JALA, that $171,960. Going down to your citywide activities, you'll see transfer from other funds, the $702,301. You took action to reduce this by $250,000. This includes that $500,000 for the Jacksonville Area Legal Aid. So that's been reduced, but that's the proposed budget. And then you'll see within this fund, there is a transfer of $325,000 to help cover the cost, which again, to your point, the fee is not covering it. The general fund is having to provide funds. This own funds fund balance is having to be used to cover these recurring costs. You'll see going down to the expenditures under courts, a total of $1,095,252 for all of there are 9 positions within this fund for those programs. I do want to mention under the courts program, you'll see that this for the salaries explanation on page 12, there were There's a decrease of 10,000. It's a 72,000 decrease as a result of the removal of funding for 2 vacant positions, and that's offset by an increase of 61,000 due to employee turnover and just changes within those pay, as well within the pay structure, as well as the 2-year cumulative increase. You'll note that the lapse for them was removed, and that was because the funding for those 2 positions was removed, so wouldn't be fair to also put a lapse in as well. So that's why that was done. If you go down to the what is called finance Jacksonville area legal aid, again, that 171,000, and then you'll see the grants and aids, that 500,000 will be reduced to 250,000. We have no recommendations overall for this fund.
All right, nobody in the queue. Please proceed.
Okay, yes, sir. If you'll turn to page 13, and you can utilize these numbers for the handout starting on page 14. This is a $2 recording fee, and when we get to the clerk of the court, you'll see the split. Anytime a deed is recorded, for example, or a marriage license, there's a fee assessed that this fund, which is technology for the state attorney, public defender, and courts area that they share, is provided for to put towards some of the required technology costs that the city and county is required to fund. So you'll see under the revenues, the charges for services for the courts area, 1.52. You'll see going down to transfer from fund balance, there is 75,000 within this fund that is being utilized. The transfer from the general fund, the proposed budget had 0, and we actually have a comment related to this because you'll recall, being on finance, this is a recurring item that the council has to end up taking up because the code requires a memorandum of understanding between the 3 parties, and it often results in council pulling from special counsel contingency to end up funding these items because it's never usually resolved when the budget gets to us. So we do have a signed agreement. These numbers that you're seeing are based on the request of the 3 parties and what they are deeming as what they need for technology. There's always a gray line between what the city may deem as an absolute necessity versus a want. So we're recommending that at some point during this year that the code be changed to change this process. It's just been an effort that everyone, I think, gets frustrated at the end. The parties involved trying to get their technology needs met, they should be treated as any other department coming forth and trying to get their technology needs met. That would avoid the hit to special counsel contingency as well. So we do recommend, not a formal recommendation, but we have a comment to hopefully get that resolved during the year if anyone's willing to take that up. But as far as, so that's the request from the general fund. That would be a negative hit to special counsel contingency of the $482,000. You'll see for the various programs, the court amount of $706,000. That does include, there are internal service charges for the services that our technology solutions department provides. And then you'll see professional and contractual services and other operating expenses. These items are detailed on pages 15 and 16 if you do want to see some of the specifics on the types of software that they're requesting. But again, it's all to meet their technology needs that they deem as necessities. So that's, if you go to page 16, the recommendation, since we do have the memorandum of understanding from the 3 parties agreeing on these requested amounts, it would in total have the negative impact of $482,348 to special counsel contingency.
Okay. Councilman Merlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor. 2 questions. I think you just answered one. So it looks like, unfortunately, the $482,000 was not already taken account into the budget. So that's a real hit on our special contingency, correct?
Yes, sir. It was 0 in the proposed budget. That's correct, through the chair.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And then my follow-up question, just so I understand your consideration, are you saying in future years, if we get rid of the local requirement, would essentially get rid of this budget in its entirety, and they would just request it through the IT department like other departments do?
Through the chair to Councilmember Lehman, not necessarily. It is a local imposition that we're saying needs to be revisited on getting the memorandum of understanding signed and that, but that each area, so for courts, for example, that be taken up, budget office, administration, meet with them, and that it be loaded into the budget like any other department or area. Not necessarily through ITD, but ITD certainly needs to be involved in assessing what's a want versus a need. They need their input as well in the process.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Taylor. Obviously, nothing we can do about it at this point, but I would probably like to talk to you more about that and see if we can smooth that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. Okay, Mr. Salem.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, clarify for me. This request went to the MBRC administration and they just didn't fund it? And that's why it's coming to us?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, no, sir. They did not, to my knowledge, and it's really the memorandum of understanding process that requires they actually sign and reach agreement amongst the three of them, the court's public defender and state attorney. So it's right now, per the code, it's created an entirely different process compared to all the other departments, in essence.
Through the chair, so the code says it comes directly to the council?
Through the chair, no, sir. To Councilmember Salem, it's just that there has to be a required memorandum of understanding, and oftentimes that is not signed prior to the finalization of the mayor's proposed budget. And I believe Mr. Parks wants to add something.
Yes, through the chair to Councilmember Salem. So from a timing standpoint on when the internal service allocations are finalized, they're not finalized until the mayor presents the budget. So that's why they're not baked in. So it's basically they have to wait on their process until after the mayor presents the budget. Then they can meet with the available revenue. If there's enough, and if there's not enough, they have an additional request. And that's why we're recommending remove this MOU requirement. We can use our funding here, and if they need another 200 or 300 or 400,000 from the general fund, it can just be loaded in as part of the normal budget process. So you're not forced into kind of resolving this issue. This has been an issue the entire time I've been here and stuff like that of this negotiation that has to go on. I know every one of them have had to deal with this. So
does that require legislation by the council, what you just stated?
Yes, and it's only a local requirement. There's nothing at the state level that says they all have to agree on the $2. The state says we have to fund their minimum IT, like the IT needs. It's not that we have to just use the $2 or anything like that.
Councilmember Lane and I'd be happy to work with you on some legislation that would solve this going forward. So we're not in this position next year after we finish this whole budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weinstein, I'll recognize you in a moment, but Mr. Parks, so you said that this has been happening for many years, and I'm looking at last year's adopted budget of $231,000, right? Previously, I'm assuming it was in line with that, maybe 200,000 or whatever the case was. You know, when this budget was handed to us, they gave us a balanced budget, right? But here, we clearly see that the budget was not balanced indeed. We're negative $482,000 in it. Knowing that they knew that this was a line item that was going to come up, why didn't they at least place a hold of at least $230,000 to match last year's expenditures on that part? I don't understand where am I missing, the revenues part. Am I missing something here? Like, can we, I know removing the MOU will help out in the future, but couldn't they have planned better for this versus just putting $0 on it?
I can't answer the question on why they exactly do what they did on that piece. They could do what you're describing. I would defer to the administration to explain their stance on that.
All right, well, I do have Mr. Weinstein on the queue, so go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following the ordinance as it existed, we did exactly what we were required to do. We waited for the distribution and their agreement and what have you. We do feel that the request is, following the Chief Judge, is more of a need rather than a like. So we support, but we couldn't put money in. We don't know what you're going to, the budget that was submitted was balanced. We don't know what you're going to decide to do. So we don't put money in until you decide basically what you're going to do with this. You don't have to put any money in towards it. You should, but you don't have to. So there was nothing for us to do other than follow the ordinance. We agree totally. We talked about it Monday morning with the recommendation to, to get rid of the process we've been following. Let them come like everybody else does. And then what you'll see in our budget will have been through MBRC. This did not go through MBRC.
Okay. All right, Mr. Salem, and then we'll take a vote on that.
Move the 482,000 plus in order to move this process forward, and hopefully we work on making it a better process in future years.
We have a motion and a second for that. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. So just to confirm, we are, how do we remove the MOU? We got to do legislation or, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll start that process pretty soon then. Thank you. Okay?
All right, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the courts area, I believe. We would have the public defender next.
All right. Mr. Kofer, you're up next. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yep. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, we are on page 17 in your packet, page 399 in your budget book. You'll see, again, this is a requirement, state statute, that the county fund basically their office space, utilities, maintenance, security, communications, all of that for their office to function. And you'll note there are no employees within this area. It's not, those are state employees, but the county's requirements are on those, the items I mentioned. So you'll see the largest charge is the internal service charges for $1.4 million. That is down because there is the last payment on the Jake Gobble building that they occupy. So that's the last debt payment on that in 25-26. And then they're also allocated the building cost over within this area of their budget. You'll see under other operating expenses, $16,000. That is for parking for some of their fleet of vehicles for investigators, and then also parking placards for their folks to park on the street for attorneys in order for them to do their business. They do have a capital carry forward item request. There's 7,204 related to the public defender, and they believe that they will encumber that before year end. So we are recommending that that can be removed since they will encumber the funds, and this will have no impact on special counsel contingency.
Okay, can we get a motion for the recommendation? Move it. A motion and a second for recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay, and recommendation passes.
Okay,
all
that's
right.
it for the public
Mr.
defender.
Kofer, would you like to have a couple words or?
No.
All right.
I'm fine.
Take care. Thank you. All right. Okay. Up next, Ms. Taylor, please. Oh, sorry, Mr. Diamond, go ahead.
Totally fine, Mr. Chair. I'll just be really quick. I just wanted to shout out to Charlie Kofer and his staff. That's a tough job running the PD's office. It's a really tough job. And putting aside the fact you went to Duke, absolutely terrible school, I'm just so grateful our community has you and your professional staff doing that critical function. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Up next is the state attorney's office, and this is again county requirement for the same types of things for space, et cetera. Page 18 and then page 397 in your budget book, you'll see a total budget of $2.8 million. Most of that is the allocation for the internal service charges for the maintenance and providing that space. You'll see a decrease of $122,000 related to the overall decrease in IT's budget. Partially offset by an increase of $49,000 due to increase for security guard services being provided. Other operating expenses, a small amount of $18,000 for water, file management, and wireless services. Again, there are no employees within this fund, and we have no recommendations.
Sorry, any words or questions only, sir?
Good morning. I'm Steve Segal, the First Assistant State Attorney on behalf of State Attorney Nelson. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for your vote on the recording fees and your willingness to work with us going forward. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. All right. No recommendations on this end, so we may proceed. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have the clerk of the court up next. I know Mr. Phillips is here with his staff. We're on page 19 of the book of our packet, and page 384 has all the numbers. You'll see a total budget of $5.2 million, just slightly down, $37,000. You'll see we have the chart on how they get their revenue, and we are only talking about the county portion of recording. So you'll see 36 employees. Most of their other city employees are state funded, and run the rest of the clerk operations. But this is just the county portion that you are seeing in this budget. There is a total of $10 that's levied on every first page that's recorded, and then $8.50 from there every second page, and any additional. And you'll see the clerk of the court, theirs is run by those in the top box, the $5 and the $4 for any additional pages. That's the revenue that's levied here, the $4.7 million. It is up, and so this trends with your home sales, especially when you have recording of home sales for deeds and things like that. So we are seeing an increase there in all of their items. There is a transfer from fund balance still that is helping to balance their budget. So they do have, they're self-contained within their own fund and are still needing a little bit of assistance from their fund balance to help cover all of the cost. You'll see down in salaries a little over $2 million, up about $110,000. That is related to the increases, the 2 years cumulative that occurred during the year. You'll see, turning to the next page, 20, internal service charges. Their next largest item, almost $1.4 million, just slightly down due to the cost for IT going down and that overall allocation to them. You'll see other operating expenses of $362,000, net increase of $51,000 for things like one-time expenses for furniture and passport picture equipment. Going to the supervision allocation, $662,064. Those are finance and admin costs from the state-funded employees, but they spend their time on this county function, and so they are allocated to here for that fee to cover. No service level changes. The employee cap is flat again at 36 full-time and 14,300 part-time hours. And you'll see on the next page, 21, the food and beverage item of $500 with the public purpose noted there, and we have no recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Leanan.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair, Mr. Phillips, good to see you this morning. Just a quick question, Ms. Taylor. So last year we had $1 million of fund balance transfer. This year about $400,000. What's the overall balance of that fund? Do we have enough in there to keep it going the next few years without having to touch the general fund?
Yes, sir. Hold on one second. I lost my... the available balance after this transfer, so taking this into account, is about $2.4 million. So still enough to cover this.
Through your chair, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
I hate to sound like a happy broken record, but our clerk's office is awesome, sir. It is a pleasure to go there. I've been to so many clerk's offices across the state, and it is not always a pleasure. And as much as I love my friends in other counties, like, man, sometimes they don't even have their code online, and you just can't do any work there. And I go to ours, and it's like super fast. Everybody's nice. Everything's online. Just want to give you a shout out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pittman.
Thank you so much for being here. I want you to tell me a little bit more about your passport program. I know it's grown over the last couple of years, and having the ability for it to be open on the weekends. How is that program doing?
The program continues to grow. Through the chair, Council Member Pittman. The program continues to grow. We've processed probably a little over 17,000 applications just this year. Wow. Since inception of the program, over 95,000 applications. I will tell you, we do some extended hours. Some of the things that we've done, they've not really kind of returned. We try to do some extended hours, and we will do that. We do have a beaches branch as well. And so, we've offered those extended hours, but we found them a little bit challenging. But if you'd like to partner with us on that, we would love to do that. I will tell you, opening on Saturday becomes an additional challenge, not just for my team, but you have to have security there. The courts have to be involved, and so there's a lot of players that have to come into play on that. So we would entertain it, be glad to do it. But the passport program is doing great. I will say, in one addition since last year, we are now doing photos. Since we started doing that, I think we've taken over 13,000 photos, and so that's generated somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 in revenue. So the passport program continues to be hugely successful.
I got to tell you, I've heard from some of my constituents, because I remember when you first opened it a few years back, and being where it's accessible for people who are working during the week and not able to get that information, and I just want to say I appreciate having that service here in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers on the queue and no recommendations. We may proceed to page 22.
22 is a second item for the clerk of the courts. The numbers are on page 382. So with the decline in this revenue, it does shift since we're required as a county to cover the building maintenance, all the costs related to that building. Because that revenue is not sufficient to cover that, you'll see in 24-25 and then this year again, the general fund is covering that cost to that $1.5 million is something that the fee had covered in the past. So until that fee materializes and we have the discussions again on whose responsibility it is, because they had absorbed it, but could be some questions there on whose responsibility it is. But for now, that's a general fund cost, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, I see no speakers on the queue. And I guess, Mr. Phillips, I think this concludes your time here today, so thank you so much for your patience today.
If I could?
Yes, go ahead.
Briefly, I would like to clear up two things. One, first of all, these costs that we're talking about, Florida State Statute 29.008 requires the city to pay for security, IT, and the building. So to clarify this, over the past 10 years, up until last year, we covered that fund. And if you do the math, a simple math, it's probably a savings of $25 million to the city. And so that's what we've been paying. Real estate obviously affects what we do and our recording fees. And so these fees have dipped down some. So we had to go to the general fund. But to be clear, the only thing we're asking now is for the building. We're still paying IT and we're still paying security, which is well over $1 million. And then in addition to that, we're keeping, as a recommendation by the council auditor's office, probably 6 months expenses. So that's what we're keeping in our general fund. I just wanted to clear that up. Maybe some of you didn't know that, but according to statute, the city should be paying all of that. Not asking for that today. I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay, all right, well, we heard you loud and clear, and I have that note here too, as well too, that this is a service that the county, is obligated to pay either way. So
yep, that's the statute.
Yeah.
And then one final thing, if I could, on the record, I'd like to just stand here in support of Chief Judge Day. He is an excellent partner, and I fully support him on this art project. We've met with the Cultural Council numerous times over the past several months. We've voiced our concerns. We've got no response. I'm not sure what that means. But I think it becomes more of an issue right now in the current climate that we're in. We're less than 2 weeks away from them voting on this project. It's almost $1 million. And I think the optics are terrible under this current situation we're in. So I just want to stand here in full support of him. He's a great partner. He's been a leader on this project. So we appreciate your support.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for bringing that up to our attention. I mean, obviously, time is of the essence, and it's actually the perfect timing for this conversation to happen. So we'll make sure that we have the answers for you guys and for all of us to understand where we're standing moving forward in the next 2 weeks with that vote. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, there are no bathroom breaks today. All right, we're going straight through this. So tax collectors up next, page 23, and Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Your next constitutional officer, as you mentioned, is the tax collector, page 23 in your packet, page 367 in your budget book. And I see Ms. Hall is here today representing the tax collector's office. A budget of $26.4 million. You'll see under charges for services about $11.6 million, and that is up based on the increases you'll see below, driver's license renewal fees, other miscellaneous revenues. You'll see that they account for, through their charges, about 44% of their total budget. The remaining amount, about 56%, comes from the general fund. So you'll see that subsidy is $14.8 million, up about $253,000. You'll see under salaries, $15.1 million. It's an increase of $796,000 based on the cumulative, the normal increases that you have been seeing for employees. Going down to internal service charges of $2.5 million. Slightly down due to the decrease in IT charges. Also, it's offset by increases to replace 57 computers that they've requested at a cost of $45,000, and there are also allocated increases for your building maintenance of $38,000 that are increasing. Other operating expenses of $2.8 million, just due to increases in postage rates, in building rentals. as well for building leases that they have. We do want to mention a service level change in the upcoming year. The tax collector brought this to our attention that the state has temporarily stopped certified birth certificate request services at all tax collector offices statewide, and so there's currently no timeline on when that service will resume. So we're just making you aware of that. There is a capital carry forward request of $10,777 that may not be encumbered, so that is being requested to be continued. That's included in the budget ordinance, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, no recommendations to take, but I do have Ms. Sherry Hall, please, if you don't mind. Any questions or any action items you want to talk about today? Or
Yes, Sherry Hall with the Tax Collector's Office here for questions.
okay, I have Mr. Ron Salem on the queue.
I just want to thank Ms. Hall. With our PATH program, when I was out walking around with our fire people, dealing with our homeless people, and we had an issue of them having to wait 45 minutes to an hour to get an ID so we could put them on a bus and send them home. And I called Sherry, and we immediately resolved that issue to where they were expedited through the process. And that's just the kind of person she is. Whenever I've dealt with that office and her, they really expedite things and have a private sector approach to working through problems, which I greatly appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to just add one quick thing. They do a lot of innovative things in our community, not only for all citizens, Hispanics, everybody, because I know they're across the board very intuitive of all these different needs. But one of the things that brought my attention was when I met with her maybe about a month ago. I had an individual from Miami come here, and he wanted to do some work, and she informed me, like, hey, just get on the queue. While you're driving up from Miami, you get on the queue from your phone, and by the time you get here, you're ready to go. And if you need extra more time, just click it on your phone app. And he was like, yeah, Miami, they don't do that. You have to literally wait in line. So they're very innovative with everything they do. I know they have a lot of great buildings. Actually, one in District 4 that's actually opening right now. I don't know if it already opened or is about to open up, but they're consolidating. So if you don't mind talking about that one a little bit more, please.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. The council approved that recently, and so it's actually under construction right now. We don't expect to open that until calendar year 2026 because it does take some time to build that out, but we will be consolidating both our Hogan and our Kernan locations into what we're calling our first super branch. So it's about 13,000 square feet of space.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for all the work you guys do, and no other speakers in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, page 25, Supervisor of Elections.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is your last constitutional officer today. Mr. Holland, for the Supervisor of Elections, you'll see on page 25 in the packet, page 351 has your numbers. You'll see a total budget of $9.4 million, and removing that UAAL impact, it's actually an increase of $1.4 million overall. There was one countywide election in this current year's budget. And then in next year's, there's also one countywide election, but you'll see that there are about 25% of the advertising cost and 100% of the ballot printing and mailing cost for the gubernatorial general election in 26-27. So that's why even though we are the same number and it's a countywide, you would usually see a relatively flat budget. But because of having to cover 26-27 costs within this year, we'll go through. That's why you're seeing some of the increases. So under permits and fees of $603,000, this is related to a fee that was just approved under state law. It covers the cost of signature comparison and mailing notifications to voters. So that's why that new revenue item is there. You'll see miscellaneous revenue of $3,500. Part of that is moving some of the fees on ballot petition verification to that line that I just mentioned on permits and fees. You'll see salaries, $4.2 million. They do have 34 full-time personnel. That is staying flat. Part-time hours are going down, but overall, mainly related to the increases, the two years of cumulative increase. You have employer-provided benefits associated with that, and also they do need to budget FICA for their poll workers that they have. That accounts for all of their part-time hours that you see. Professional and contractual services at $13,000, a slight decrease for security guard service expenses based on the number of guards that they feel that they need at the various polling locations. Other operating expenses, that's your big change in this budget, up $1.3 million. You'll see for the first couple of items there, $673,000 related to postage for that new law change that I mentioned, and then $503,000 for supplies for the should say gubernatorial general election in 26-27, and then also some other software licenses and rentals for the various agreements they have for the election center. And then you'll see the food and beverage, the $6,000 for election staff on election day for the food and beverage expenditure. We do mention again that service level change on the where the increased cost, and then also that new law that the supervisor of election is responsible for. Employee cap changes, no changes, again, on full-time positions. And then we do have one recommendation. They have asked to add an item that they do not believe they will be able to encumber in time. It's $40,000 for computer and software costs, but no impact to special counsel contingency.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just want to give Jerry and team a shout out. Love working with the supervisors team. They're always so awesome, and I appreciate the efforts you're making to save money on election day. It's all awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lehnen.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see Mr. Diamond so nice this morning. Chair, I do have an amendment I want to introduce. The supervisor of elections where it's cost neutral, is just shifting money from one bucket to another, and that's to move. And auditors, I apologize, I meant to catch up with you before this, but it's to move $300,000 from the salaries part-time line to the permanent and probationary line. So it's cost neutral, and it's at the request of the supervisor of elections.
All right, we have a motion.
And I can repeat that one more time if needed. Sorry, Chair.
Through the chair, if I may clarify, is this for additional staff? Is this adding to the employee cap?
This is not an additional staff. It goes to the salary increases above the 3% increases that the city's providing to the permanent staff.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the Lehnen amendment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Okay, so we also now need to take up the recommendation. We have a motion and a second for the auditor's recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Mr. Halvin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. And I appreciate the effort y'all do as well as the budget office. We have a unique budget in the sense that we don't look at just last year. In a 4-year term, in the first year of the term, there's 2 primaries. In the second year, there is 1 general. In the third year, there is 1 primary. And in the fourth year, there is actually 3 generals. And in some of those, as mentioned by the auditors, the cost in the primary also covers part of the next general election. That being said, it's difficult sometimes for the budget department to look at. They have to look at not what you did last year, but what you also did 4 years ago to match the same election cycle. Well, that's great, but sometimes you're also looking at a previous administration. What were their priorities? What is different between the two? For example, our advertising, which advertising is really how we get information out to the voters. Information such as when is book closing, last day to register, what are the days of early voting, what are the hours of early voting. We have 2 early voting sites that are changing. We're opening the first early voting site in Jacksonville Beach that we've never had. We want to inform those voters in that area so they have a demand and use to it. So what we've seen is the budget reflecting as they've looked at it, and also only looking at a couple months near the election. Previous administration actually spent advertising dollars on doing contracts with the Sharks, with the Icemen, with the Jaguars, with the Shrimp. We don't do that. We don't think it's effective. We do direct advertising, whether it's to those early voting sites, to those voters, whether it's billboards on locations where early voting and the times of early voting. That being said, for your consideration, we have in this budget only $7,000. $3,000 is earmarked toward the general election the following budget year. $4,000 is all that's marked for this particular primary election. In a primary election, typically, if you look at just the last year's election, In the general election, and y'all added money last year, we did $80,000 worth of advertising to get the message out. In the 2 primaries, we did actually close to $50,000. So as you can see, I'm coming here looking at, I've got $4,000 to spend on the primary. I can't do an effective job of getting messages out to the public to make sure they know what's going on with elections and dates and times. One of the things that also has changed is this. When I was supervisor before, we had 299 precincts. Election day was not a problem. Today, we have 160 precincts with over 200,000 more voters. My constant message and what the advertising for is to get people out to do the early voting and do vote by mail, because I can't have that pressure run to election day, or we will have long lines, not necessarily in a primary, but in a general. So a lot of this is really just announcements. And also what we do is we partner with the other surrounding 5 counties. For example, in the last general election, we did over $50,000 worth of ads, but the other 5 counties paid $25,000 of those joint messages that led them to a website that gave them all the information. So for consideration, we need about another $20,000 for this primary to do an effective job of getting the information out to the public, and would like you to consider that.
Well, I'll speak for the body unless anybody wants to chime in, but at this point, Mr. Holland, I don't think there's an appetite right now until wrap-up day where we see where we're at with the entire vision of the budget. I would like to just, if anything, can we bring this conversation up on wrap-up day if possible, based off of what we adjust throughout the budget? And your ask would be $20,000.
$20,000.
And it would go towards
the advertise. It's called the line item is advertising and promotion.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's 20. All right. All right. Let's go. Let's put a motion in there then.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, cool. All right. I have the floor, guys. Okay. I'll make the motion for the 20,000 just so we don't have to bring it back at wrap-up day.
We have a motion, a second for the $20,000 line item for marketing and advertisement. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Okay. So, Ms. Taylor, what does that do for? I guess at the end of the day, you'll give us a new true up on everything else then, right? So, okay. Cool. All right, and then for next year's marketing and advertisement, are you going to reduce that, Mr. Holland, or what are you thinking is going to happen with that?
No, next year, if they allocate what they're projecting, because they gave us basically 25% of what they thought the following year's general election would be, then it would be short. That's not now. We will look at that budget again and propose that to be more of what a general election should be. But that has no reflection on this budget.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, I think we're good on that part. Are there any other comments you want to have?
No, and thank you very much for that consideration.
You're welcome, yes. Okay, Ms. Taylor, where are we next? Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I believe you wanted to skip the Office of Administrative Services, the general fund portion on page 27, and go to the solid waste, if I understood you correctly.
Yes, you did.
Okay. That's on page 38 in your packet, and the numbers are on page 205. And I see that Mr. Reichert and his staff is here, so if there are any specific questions, they are certainly here to help answer. We'll start with, they have a total budget of $195 million. It's up $11 million, and we'll get into all of those expenditures. So you'll see big changes in this budget based on the implementation of the increase in the solid waste fee. And we'll talk about some of the loan balances in that, but we'll start with the franchise fees at $15.9 million. This is that 17% charge on your non-residential commercial haulers, so that up almost $500,000 within the budget. You'll see charges for services. There are tipping fees, internal and external host fee revenue, and then residential tipping fee. Keep in mind, the city pays the haulers to bring it to the landfill. The city then pays the cost of dumping it at the landfill and also pays the fuel cost separately. So part of that comes through as revenue shows up when the city pays that residential tipping fee. So $30.1 million, it's up overall $1.3 million because of those items. Your solid waste user fee. So you'll see that $93 million represents the fees charged to residential customers. The increase is effective. It goes back in time because it's a non-ad valorem assessment, as we discussed previously, so to January 1 of 25. So that you see is an increase of $50.4 million based on where we were at on that fee. Miscellaneous revenues of $2.1 million. That's from the sale of recyclables. So just slightly up $641,000, but you'll see there's also a corresponding cost to that as well that we'll get to. So general fund loan, and this is where it is projected to sit as of 9/30/26, would be at $52.1 million. So when you compare that to, this is how we've kind of always tracked it internally. You'll see at the bottom part compared to the $56.2 million. So in effect, through the franchise fees, in addition to where you will sit as of 9/30/25 with paying it down and getting it to the $56 million, you will get it down to $52 million, assuming all works out and all the expenses hold and all of that by the end of this 25-26 fiscal year. So you are on a path to getting that loan balance down. If you turn to page 39 under the expenditures, talking about some of the main items, you'll see salaries of $7.1 million, up mainly to the increases, the normalized increases, and then there's an offset by one reduction in one position. You'll see internal service charges of $5.6 million, just slightly up, related to fleet vehicle replacements. You'll also note when we get to the fleet vehicle replacement fund, with Mr. Reichert oversees a number of different funds within the city. When we take that up, you'll see the replacement for the Packers and pickup truck within that fleet schedule. Going down to professional and contractual services, you'll see this is your largest item within it, $97.4 million. So it's going up $9.6 million. 8.1 of that is related to your waste hauler for your residential pickup for those contracts. And then 1.5 of it is related to the operation of the landfill going up. So that's an increase there as well. Under other operating expenses, you'll see $14.9 million. About 12.6 of that is related to our cost, the city's cost to dispose at the landfill. So like I said, we still have to pay that charge to actually get rid of the trash at the landfill. So you'll see there's also an enhancement of $505,000. That is in the operating supplies for additional waste and recycling carts. Under Waste Pro's contract, there's an obligation for them to cover that cost, and you pay them through that contract cost. But as far as the city, it's just been on recycle bins. The enhancement is intended to also be able to replace garbage cans as well for individuals within the Meridian, the 2 Meridian service areas. You'll see debt management fund payments of $5.8 million related to loans from the debt management fund. You'll see a supervision allocation of $209,000. That's allocated from the general fund related to litter pickup that your solid waste individuals oversee within this fund. You'll see transfers to other funds of $2.8 million. That is the last year's payment on a $9 million loan from a general fund related to a borrow pit. So that'll conclude that payment there. And then again, the repayment of the general fund, the $56 million, kind of an internal working mechanism. Again, it's about a net $4 million that will be paid down on the loan. We mentioned the service enhancement for the additional waste and recycling carts. They are being reduced. Their position cap is going from 116 to 115 due to a billing position that was moved to the Public Works General Fund. We do have one recommendation based on the proposed budget. Within the residential hauler contracts, the CPI increase for Service Area 3 was put in at 5%, and it is lower than that. It's 2.037%, and that incorporates the legislation that will be coming before you for Waste Pro. Takes into account in agreement with that proposal, but it would be a savings of $669,728 if you adopt that recommendation, and that would still be staying in accordance with the even the proposed changes that would be coming before you on Waste Pro. And we have no other recommendations.
Move the auditor's recommendation. We have a motion, a second, to move the recommendation, and it's just something that we need to just take a vote on right now, right? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, recommendation passes. All right, and I do have Mr. President on the queue. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The power of positivity is contagious today, so I want to take a page out of Mr. Diamond's book and just compliment this department. You know, when we look at public safety, we always think police and fire, but right behind that is sanitation and the work that you guys do and the problems that you solve and the customer service and customer care that you put out is exemplary. Under your leadership, Mr. Will Williams, I think he's one of the hardest working people in this city, so I just wanted to put the praises on record and tell you guys thank you. It doesn't go unnoticed, and appreciate you guys keeping us safe and healthy with the work that you do.
All right, thank you. And before I open up the queue to all the other council members, I just recognize the president, but Chief Williams, Mr. Riker, if you guys would like to have a presentation a moment of time. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And most importantly, I agree with everything Ms. Taylor said. Spot on, perfect. Thank you. And Mr. President, thank you for the compliment. I'm very fortunate to work with such a great group of people. Mr. Chairman and the entire committee, when we last year did the reorg, we committed to you that we would drive efficiencies and improvements across all 7 of our divisions, and we have done that. We've delivered on that promise. We've saved money on vehicle replacement. We've invested in our employees. We've launched pilot programs across many of our divisions, put a bigger focus on trash and recycle. And for the first of its kind, we launched a professional pet program, licensing program for animal workers for kids with IDD. We've done all that with your support and the support of the administration. And none of that would be possible without the exceptional chiefs, managers, and mission-driven staff that I work with. So we thank you for your continued support, and we'll be here all day to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams, would you like to get the mic? You look eager to get the mic.
What I really wanted to hear was Councilman Diamond. He talked about everybody else. I wanted to hear him say something.
He's actually, the queue is filled up, and he's next on the queue right now. So go ahead, Mr. Diamond. You actually have the mic. All right.
I was going to save my biggest plaudits when we were just doing administrative services, but I'll say it now. Mr. Weiger has been one of the easiest people to work with, an incredible professional. And the entire sanitation team is just so awesome. I mean, and I say this so often that people, I think, just start to blaze out, but police, fire, and pick up the trash. And that's all I ever hear from my constituents that they want, and pave the roads. And so thank you. You guys are awesome. I appreciate everything you do. But then we're going to talk about animal control services a little bit, but I did want to cheer you all on.
All right. Mr. Lehman?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I also think you guys are awesome, but I do have 2 questions. So this past year, we obviously talked about the residential trash fee a lot. The team came and gave a separate presentation at TEU to talk about all the other fees that are out there, what was out of balance, what's in balance. And the one that stood out to the TEU committee, and again, I think some of y'all may have seen that presentation, was the downtown business pickup. So right now, this past year, the city, we spent $720,000 collecting trash downtown as part of the downtown business pickup program, and we only got paid $365,000. So again, the city of Jacksonville, people living outside of downtown, were basically subsidizing downtown business trash pickup. I was told that this was one of the things that the administration was looking at for a rate review. So my question is through the chair to either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Reichard on, have we looked at this? Is the fee being adjusted, or kind of where does that stand as far as looking at the downtown business pickup fee?
Eric, you want to speak on that? I'm going to let Eric speak on that. He's an expert on that.
Hey, good morning. Eric Fuller, Solid Waste Division. We have, to the chair, to Councilmember Layden, we have worked with Brian Parks with the auditor's office on examining those costs. There was a little bit of adjustment. There was some misallocation of indirect costs to those. We have come up with what would be revised fees to meet the current expenses. With the direction of the council auditor's office, they indicated that wasn't really something to bring forward during the budget period. But we do have the numbers of both the small commercial and the downtown collections for proposal, and I believe we're in lockstep with the auditor's office on those numbers.
Okay, through Chair, thank you. Again, I just ask that you keep me in the loop as we go through that, because that was really the only one we identified in the TU committee that we should probably look at, because it was the most out of balance. And I know a number of my colleagues up here feel that we subsidize a lot of things for downtown, and if we could subsidize one less thing, I think that'd be progress. The other thing I wanted to point out, and I don't have an amendment, but just want to bring up for discussion, there was $500,000 added for, I believe it was recycle bins for those associated with the Meridian contracts. I mean, we did approve those contracts knowing that, yeah, Waste Pro, it's included, Meridian, it's not. So I think we need to at least discuss, are we good with having that extra $500,000 since we just signed a contract knowing that providing those was not part of the contract?
All right. Ms. Taylor, did you want to, I saw you in the queue and out, so are you want to?
Through the chair, I don't want to interrupt this conversation. Just wanted to mention on the fee that the last annual fee analysis we've received is 2021, so I know they are working on applying that fee analysis. Anything would be brought back to council as far as proposed increases.
Okay. All right. Ron Salem.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, two things. I'm very pleased to see the $641,763 increase in revenue from our recycling. Great. We have spent a great deal of time through that grant that we got last year. Do we know what is the total revenue? So the total revenue from recycling is $2,145,867. Ms. Taylor, is that correct? I'm sorry, is that the total revenue from recycling? $2,145,867. That's correct.
Through the chair, that's correct, and I do want to mention overall it is still a net cost of $2 million, but that does not take into account the impact on the landfill.
Okay, so the cost of it is somewhat around $4 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and which does not account for the landfill. Mr. Reichert and I had a discussion this week about recycling. I just think we need to continue to promote it. As we all know, that truck goes down the street. If it could pick up 4 or 5 more recycling bins versus what they're picking up now, it wouldn't be really insignificant extra cost. And hopefully these extra bins will help with that. To answer Mr. Lanon's comment, I think when we renew the Meridian contract, we need to include bins in their contract, just like we do for Waste Pro. I don't know how we miss that, but in the future we need to make sure we don't miss that. And Mr. Reichert and I had a long discussion about how we're going to promote those bins, how we're going to get them out to people, because that's one of the biggest issues that I hear. I'm in a Meridian area in terms of repairing bins. You know, that little yellow thing, one side falls off, and we don't need to replace that bin. We need to repair that bin. And I don't want to get into a long discussion here, but I think he understands the challenges there and how we get those bins out, how we repair bins, because I think that's a key to get those bins out, to get more people to recycle. I know Mr. Fuller agrees with that as well. And any comments you want to make, I'd welcome.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem. So, and just for the whole committee, so I know that probably looks like a big number in there, but as we ran the data from all the MyJax requests for the backlog, the new homes coming online, and we even used AI to look at some of the future, as the carts get old, they're about 9 to 12 years is about the end life. So we also had to prepare for that too, because what we don't want is, as you know, with the solid waste fee increase, we don't want people to be expected to do more, but we don't give them the tools that they need to recycle. So that's a big piece of it. We're clearing out the backlog. We're focusing on new houses coming online, and then the other piece is getting rid of these carts that are broken and the ones that are missing.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Joe Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a quick question, and I'll get further details on it later. But through the chair to Mr. Reichert, when does the Waste Pro contract come up?
So we are currently working on that right now. We started, as you know, they were up for a rate review, and then we sat down and spoke with them. Nobody likes the rate review process. Sometimes it can get adversarial, and we have spoken with them, and talked to them, and we're amending their contract to do away with the rate review and go with a straight CPI going forward. We've also updated a lot of the outdated language in there for a lot of the fees and fines for liquidated damages and so forth that hasn't been updated in, 10, 12 years? Yeah, and it was introduced on Tuesday, so you'll see that as it starts moving through.
Okay. All right. And I'll just get with you offline or
Yes,
whatever
sir.
about just one thing that I've noticed with the hauler. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Nick Howland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, quick question for the auditors. I don't want to gloss over a number here that's really imperative, and it has nothing to do with the wonderful management of solid waste here. It's simply there's a number there listed, $40,817,600, and I believe in your budget book, page 205, that is at least that amount. That's the amount less that we have to contribute from the general loan compared to last year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the vice president, that's that reduction in the transfer in from the general fund.
Yep.
So it frees up that capacity that would otherwise occur.
Yep. And that's as a result of this council voting to increase the solid waste fees. Of course, I was a clear no and showed the 7-year growth of government expenditures, including significant growth of non-departmental government expenditures. I just wanted to note, I'm sure those who voted yes did not intend the administration to use those savings to fund new recurring programs. That's why we're here today. That's why we're here is doing these budget hearings, and we want to make sure that we use those funds more prudently for the stronger financial future of our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Howland. And Ms. Taylor, just to reiterate what we spoke about, I guess, in meeting one for the related project, the 3009, this is where we're offsetting it from, right?
To the chair, you will see separate legislation is what this body talked about, the Finance Committee filing. Since this fee goes back to January 1 of 25, there is a 3/4 savings in essence where you don't have to fund about 36 million, that capacity that you were going to do in 24-25. That fee being accrued back is allowing for that savings to occur in the general fund in this current year's budget. So you'll have separate legislation to utilize that savings in order to do cash for the related deal rather than debt.
So just to kind of go back of what Mr. Holland just said, that is a point, and our goal here is to find where we can find savings, or also but just get rid of some debt instead of using debt to get into these kind of projects. So we are identifying these projects, and because of that solid waste fee increase, we're actually able to not go into debt for a project. So it's a pro and a con to everything, but I think that our body did the right choice in doing what we did, because now we're not having to go into debt to fund a $39 million project. If we use it prudently. Correct. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Pittman.
Chair, I want to just give a shout out, because a lot of times the employees, they're working so hard for us. The first one I'd like to give out is Mr. Foster, because in my district there is a lot of contamination and cleanup that needs to get done. And what he has been able to do is explain that process to the residents in District 10. And so I just want to thank you, Mr. Foster. Raise your hand so they know who you are. And of course, Mr. Pinckney, with all the issues that I've had on the east side and certain areas, this is the only time that I really give you all the kudos that you really need. And to Mr. Williams, when I call you, you always answer and address the calls. And Mr. Rack, I just got a chance to get to really know you. And I just really appreciate that, because a lot of times, you only hear about the complaints, but I want to tell you, the staff, the front line that you guys have out working on the streets, they're doing their job. And so I want to make sure that I let you all know publicly what's going on, the improvement in District 10, because as y'all know, I have 7, 8, 9, and 10, and there are a lot of issues and disparities, and you all try to make it happen. So just thank you all so much for what you do.
Thank you. And last up, Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. And first off, to your comments and Councilmember Howland's, I voted for the fee increase as well. We certainly wouldn't be talking about a 1/8 millage rate reduction. We'd be talking about more painful and significant cuts to keep our millage rate flat if that had not gone through. But like Councilmember Howland, I said both for the $40 million that we're going to save as well as the JEA money, the hope was to see currently existing recurring items and not one-time uses. But back to trash bins. So again, I keep on pressing the issue here because my concern is I have a heavy Meridian area. My understanding is right now they'll pick up anything. Unlike Waste Pro, it doesn't have to be the city-issued trash bin. If you're in Meridian, I believe they will pick it up. I mean, there may be some certain specifications, but if you go to Home Depot and buy a trash bin, they will pick it up on their two-man crews and throw it in the back. So I guess my concern is once Meridian customers hear that there are bins that they can request and get, I mean, I'm sure they're $100 or more each, so $500,000 isn't going to provide every Meridian customer a new bin, but I think that's the type of request you're going to get when you hear that. Now these customers have been told for years, including by me, that nope, the Meridian contract doesn't cover your trash bin. Now you're going to have 5,000 or so of the many hundreds of thousands of customers. But correct me if I'm misunderstanding this. I may be, but that's just what I'm thinking when I see, oh, we're going to give out bins to some Meridian customers, but not all.
Well, just so we're clear, so we don't replace trash bins. We only do the recycle piece of it. Waste Pro is the only one that does that, and it's because they have that special truck that picks up with the one arm. But what we're not going to do is just because somebody wants a new recycle bin and they've already got a recycle bin, you know, we're not going to just give them another recycle bin. So we're going to repair the ones that need to be fixed, and we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to at least have one. We want them to have one so that we can increase how much that we're recycling, so that we will fix the ones that need to be fixed. The ones that are destroyed and broken, we'll recycle those, but we will work through the process. We want to make sure everybody has what they need to recycle with.
So through the chair, Mr. Reichert, it is only for recycle bins. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Part of my concern is the way it was written up in our notes. It says waste and recycle bins.
Will and I were just talking about that.
Okay. Through the chair, Mr. Reichert, Mr. Williams, that makes me feel a little better. I thought you were going to get a rush for brand new waste bins when people saw that some of their neighbors were getting.
No, sir. I'm glad you asked that.
Thank you. I have no more concerns now.
Thank you. And I do have Ms. Taylor on the queue.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilmember Lane, and that is opposite of what we were told when we were doing the review of the budget. And that's why we had that note there, because it was a change and it was an enhanced service level. So we do need to get, I know that's one of the most common questions you all get. So we need to make sure, because that's different than what we were told.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I was going to see if they wanted to respond first to that comment.
Glad you asked, because I was about to ask Ms. Taylor, who told her that?
During our review of the budget, working with staff, we'll find out exactly who and which emails and sort that out. But I want to make sure, because that's a different level of service, to your point on the trash cans. Typically, customers, they call 630 City, they're told, buy your own if you're in the Meridian area. We'll provide your recycling cart. So we'll sort through.
Chair, could I make an amendment to put this below the line pending further questions, just to make sure we get this right and that we fully understand what that extra $500,000 is for?
And if I may add, Mr. Chairman, in the mayor's speech, she did mention both. So that was part of what led to our questioning for it. So we'll make sure we get this cleared up.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment on the floor. Anybody a second for it? I don't hear a second on the amendment. The amendment fails. Okay, nobody else is on queue, so we do have a recommendation to pass up. Can I get a motion for the recommendation? We have a motion and a second on the recommendation. All in favor of the recommendation indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Team at Solid Waste, you guys are incredible. I would just want to say what you guys do is, it just goes unseen sometimes, and that, to me, public safety is obviously the biggest call to action. But the most emails that I get, the most calls, is always the waste collection and the timeliness of things, or the streets, the blight, or whatever the case is. And I have a personal experience as of maybe 2 weeks ago. My number one constituent in my district, my mom, she said, you need to get to work. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, yeah, look at this trash. She sent me a picture. Somebody was evicted. I don't know how, but it was right on the side of the street. and it was on a weekend. And so I said, okay, well, let me make a call. Sure enough, I was expecting the answer to be, okay, we'll get back to it on Monday. And they went above and beyond. They picked it up right there on the spot. I posted on my social media. It was so much trash. And I was just so grateful that they were able to make this happen. But one of the things I did tell my mom, as well as other constituents, is always put the request in on 630 City. That way we have a record of the case, and then we could actually take action. But you guys obviously always go above and beyond. So thank you to the entire team for what you do. All right. And Mr. Ron Salem. Go ahead.
And I just want to reinforce your comments. For us that went through COVID, and I know Councilmember Diamond was there, and I think Ms. Pittman was there, you understand how important garbage pickup is, because it was a disaster, particularly in the Arlington area during that period of time. And so I say police, fire, and garbage collection. That is the third rail of the stool as far as I'm concerned. It's just, you got to do it well, just like the other two. And you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Really, I know we're pressed for time, but here's someone that you probably hardly ever see, Tom Hudson. Tom works with all our compliance crews, and so he handles a lot of the complaints. You don't see him much. He's just running around putting out fires all over town. So I wanted to thank Tom for all that he does.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
The entire team. Tremendous work. Okay, well, that concludes solid waste, and it's right on the dot, 12 o'clock. What we have, do we need to take a recommendation? Did we not take it already or not?
Mr. Chairman, there are some solid waste. There's a splitting of the host fee. We don't have any recommendations on. You'll see several mitigation funds related to landfill closure. I can cover those in just a minute if you would like.
Let's do it, yes.
Okay.
Page 40 and 41.
Page 41, that just goes into cash carryover and professional services. It's a 24 cents per ton. I won't go into the details. If you have questions, we have no recommendations. There's a landfill closure fund where $2.11 of the host fee goes into, mostly into cash carryover. You will see no recommendations on that one. There's on page 43, a solid waste mitigation fund, it's 25 cents per ton. I will mention that they were pulling funds as part of the proposed budget for some projects that you may recall you had legislation, I believe from Councilmember White, pulling mitigation funds. So with the timing of the budget and that legislation, we'll have a recommendation during CIP for you all to consider, because the funds are not there to cover these capital items, but no recommendations at this time. Page 45 has the solid waste mitigation non-class one. This is the 50 cents per ton. This also has another item we'll bring up in the CIP where the funding is not there for capital projects because of the bill that went through council. And then the last one is on page 46. This is your Tyee Brown that gets 25 cents per ton. This is going for Tyee Brown Regional Park improvements. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that's it for the solid waste portion.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I see nobody in the queue, so we will take a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 12:35. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to start with the Parks Department, and that's going to be on. All right, we're starting at, Kim, what page are we starting at?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you wanted to take up Parks and Rec next on page 62, and the numbers are on page 296. And they have several funds outside of the general fund, but we're starting with the general fund portion. You'll see a total budget of $58.8 million, actually going up about $3.9 million once you take into account the UAAL, removing that impact. So you'll see for revenues, they do bring in about $811,000 in fees, or proposed to. You have your charges for services for things like tennis lessons, summer camps, etc., going up just slightly, $20,000 to $332,000, and then miscellaneous revenues for overtime reimbursement when folks rent facilities, some of their community centers and such, $478,500, basically flat with the current year. Going down to their expenditures, you'll see people, of course, as in most of the budget, is their largest item, so $18.9 million. There are a few reasons that they're going up $1.8 million in salaries. There's $958,000 for your normalized kind of salary increases. There is overtime salaries that are also increasing in the playgrounds and centers activity area by $428,000, and then $360,000 in your part-time salaries based on the historical actuals, and that's based on for operation of the pools during the summer, and also the hourly rate increases to minimum wage. Part-time hours are also going up by 1,707 hours, and that is somewhat related to Riverfront Plaza, and we'll get into the enhancements related to that. Going down to internal service charges, you'll see $10.5 million, down about $781,000, and that is related to the building allocation charges, decrease in utility costs anticipated, as well as the ITD budget going down, and decrease in the number of computer refresh compared to the current year. You'll see on page 63 a chart of the vehicles that they are requesting be replaced. There are 8 total vehicles. You'll see the total cost is $883,000. Within their budget, you'll see added to their fleet charge $12,000 this year for the partial year anticipated of when they're deployed, and then a full year's cost for those 8 vehicles will be $178,000. You'll see going down to professional and contractual services. This is where your enhancement shows up for your food insecurity program. That's the main reason for the increase of $2.2 million. Under other operating expenses, you'll see $673,000 increase to $7.9 million. There's $500,000 of an enhancement for repairs to buildings and maintenance as well at their parks and community centers and senior centers. There's also an increase for chemicals and drugs at all of the different pools. You'll see grants and aids. This is one that they have traditionally received. It's a grant that the city overmatches. So a grant of about $1.8 million that you'll see on actually, let me take you to, the grant page is on page 66. You'll see the grant there is $1.8 million, and the city's match requirement is $140,000. We have overmatched that for many years to be able to operate the seniors program for the various activities at the senior centers, transportation to the center, all those different items for a total of $3 million match on that. Going to page 64, you'll see $600,000 that's related to a conflict bill for the James Weldon Johnson Park. And we have the divisional breakout that you'll see there for the various divisions within parks. On page 65, you'll see the grants totaling $9.9 million that do not have a city match that they anticipate receiving. And then on page 66, as I mentioned, these are your grants that have a city match, the largest one being that seniors program that we mentioned. Page 67 starting there, has all your food and beverage items. There are a number of items listed here. You'll see the various public purpose noted. And that continues for the next couple of pages if you want to look at those public purposes. And then page 70 has the main service level changes. You have the $2.21 million for the food insecurity program. That was a mayor's task force initiative, and you'll recall you did the substitute bill at council that took into account funding a couple of those programs through September 30th of this year. You have $500,000, as I mentioned, for repairs at parks and community centers, $178,000 for various, and this is part-time hours, some security guard, a mixture of different items, but that is for the Riverfront Plaza for 3/4 of the fiscal year. Their employee cap is going from 255 positions to 253 positions. They are going down by 2 for a clerical support aide that was transferred to the libraries during the year, and then 1 administrative aide that is proposed to be eliminated. And then part-time hours, as I mentioned initially, are going up for Riverfront Plaza. We do have one recommendation to reduce land and building rental costs by $64,845, and this is just to match the true rates, the charges for that. So that would have a positive impact in reducing that. And we have no other recommendations on the general fund portion.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. All right. Well, I would like to have discussion. If that's fine, if that's okay with you all. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Ms. Taylor, the page 66, when we're looking at the grants with city match, 1.8 was the estimated grant award, and then obviously we've overmatched by about $3 million, so we're looking at $4.8 million total. And when you're looking at the actual line item for their revenue, it's right at $8 million. Is that part of that $8 million, or is that separate in addition to? The proposed $8 million. Last year, I think it was at $6 million.
To the chair, are you talking about the fees, the $811,000? I just need clarification on where you're.
Okay. So if you're looking at page 66, you're looking at 4.8 total, right? 1.8 plus 3.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, sir, for the cost of that program.
And if we go back to then page 296 on the budget book,
and are you talking out of their divisional cost, the $8.9 million, the total cost of that division?
yes, exactly, the 8.9 for the senior services.
Yes, sir. So you would see that $3,086,580, that total city match is part of that total.
It is part of that 8.9, so it's not in addition to the 8.9.
That's correct.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, so my only concern is the fact that we're obviously going up by 30% on a line item. That's pretty unheard of. As we've been doing this for the last 3 days now, every line item has been going up by about 8%, 10%, but this one in particular is 30.8%, and that's an additional $2 million of expenses. And when I looked into this, obviously this has to do with the elder care, the mobile feeding of the seniors. And the narrative was, when we brought this up, I would say maybe a month ago, whenever it came up during the Finance Committee and full council, was the fact that we had to cover 3 months of operating for them because I guess the administration promised them whatever they promised, and obviously that promise fell short. And so now, as a body, we had to meet that required delta of 3 months to make sure that they would continue the program. And what I told them was very simple, and I wasn't being hard with them or anything, but it's just the nature of how I talk to everybody. I just spoke to a gentleman in the green room right now. When you guys get a pilot program started, that doesn't mean that we're going to continue it every year. You can't depend on us. You have to depend on yourselves, your services, your private philanthropy effort, also the state and federal level, right? Jacksonville is not the piggy bank for anybody. And so for them to be added back in, it's now making it where now it's an automatic. And it defeats the purpose of what we talked about. A pilot program doesn't mean it's an automatic, especially not at the expense of taxpayers. Now, if they were added back in and the line item stayed flat, I would be okay with it. But the fact of the matter is the line item is increasing by 30%. 30% for a service that, quite frankly, I have never received not one single email or call from any constituent saying, I need senior services, I need somebody to take food to my house. Nothing ever, right? So as I started digging into this, I got some data here from Parks and Rec as well as from the auditors. The narrative was that we don't take care of our seniors. But the fact of the matter is we do have a senior center. We have 16 senior services, one of which just came in line in May of 2025. Total meals that we serve per month to seniors are 11,000 meals. We serve 134,000 meals a year for seniors. And how many seniors do we serve? Well, 161,000 seniors go to these centers every year. All right, our centers. And mind you, there's one opening up, they just opened up in May of 2025. So we're still waiting on that data. So the fact that we don't take care of the seniors is a false narrative, first of all. Secondly, if seniors wanted meals and needed meals, well, guess what? We also provide transportation for seniors. Total transportations last year alone was around 17,000 trips for seniors. So these are services that we clearly fund. All right, we funded last year $6.8 million worth of services for our seniors. And now the mayor, because she wanted to create a pilot program, she's essentially shoving this down our throats to tell us we have to refund it again. That, to me, I feel like we're boxed in now because the narrative will be that we don't take care of the seniors. Just like Mr. Josh Hicks the other day said that we don't take care of, the affordable housing issues because he went on Facebook to post about it, and now the media's all over it. That's the narrative that the administration is pushing when we start pushing back on things. But the fact of the matter is, we do take care of our seniors. We take care of our children. We take care of our animals at the shelter. We take care of everybody. But the narrative is not being conveyed that way. So I say this to my colleagues, and I'm just going to put it out there, but I'll pass the gavel to Council Vice President Howland. I will make a motion to remove the 2.2 from elder services for mobile feeding, and we have a second.
We have a motion and a second on the table, and we have Mr. Lanin on the queue first, followed by Ms. Pittman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My question, I was actually in the queue on a different line item, but I guess I'll ask my question on this now through the chair to Mr. Joseph, if you don't mind. To the chair's point, so we already had $6.6 million in senior services. This enhancement is the single driver to increase it to $8.9 million this year. So think about that $6.6 million you already have. Has there been any discussions on, okay, maybe within that 6.6 we want to do less of this to fit in what we're identifying as a big priority this year? Because again, if we can find a solution to where if this is truly a priority and it minimizes the year-over-year increase that we're seeing right now of the $2.3 million, I just want to get your thoughts on that, on if there's any room to fit in what you're trying to do at the expense of maybe not doing something you did last year.
Mr. Joseph.
Daryl Joseph, Parks Department. Through the chair to Councilman Lanin. As relates to the $6.6 million, that is what we use and utilize to operate our 16 senior centers and provide programming. The funding that Councilman Arias is mentioning, the 2.2, that is for seniors that aren't able to come to our senior centers. This is a program that actually takes meals to them, to their houses. And it also provides a service of almost a wellness check because for a lot of these seniors, this is their only meal that they receive per day. It's a Monday through Friday program. So to answer your question, as far as our funding to operate the senior centers, we have looked at that. This is separate funding, and we would like to keep it separate.
Thank you, Chair. Just one follow-up. So, okay, I got it. So this is for homebound only. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, my understanding is we still have $160,000 on the Meals on Wheels program in the budget, which is consistent with prior year, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Joseph. So my understanding, this one time, or at least what we previously thought was one time, the 2.2, that was to essentially shorten the waiting list for those on the Meals on Wheels program we were not getting to, correct?
Correct. You're absolutely right. So there was a waiting list as related to the Meals on Wheels program. That waiting list with the funding that was provided was been able to be reduced by 67%. So there's only about 937 people on that waiting list at this point. With the funding that has been provided, there's about 238,000 meals that have been served.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joseph. I mean, my thoughts are it'd be great if it may not be financially possible, but if we were able to do something less that we've done in prior years, if this is truly a new priority.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lannon. We have 4 speakers in the queue. Hopefully you're all on the Arias Amendment. First, Ms. Pittman.
To the chair, I again want to just bring this to your attention, sensitivity. with the number over the years. And Mr. Joseph, maybe you can tell me, with this 2.2 million that we're asking based on the number of seniors. We already know we got the Meals on Wheels, but we know there has been an increase over the years, and a lot of seniors who may now live alone, that's in either senior housing and not able to prepare their meals. If we do not fund this at 2 million, how many seniors would that leave without a meal and without services? Because I think the meals that you all drop off is not like one meal. It's like, is it meal for the whole week, or
Yeah.
tell
Through the chair to
colleagues.
Councilwoman Pittman, so it's 1 meal per day, Monday through Friday, one hot meal per day. In addition to that, I mean, I also think the wellness check piece is a huge component too. The waiting list is, or the actual list is 2,837 people. So again, 1,900 of those have been able to be served with the funding that was provided, leaving 987 on the actual waiting list currently. Again, 278,000 meals actually been served. So the dollar amount right now is 2.2 that's in the request. Could that be a different amount? Yes, and that would be a policy decision that could be made.
So those, and if this doesn't get passed or get taken out, we would not be able to feed those individuals that are either on the list or the ones that are currently getting meals.
Through the chair, correct.
So that is serious because, again, seniors is my thing, and I think we'll do ourselves a disservice if we will not serve them. I'm hoping there's a way that we can keep this in. Mr. Chair, I know you're interested in saving, but seniors, especially those that are homebound and can't get out, I think the service that this department does is huge. You can't even put a price tag on it. So I really would like for you to consider thinking about that again and tell us again what is the amount of people that we would not be able to serve if we don't get this money.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, so the number at this point is 2,837.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Salem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a separate note to Mr. Weinstein. I was not aware of this post by Mr. Hicks about some of the actions this committee took. I thought the administration had a policy that people could not post things on their personal Facebook, Twitter about policy issues being critical of the city council. Do you have such a policy?
We have a verbal recommendation from the mayor to everybody to not post anything in a private way that represents the administration. I don't know about this post, I'll check on it, but she has mentioned a number of times to staff not to post things that aren't appropriate and that represent, basically, if an employee posts something, it's a reflection on the entire administration, and to not do that.
I could not agree with you more. Your predecessor told me if he posted something again critical of the council, as he apparently did, he'd be terminated. Because this issue, this is not new for him. This is not new for him, posting things critical of the city council. I'm tired of it. I think it's grossly inappropriate, and you're right. It reflects upon the administration, particularly when they do nothing about it. And this is nothing new to him. So I'll let you take whatever appropriate action you think. Let me go back to this. I'm a little confused by some of the numbers. We have a Meals on Wheels program and there's $134,000 allocated to that.
Through the chair to Councilman Salem, so we have a Meals on Wheels program that has been historically in this budget. I think the number is about $150,000. That's been in the budget.
Is it in this budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that separate from the mayor's task force dollars?
Yes, sir.
Why do we have two separate programs?
Same program. The mayor's task force for the food insecurities was added to expand the amount of meals that could be provided.
All provided by Meals on Wheels?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this the same organization that's not been paid that came to the council?
Through the chair to Councilman Salem, yes, I think this is the same group that was here last week that was.
Because they weren't calling themselves Meals on Wheels.
Well, through
True
the
was
chair
the
to
one.
Councilman Salem, the name of their organization is Aging True. The program is Meals on Wheels.
Okay. Through the chair to Mr. Weinstein, I understand you were working on getting them paid. Is that correct? The 2 to 3 months they were not paid and told to provide services?
Yes, I missed some of it because I was reading the post, but yes, we are trying to, it's not so much the money, it is the authorization to be able to pay for it.
But is your full
We're
intent
working on
to get them paid?
Yes.
I trust you'll do that. So that 150,000 has been the standard in prior years. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Salem, Councilman Salem, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you're asking us to go from 150,000 to and add $2.2 million to that.
Through the chair to Councilman Salem, yes, that is the request.
So I mean, I think my chair said a 30% increase. That's like a 4,000% increase. My concern, and I've said this during some of the healthcare stuff, these are pilot programs, and if they get approved here, they will go on forever. They will go on forever. And I drew the line on some healthcare initiatives and was supported here because I don't think we can afford this stuff going forward. I would not be opposed to a small increase or of some sort of Meals on Wheels, but I support the chair. I mean, $2.2 million is just, I think, excessive, way excessive compared to what we were doing. And it doesn't sound like it's been managed well when they're providing services and not even being paid. And I know you didn't tell them that. I know you better than that. But so I will support the chair, but would support some increase in Meals on Wheels. Thank you.
Mr. Lannon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Through the Vice Chair to Ms. Taylor, I may have gotten my notes wrong here. So I thought Meals on Wheels was one organization. Elderly Food Insecurity Program was Aging True, which is a different organization. Is Meals on Wheels just the Aging True program that already existed, and the $2.2 million would be a plus up on that existing program?
Through the chair, as I agree with Mr. Joseph, it's the program that's called that, but Aging True provides that service for the two separate contracts that they have.
So through the Vice Chair, Ms. Taylor, so when we approved the original mayoral transition committee dollars, we just greatly expanded the size of that program then. That was my misunderstanding, I think.
Through the chair, I believe that one went through an RFP process, but Mr. Joseph can correct me on that. When it started in the Mayor's Transition Task Force, the other one probably did as well, but they provide, there's different rates within each contract because there's a different level of service. I believe different type of meal. One may get an additional frozen meal or something like that, but the premise is in essence the same.
Through the chair to Councilman Laney, Ms. Taylor is correct. So there is a little bit difference. So the initial funding, the Meals on Wheels, that is what we actually detailed in our budget as it relates to the program name. Aging True is the actual vendor that actually provides the service.
Through the chair, through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Joseph. Like Councilman Salem said, I could support some increase. The 2.2 versus the 156,000 is quite large. I had a question on a separate line item, which I'll hold for now, but maybe there's a trade-off opportunity there when we get to that one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lannon. Over to Mr. Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Through the chair to Mr. Joseph, just a lot of numbers. I just want to make sure I have all my facts straight on my page here. So on page 296 in the budget book, Senior Services Center, last year budget, $6.8 million, right? Inside that $6.8 million, were any of these services provided, like feeding, Meals on Wheels or whatever type of services going out? Just
Through the chair to Councilman Carlucci, the $150,000 that we're talking about for the Meals on Wheels, that would have been baked into the 6.6 number.
okay. So when you said you fed 1,900, you said there was a list of 2837, and you fed 1,900.
Correct.
How did y'all feed the 1,900? What was that?
So the Meals on Wheels program is a mobile program where they actually take meals out to the actual individual houses. So that is the 1,900 seniors that were actually fed as part of that program.
Part of the 156,000.
Was that number? No, that was the food insecurities. So food insecurities is the above and beyond. Part of the senior services budget was the 150,000 that I was telling you about.
Okay, I'm still just, I didn't get to through the chair, and maybe I'm not connecting the dots here. The 1,900 people that were fed, right? That is from the Meals on Wheels program, or no?
So both of them are Meals on Wheels programs. There was two separate funding sources. One came from the mayor's task force.
Okay.
One was baked into senior services budget for the last several years.
Got it. That adds clarity. Okay. All right, cool. Like some of my other colleagues have said, I would absolutely support adding to the Meals on Wheels program, whatever increase that might look like. The $2.2 million is quite a bit of a jump, and I think it does kind of speak to what was said earlier about, hey, you get these programs set up on a transition budget of $20+ million, and then it becomes automatic renewals every year, which, maybe some things do need to be automatically renewed, but at the end of the day, we're trying to budget for things here. So that's where my head's at. I'm excited to see the rest of the discussion.
All right, we have Council President Carrico, Mr. Arias, Mr. Salem, Ms. Pittman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Through the Vice President to Mr. Joseph, my second favorite person in city government behind, we all know, Mr. Williams. So the chair had stated a lot of facts in trying to describe what we currently do for seniors and what we're doing for feeding. So I think he said we have 16 senior centers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do all those senior centers serve meals?
Through the chair to Councilman Carrico, all of them but one actually serve meals.
Those meals are coming from the Parks and Rec budget, and you guys are serving the meals yourself?
Through the chair to Council President, yes, and there's some grant dollars that help us do that as well.
Okay, so then what we're asking for, or what the budget is asking for, is to take the $2.2 million and give that to a third-party nonprofit, right, for them to serve the Meals on Wheels program?
Through the chair, Council President, yes.
All right, and you have dollars in your budget to transport seniors to your senior centers if they don't have transportation, and in which they can get a meal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So seems like we're doing a lot. I just want to break it down. Everyone said I think we should triple what we're doing from $156,000 to $468,000. Let's triple the amount of meals we're serving seniors and take the rest back to the budget. That's my suggestion. That's my friendly amendment to the chair's amendment.
Is that can you make that amendment again, please, Mr. President?
Yeah, I want to move that we include $468,000 for the Meals on Wheels program, reducing the 2.2, therefore tripling what we have done last year.
Do we have a second to the Carrico amendment to the Arias amendment? All right, we got one. Then we do have a couple speakers on the queue. Now we got to speak on the Carrico amendment to the Arias amendment. We have Dr. Salem followed by Mr. Arias. Oh, actually, I did Mr. Arias followed by Dr. Salem, please.
All right, thank you for that. So that's exactly, life is about negotiating, and I was actually going to see how we could compromise, because going from 150,000 to 2.2, that's absurd. I mean, we don't have money for that, period. I know that this is a service that we definitely should offer, but we are not mandated. We're already doing $6.8 million, $6.6 million worth of services for our seniors. I'm going to be a senior one day. My parents are going to be seniors. I have seniors in my life. So it's not about not funding the seniors, but it's about being fiscally responsible how we fund them. Because at the end of the day, guess what? We also have kids coming up next week. All right, and we have to make tough decisions on that. But if we keep on funding everybody, kids, children, dogs are coming up right now, we're not going to have money for anything. So we have to be mindful of how we fund and how much we fund. I love the Carrico amendment to my motion. I was actually going to suggest something different, but I do like this one. I think it's a fair approach. Mr. Joseph, quick question on this, though. Why doesn't Meals on Wheels or elder care apply for PSG grants?
Through the chair to Councilman Arias, I can't answer that.
I mean, they're, Ms. Stefopoulos, are they not eligible for PSG grants?
To the chair, I would have to look to see if they would fall. They have to fall into one of the MVP categories, and I don't know that that wouldn't be under acute. It wouldn't be under prevention. I don't know about self-sufficiency. So that might be the rub there for them, is that they may not qualify under the MVP categories. Now, I know there's been some discussion amongst the committee that those be revisited, maybe going into next year. So I can double check with the attorney who supports PSG to confirm that, but that probably is where the impediment is.
Okay, well, we'll definitely have a better eye on that part. The last part is when Pine Forest comes online, which is the one senior center that I'm assuming is not feeding right now, is Pine Forest, correct?
Through the chair to Councilman Arias, Pine Forest is open and available. We actually have another senior center that doesn't provide meals, but Pine Forest is one that does.
Oh, it is, okay, perfect. So safe to say all 15 of the 16 will be feeding, the other one will never feed?
Correct.
Safe to say that, okay, good. All right, well, I have nothing else to say. I think Carrico's amendment to my amendment was pretty good, so thank you.
All right, over to Dr. Salem, followed by Ms. Pittman. Ms. Taylor just got in the queue. Do you have something to interject beforehand that could be helpful before Mr. Salem goes?
Not to interject, just clarification once we get to that point on the council president's motion, so we get the numbers right.
Before we vote, I'll call you. Yeah. Thanks. Over to Dr. Salem.
Thank you. Can someone, and this came up, I think, last week, that the mayor had $1 million left of this $26 million that was unallocated, unfunded? Can someone help me there? I think Mr. Lanin may have said it.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, this program is one of the ones that, through the substitute that you did on the floor, had to have money added to it to fund. So there was not a balance available in this program, this specific program.
Now, that was not my question. Of the $26 million that the mayor had for her initiatives, I thought someone said there was $1 million that was unallocated from that.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, that was for the eviction program, I believe, that it started with $2 million budget. They've spent about $1 million, so they have $1 million left for the 25-26 year, and they were proposing to add another $500,000 on top of it through United Way, but that was cut by you all.
Okay.
So it's the eviction diversion program.
That $1 million has to be spent by the end of September?
Through the chair, that is American Rescue Plan dollars, and it can't be repurposed, so you can't move it to another program since it had to already be, it's encumbered and has to be spent for that purpose at this point, and it would have to be spent by December 31st of 26.
Okay, so that $1 million is going to diversion irrespective of what we do, because it's already been budgeted and it's there.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir, through the chair.
As the chair said, I probably would have used a different figure than President Carrico, but in the spirit of getting through this, it's going from 150 to, I think you said 468.
Sorry, from 156 times 3 is 468 on my calculator. I didn't use Will's brain, though, so it's probably better.
I will support that in order to move forward. As I said, we have to scrutinize these mayor's task force things, because if they're included, it's going to be very difficult to stop them in the future. I think we've done a pretty good job so far, but we need to continue to scrutinize them. And Ms. Taylor, if there are others that come up, that please make sure we're aware of them. So if we want to continue them, great. But if we don't, we need to make sure we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salem. Before we go to Ms. Pittman, Mr. Lanin, did you want to comment on something of Dr. Salem's?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair. Through the Vice Chair to Dr. Salem, and I'll have the auditors send what they sent me out as a one-way communication. But I think your question is of the $26 million or so, how much have we not spent? And through July 30th, the exact number was $2.2 million, but it's spread through multiple programs. I think the largest single chunk was the tap-in housing program, but $2.2 million is what has not been spent, and I'll ask the auditors to send that to the whole committee of what you sent me.
Can I add something to that?
Ms. Pittman will get to you in a minute, I promise you. Yes, go ahead.
That $2.2 million has to be spent by September 30th, or it falls to fund balance?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, if it's encumbered, which those dollars are, they can carry over into the next year.
Without going through the budget process or anything?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, over to Ms. Pittman. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
I just needed to ask a question. I know, is Agent True the only vendor from this, has a contract with the city that delivers senior meals who are homebound?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, as far as that we provide funding to, from my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And I know you would know if there were other organizations. And so that means that Agent True is taking care of most of those seniors who are homebound. Now, based on the recommendation that our president made, would that allow for you all to expand the homebound meals to a certain percent, or not at all?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, so the funding based off of Council President Carrico's amendment, that will allow us to service based off of what that funding can provide. So, of course, $2.2 million, you can provide and do more than what you can with $468,000, but this does allow for the program to continue. It does allow for Aging True to look for additional funding with grants and other resources, but this does at least keep the program moving.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that although we allocated a certain amount, that the seniors would go without meals, right? The ones that you currently have, if you only have X amount of dollars, right? And you know that the budget is coming up, and how many people, and I guess you probably wouldn't know that right now, would be affected by that?
So through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, what will essentially happen is you will create a wait list again. So that wait list will then grow back to where it was. There will be some seniors that will be able to take advantage of this program and these services, but there will be a wait list based off of the amount of resources that have been allocated.
I would just like to make a recommendation at the end of the budget for us to look at increasing it more to serve more homebound seniors. And I don't know what that figure would be at the end, but I just think parks need more money to serve our seniors who are homebound.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to Mr. Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Sorry to see that we're cutting as much as we are, but I'm glad that we're kind of revisiting this. Well, just something to bring of note to people. When it comes to Aging True, when it comes to these properties that Aging True is operating in the most, a lot of these seniors are seeing rents go up and the price of goods go up, and obviously they're not seeing their vouchers go up. So a lot of these folks are really getting priced out of already very low income residences, and so like the food that they get might be all they get. I've heard it a lot from my residents. It's a very scary time to be a senior right now. Also, one of the largest groups of people in this city that are becoming homeless are senior citizens. So I'm just putting that out to say, whatever we do today and whatever we do in the final budget, do not be surprised if later on in the year we might have to revisit stuff like this. I'm hearing about more and more seniors, and keep in mind, homelessness also means you're couch surfing. So you might be like living on somebody's couch, a friend or a relative as well. So like a lot of these seniors that were getting pushed out of their homes, and they have to find places to live, and so these services are very important to make sure that people are able to eat. So just keep that in mind. We may be seeing more stuff like this as the year goes on.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the Carrico amendment to the Arias amendment. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, let's take a verbal vote on the Carrico amendment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's retract that vote. We didn't complete it. Ms. Taylor, sorry, I should have gone to you. Clarify the number, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to make sure we have all the right numbers for you. There is currently $159,836 for the Meals on Wheels program. We would take that up to $468,000, so that's an increase of $308,000. Oh, I just lost my number. $308,164, and then you would be also taking. I guess we'll take up the amendment to the amendment first. That's that first portion, and then you will proceed to cutting the $2,210,000, or is it all wrapped into one? Okay, all wrapped into one. So that's a net savings overall of $1,901,836.
All right, and Ms. Stefopoulos just indicated to me it's not wrapped into one. The Carrico amendment was the 3 times amount increase on that program.
Correct, which you all just voted on, and it sounds like there doesn't need to be a revisitation of that vote unless there's a different change to be discussed and potentially voted on by the committee. But they're not wrapped up in the one in the sense that if that has passed, or if you vote on it again to confirm it still passes based on the information from Ms. Taylor, you would still need to move the original amendment as amended. And so that's a separate vote that would be taken.
I never called for no votes. Can we retake the vote on the Carrico amendment to the Arias amendment?
Of course.
All right. Let's retake the vote. All in favor of the Carrico amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. All against say no. The Carrico amendment passes. We'll entertain a motion to approve the Arias amendment as amended. We have a motion and a second. Now let me go back to Ms. Taylor. Seeing no speakers in the queue, let's go back to Ms. Taylor and basically what are we voting on now? We're voting on the Arias reduction, and that includes the Carrico addition.
Correct. Yes, sir. Through the chair, Ms. Stefopoulos, keep me straight if I go astray here. The original motion was to remove the food insecurity additional funding of $2,210,000. So that would be offset with the increase of $308,164 for a net savings of $1,901,836.
Thank you very much. And seeing no other speakers in the queue, we have a motion and a second on the Arias amendment as amended. We'll take this vote verbally. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All against say no. The amendment passes. And I'll hand the gavel back to Mr. Arias.
Thank you. Okay. I would like to recognize Councilmember Boylan for being in attendance. Thank you so much. And Mr. Peluso, which just left. All right. So I think we are done. Are you still on the queue for the same conversation? Or okay, a different topic. All right, good. Ms. Taylor, are we done with this topic? Can we move on to the next part, or?
We do have the one recommendation on page 70.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the recommendation. Why am I using this mic? All right, Mr. Lehman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question was also going to be to Mr. Joseph. So through the Chair, Mr. Joseph, so there's also a $500,000 enhancement in here, and it just says repairs to building and equipment. Are there any more specifics on that, or is that just placeholder dollars?
Through the Chair to Councilman Landon, so that is a line item that we actually utilize to maintain our facilities, so our community centers, actual pickleball courts, dog parks, fencing repairs. As we actually add additional facilities, that was the dollar amount that we wanted to ensure that we actually had enough resources to properly maintain those facilities.
So through the Chair to Mr. Joseph, thank you. But again, just to clarify, right now, out the gate, we don't know what that $500,000 is specifically going to be used on, correct?
Through the Chair to Councilman Landon, as far as what we've seen as far as vandalism, what we've seen as far as increased use of our facilities, that is a percentage that we feel is needed in order to properly maintain our facilities.
Okay, through the Chair, thank you, Mr. Joseph. Just pointing that out to the committee because that is $500,000 above what their run rate was for last year. I only have 3 parks, so I don't have a lot of deferred maintenance or anything like that. But so I won't make an amendment, but just want to put that on everyone's radar. That's another $500,000 added as an enhancement that was above what their baseline spend was last year. But if those of you that have way more parks than me think it is needed, we can keep it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Carrico, President Carrico, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would this be the time to open up the dialogue on the downtown riverfront parks maintenance, or?
I would recommend you dispose of the motion on the floor.
Yes, so I was actually going to ask the same question because one of those service level changes is $178,000 for various line items to provide operating costs for Riverfront Plaza, which is a downtown park. And I don't know if President Carrico's conversation has to do with that because it's funding that. So can we just dispose of the motion if that's the case? All right. So page 70, the recommendation. So do I take a verbal vote to dispose of it, or can I just dispose of it myself?
You just need to, yes, the motion was to approve the recommendation on page 70. You have a second. You just need to vote on that recommendation.
Can I just not vote on it yet until we have the conversation with President Carrico on Riverfront Plaza?
Well, I don't think the recommendation affects the conversation with respect to the Riverfront Plaza, so I don't think there's any harm in disposing of it.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. All right, all in favor of the auditor's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, recommendation passes. And now, Mr. President, floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to just try to set the table since we have all the right people in the room. I think we obviously have the Director of Parks and Rec, Mr. Joseph. We've got our Chief of Staff here, and we do have Mr. Zafroni, who is here on behalf of the new nonprofit being formed that is looking at partnering with the city on the maintenance and programming of these parks. So I think I'll start with Mr. Joseph, babe. Can you just explain kind of where you feel that we are with moving forward on programming and taking care of the riverfront parks that are here now on the South Bank and due to open this fiscal year, and just walk me through it.
Will do. Through the chair to Council President Carrico, just really excited for what we've seen, and I'll just use one example. Friendship Fountain, we actually reopened Friendship Fountain February of last year. So within a 1-year span, we saw over 600,000 visitors that actually came and utilized that facility. The average visitor was there for at least 30 minutes. So maintaining that facility, programming that facility, which we have weekly programs, whether that be yoga, whether that be the silent discos. We've seen a lot of use of that facility, which has also increased the use of the Riverwalk. So as it relates to that one example, we understand that we have to keep these facilities and keep them at a high level of maintenance. As it relates to the other riverfront parks, which will be coming online, Riverfront Plaza, the old landing site, actually will open beginning of next year. So there's been conversations to make sure that we have a game plan to actually open them, and not just open them, but make sure that they're maintained at a high level. So to me, I do think it becomes a downtown experience. It becomes the Riverwalk that we all want. So that's where we are currently, and we've been planning for that, as you know.
All right, thank you. Through the chair again to Mr. Joseph. What do you have allocated in your budget right now to program and maintain the riverfront park system?
So right now, we actually, a lot of it is internal staffing that we actually have. So between staffing and actual funding, we have about $1 million that we utilize to maintain the facilities that we actually have. We did ask for some additional dollars to maintain Riverfront Plaza. That won't be open the full year, so we actually prorated that out to ensure when we do open, whether the nonprofit group is in place or not, that we actually have funding ready and able to move forward with.
All right, that's a good transition maybe to Mr. Zafroni, if you could just kind of give your understanding on the role and the commitment and the desire of the nonprofit. Does it have a name yet?
It does. The Jacks River Alliance. So about 6 or 8 months
do
ago.
Name and address for the record, and then.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike Zaffaroni. I'm the vice chairman of the new Jacks River Alliance. I represent the Jacks Chamber on that group, but also a small business owner in town. About 6 or 8 months ago, thank you. There was a steering committee put together with, I think, 19 stakeholders from around the city, including a representative from the council, Councilmember Boylan, the mayor's office, Mr. Joseph, and a number of others to try to consolidate the interest in maintaining and making sure that these parks were kept at a world-class level, is the term that we were using, and making sure that they became destinations or continued to be destinations downtown, with Friendship Fountain being kind of a leader when it reopened. Was it earlier this year, right? Late last year, and recognized that the amount of activation, operations, maintenance expenses are different on these types of parks than they might be for some of the neighborhood parks that are in a lot of your districts. So that group worked, actually continues to work, but in the last month or so has formed what is now going to be a more permanent group that would like to manage and have a direct MOU with the city to be able to manage this downtown park system.
All right, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Z. It's my understanding that this organization will also engage the philanthropic and community sector for private donations. Is that right?
That is, yes, through the chair to Council President Carrico, that is the intent, is that, these are my words, but for the city to lead the way, and that group would most definitely engage the private sector, local businesses, to enhance the services that are offered over the course of time.
All right, so I'm going to, I guess, set the stage of where the perception has been and some of the conversations that I've had with some of the leadership team behind the scenes with the park group is that they see an immediate need for $5.5 million to be in the budget allocated to take care of the prorated second half of the landing park, and I guess some with the South Bank Park as well. Is that accurate? And also to Mr. Joseph, you actually have to manage it. So whoever wants to take that, is that a number that you guys are comfortable with seeking from this council in these budget hearings?
Yeah, through the chair to Council President Carrico, that is the number that was recommended by the consultant group that was hired, and there were a number of other park systems studied in other comparable cities in the country. That was the basis of what they used. The number, the $5.5 million number is meant to cover, I think it's 26 acres of what will eventually be 66 acres of downtown parks. So some of them are existing parks, some of them are parks that are coming online in coming months. Of course, timing and knowing exactly when those parks come online is a bit of a challenge. Mr. Joseph would be able to probably nail that down a little bit better than I am, but I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good start. And I guess through the chair to Mr. Joseph, then, so if we have $1 million in the budget, 5.5 is thrown out by a consultant. You do this for a living. I know you got chief of staff there, and everyone wants to hold the line and not ask for a lot of money. And we go through this exercise all the time in budget when we say, "Hey, is that enough money?" But I'm asking you, what do you think? Because this is your opportunity for this council to at least consider it, or put some things below the line, or talk about what we can do on wrap-up day to make sure this is funded. Because I do believe that in order to have these world-class destination downtown parks, Central Park, New York City, right? That's the mecca of all parks. Mm-hmm. Let's start there and work our way backwards. But in order to have that kind of impact on a community, we've got to fund them, we got to program them, and we've got to make them great. So let's not mess it up on the first go-around. Let's not cut the ribbon and just cut the grass and do nothing else. So what do you think a good number would be? And maybe define what programming is. Thank you.
Through the chair to Council President. So just for clarity, part of that $1 million number that I gave you is actual staffing costs. So the actual staff tied into that number as well. So that's not just $1 million from a budgetary standpoint. That's actual manpower. What I would recommend that we do, just so we are led by facts, we understand what the consultant has provided, the $5 million number. We work together to come back to you all with a true number of what's needed. It may not necessarily be the $5 million. It may be the $5 million, but allow us to do that homework so we can come back and provide you a number that's detailed and truly thought out to make sure it is true the request that we feel like we need.
All right, and let's hope it's less. But I think that's fair, and I don't want to table the discussion without at least, I'm sure he's in the queue, but Mr. Boylan was a part of the program as a council representative, so if I have any time to yield, I don't know if you have any thoughts to add. I know you got the queue probably lit up, but I just wanted to set the table, have the discussion, figure out where we need to be, so we can continue the great momentum of the parks that we're setting up for our world-class downtown. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the chance.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. No, you don't have any more time to yield. You used it all already. But I will actually bring up Mr. Boylan first. But before you do that, I do have some questions, and I want to ask them now because the queue is definitely lit up. Mr. Joseph, you said earlier that you asked for how much it will take to run that, and because obviously you got $1 million, and then they gave you an answer. But I haven't heard your answer. And then you said you asked the administration, like you told them, like this is what it will take. But what did they say to you? Because I don't see it in the budget. So,
yeah, so
where do we miss? Is there miscommunication on this part?
no, sir. Through the chair to the chair. So there is an enhancement in the budget that actually details the request to operate Riverfront Plaza. For JRA to actually operate, they're going to be operating differently. I'm operating with city staff. They will be operating with contract labor. So there's a difference from a numbers standpoint. My main thing is we wanted to make sure when we got ready to open Riverfront Plaza that we had the tools to do so. That was included in the budget.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then part of the mayor's transition dollars, or her task force dollars, weren't they also allocated for this particular reason for these parks? Weren't there dollars for that in that $25 million task force, $20 million task force? Anybody can answer that?
To the chair, to the chair. So last year during this budget process, there was, if I remember correctly, 150, maybe 175 that was set aside for a conservancy group. That funding was not utilized because we didn't have a conservancy group. If I remember correctly, those funds were from the transition dollars.
150,000.
I think it was 150,000 to stand up a nonprofit.
Okay. Well, so I'm just going to let everybody go in, but very quick, these parks, they would be considered not only a natural resource and an asset to Jacksonville, but they would also bring in tourism, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Parks, Ms. Taylor, you know where I'm coming with this number. Tourism dollars, right? Similar to how we did with MOCA, is there a way that we could tap into TDC dollars? Because they're sitting a lot of dollars right there that we don't have to come from the general fund to actually facilitate these amenities that we need here. How can we tap into TDC dollars, being that this is actually part of those criteria that I have listed from that spreadsheet? So, yeah.
To the chair, we'd have to look into that language for a lot of it is enlarging or developing facilities like a museum. So we'd have to look to see. But what I do want to mention is what needs to be looked at too is the various agreements that we enter into. For example, Iguana has a certain level of parks obligation. The CBA has a certain level of parks obligation. So I just want to make sure we take that into account when we're considering what is needed versus what we've required of the developers as well to help cover.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to open up the queue now. So we have first on the queue, I will take up Mr. Boylan just because you were engaged in this group. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. The Jacksonville Riverfront Alliance is meant to be, first and foremost, a public-private partnership, much in the same vein as we do with Cultural Council and other entities out there. And from my perspective, the more important thing is that we understand this is going to be a standing relationship. To Mr. Salem's concerns before, when we start putting something into the budget, it stays in the budget. This is an item we believe needs to stay in the budget. And the lion's share of the focus of the Alliance is going to be on programming, to making sure we want to get to the caliber, and Mr. Joseph, feel free to correct me if you like, but the work your staff will providing largely is going to be about just general maintenance and upkeep of the facility. Is that a fair statement?
To the chair, to Councilman Boylan, that is one model that is out there that the city will provide a baseline of service, and then the JRA will do above and beyond to get to that world-class level.
And or at the very least complement the programming that you all are doing. But I think the larger focus is going to be on making sure the quality and character of the parks attract people to downtown, both visitors as well as residences, and more residences downtown when you have this kind of amenities here to work from. And so the Alliance, I think, is really an important component of the future of our downtown, the future of our city as a community. So I do encourage the support of it. Whether the 5.5, and Michael said correctly, as part of some of the meetings, we heard from other entities around, from the consultant who talked about other cities around the country that had similar programs like this. And this is about the average was about the $5 million as to what the cities were contributing to those entities in that process. I don't know we need that much in the first year, quite honestly, personally. I haven't seen that yet. But I think we have a placeholder in place, whether it's $2.5 million, to say, let's get this ball rolling on this process and create the infrastructure and give them the opportunity, the alliance, the opportunity to get seated and go out and find matching dollars from that prospect. Because the city's message of saying we're into this for the long haul means an awful lot in the success of raising private dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Salem, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify in my mind, I've heard a lot of stuff here. The CBA is taking care of the maintenance and such of the parks, Metropolitan, and the two west of that, correct?
Through the chair, Councilman Salem, can I let Mr. Weinstein answer that question?
Well, he's pointing towards you.
No, I thought he was asking.
Oh,
Yeah,
to yield
yeah.
to you. Okay, Mr. Weinstein, please.
Through the chair, let me tell you where we are on this process. There's we've been talking with them for many months. They made a presentation to the mayor and her staff. The presentation had the first year would be about $5-something million. After that, $9.4 million, with the city providing half. We don't have an agreement with them. We're starting, as a matter of fact, in a discussion yesterday, Laura Edgecombe is having them prepare a first draft of an agreement. So we can't give them money. You could put money under in a contingency for an effort if you want, but we have no legal agreement with them at this time and won't for a little while. Ultimately,
who is them you're referring to?
Whatever.
JRA.
No. I think we're confused here. I'm talking about the CBA and the parks next to the hotel and such.
Okay, I'm just trying to first get you current with that. Now, the CBA, you want me to talk about the CBA?
No, but just yes or no. The CBA is covering the maintenance and such of the parks by the hotel, those three parks right there.
Not necessarily covering, providing dollars for it.
For it. That's
not necessarily
CBA.
all the dollars needed, but yes, they're providing dollars for it.
Okay. I heard for Riverfront Plaza, then I heard something about Friendship Fountain. Is your organization covering programming at both those, one of those, and then I heard the South Bank as well? Which parks are we talking about for this organization? All three?
Through the chair to Councilman Salem, yes, sir, and not just those, but additional as well. The consultant group identified 22 assets on the North Bank and the South Bank, including the Riverwalk and a number of parks, some of which are already existing. If you may be familiar with Geffen Park, which is a small park adjacent to the FIS building. So what we're proposing is to take over the management of all 22 of those assets, either as they exist today or as they come online.
Okay, my suggestion would be for somebody to put a white paper together, because what I'm hearing is for the first time. I can't speak for my colleagues. This is the first time I've heard this, first time I've heard about this organization, private public partnership, and all that. So I would encourage you or someone to get something to the council outlining specifically what we're talking about today in a 2 or 3 page document. May I finish? Okay. So that's important to me. I don't mean to be skeptical about the private side, but I want to give you an example. Homelessness. We were told the private sector would come in if we worked on cleaning up downtown. And anyone that looks at downtown right now with homeless would say it's 99% better. I've seen the I haven't seen anyone come forward with any private dollars to help with our homeless population. We need a daycare center on the west side of downtown, I think, and I think that's going to the homeless committee. But so when we talk about private sector, just let's make sure that we get it. Our private sector has been very generous in other ways around this city. I have no doubt, but I hope we get the commitments you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I did have Mr. Safroni here today, although I know that Laura Hedgecombe is out of town. She will be back at the end of the week. So the reason why we're having this conversation is because obviously we have parks today, but I will have her come on next Friday, meeting number 6, to actually have a full-on presentation at the beginning. Even though I know we need more than just a 10-minute presentation, my goal would be to have further conversations to see how we proceed, whether we table it or put a contingency account, whatever the case is. What I wanted to get to today was essentially, what is that real number that we need to get to? It's not 5.5. And I know Mr. Boylan mentioned numbers of 2 to 2.5 million. So that's a realistic number that we're going to be looking at by next Friday to see if we even have an appetite for that. But just wanted to make sure that you all know that I'm already having these conversations, and by next Friday, we will have a more formal presentation. Mr. Safroni today is just kind of just answering a couple questions if you guys may have some. All right, up next will be Mr. Actually, sorry about that. Mr. Parks, Brian Parks. Nope, you're good. Is it Peterson? All right.
Just sitting in his chair. Through the chair to the committee, just want to answer a question Councilmember Salem had. The CBA requires a $1 million contribution from the Jaguars for 30 years for maintenance and programming from Shipyards West to Met Park. So it doesn't include Riverfront Plaza. Then also the agreement with Iguana for the building of the hotel down by Met Park, they're also going to contribute $200,000 a year towards Met Park maintenance. So that's we're up to 1.2 for those parks. And then one other item, Chairman, you mentioned TDC funding these dollars. There is a language in the statute that talk about maintaining parks if the sole purpose is for increasing tourism, and that's got to be a recommendation of the Tourist Development Council. So just putting that out there for you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we have great representation here for that council. All right, up next will be Joe Carlucci.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm in the queue not to really belabor the conversation, but just to offer a suggestion of sorts, because I'm hearing we got to get the number, we got to put it below the line. I don't know that we're going to do that here all in this day. We've already added a lot to wrap-up day. So this week we will be sending out the new charge and the new special committee for the future of downtown or whatever. So if we wanted to have that conversation, you'll be on that committee. Councilmember Salem will be on that committee. We could certainly have it there. I think it's appropriate to have it there, and that saves us one thing in wrap-up day. So through the chair to Council President Carrico, if he said, okay, that was a head shake from Council President Carrico. He's okay with that. I think it gives us time, lets it breathe a little bit, get all the details hashed out, and then we can go forward and make sure everyone's on the same page. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea. However, we still have the action item of putting this under a contingency account so we could have actually something to recommend. So that's something that we will take up on Friday. All right. Mr. Howland, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to change the subjects still within downtown Riverfront Parks, but I have another topic to discuss. You have two other members of the queue if you want to keep them first to continue the discussion.
That'll be great. Thank you, sir. Mr. Diamond, same conversation or something else? All right. Okay. And Mr. Peluso, recognize.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm actually very excited to hear about these conversations. I've heard about this organization. I think some of us have, maybe because a lot of my district's on it, and I've known Laura for a while. She's talked to me about it. It's very exciting. We do need a conservancy. I think a lot of this comes from a lot of the chamber trips and the Civic Council, seeing a lot of the activity in other major municipalities, major cities that have the natural resources like we do. They recognize that this is a massive amenity for the public and for tourism as well. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. The funding level is probably going to be somewhat considerable, and I'm glad we're actually talking about that. I would hope that we kind of look at a few other ways to help kind of fund this. I would encourage people to look at DVI. Downtown Vision does have an assessment that's placed on a number of properties where basically this project is. I think we went through the DVI budget earlier. They should not pay for everything. They absolutely should not. This is an amenity that's going to go to the entirety of the city. However, I would recommend taking a look at their budget. Maybe some of the dollars from there would make a little bit of sense. But I do think there will be other methods that we need to look at. I do think that the private sector is going to come to the table on this. Members of the Civic Council have talked about it quite a bit. There's a lot of major businesses that are right there on the river. So I do think this will gin up some of that support, right? You're going to get your FISs, you're going to get, Christian Harden and some of those groups. So I would, take this very seriously. This is going to be a massive upgrade for our city, and I think it will be hugely beneficial to the success of Jacksonville.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Diamond.
Well, I could go and then you could, yeah.
Mr. Holland, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure everyone will thank me, change the subject, so we no longer need to talk about downtown park maintenance, but I do want to bring up a specific topic related to downtown parks that Mr. Miller, Mr. Lane, and I have been talking about, and that Mr. Joseph and I spoke about recently. We will see in the CIP, there's a park investment of $2 million for a shade structure above the Veterans Wall, and I'm absolutely supportive of a potential shade structure, but I would like it to be to make that investment when we decide where the optimal final location of the wall is. So there is a discussion going on about potentially relocating it. And since we're talking about downtown parks, two ideas have emerged related to where we might put that wall. One in Shipyards West, which presents a bunch of complications because of the design and construction going on. And another in a patch that's along the Riverfront Parks linear motion out east between where Mosh is going to be and where the Four Seasons is, specifically between Mosh and where the Jaguars option lot is, right at the end of A. Philip Randolph to the east. There's a plot there that the wall could very well be a good fit for, and it's a concept now that we're calling potentially Gold Star Family Park. And Mr. Joseph and I have had some conversations about it. We've also had some conversations about how much that might cost to grade, light, sidewalk, grass, and prepare that plot, which doesn't have a good fundamental use right now for the wall. And it could be an ideal location with a kind of a squared off reflective pond in the river behind the wall, accessible on the downtown North Bank Riverwalk, and better location close to parking, all sorts of potential ideas there. And we're looking how we can do it without increasing additional costs, do it in a cost-neutral way by potentially de-scoping other parts of Riverfront Parks to support that, and thereby probably enhancing the overall package of the linear downtown Riverfront Park. So that discussion will probably emerge when we consider that $2 million CIP investment during the CIP discussions next week. Just wanted to give everybody a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Lenin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we've had a number of notice meetings now talking about the future of the Veterans Wall. And of course, I'll be fully supportive on whatever makes the most financial sense as well as timely sense, since we are year 2 into we're into year 3 now. And we've had a couple of initiatives that have not really gone at the pace we would have liked to see. The other moving part, and I mentioned this at our last notice meeting, in the history of Jacksonville, there's only ever been one warship named after Jacksonville. It's the USS Jacksonville, which is a submarine. We're in talks with the Navy. There is a nonprofit out there trying to get the sail relocated. We got some real good traction on that right now. Maybe a very modest ask at some point for the transportation costs, nothing too crazy, but that's something we're also hoping to incorporate into the future park design as well, to have the sail of the only warship ever named after Jacksonville there. I'm sorry, a sail is the top part of the submarine. It's the only part you see out of the water. That's what a sail of a submarine is. Right. It's not a sail, that's right. Sorry, I was looking at you, and I knew you knew what it was, as well as Councilmember Arias, and I don't know if Councilmember Peluso does, maybe.
All right. Hi, Mr. Diamond, you're on the queue.
Well, Captain Diamond would like to respond. First of all, I'm all about moving the wall out of a hot parking lot. To me, it's just like shockingly disrespectful, and you'd never design it this way if you had a choice. So whatever we need to do that right, and then let's fix the mistakes on the wall. Last I heard, there's people who are alive whose names are on that wall. Ultimately that mistake will fix itself, but that's not the way we want to fix it. So it's a joke amongst veterans that eventually it'll get fixed, but it's just not right. So it needs to get fixed. But that's not why I was jumping on the queue. I made the auditors laugh. It's like impossible. This dark humor from Mr. Parks. That's awesome. Oh, no. Oh, this is great. We're watching them turn red, too. All right. So,
bill, please.
what I actually wanted to talk about, no, first of all, I just want to cheer on Mr. Joseph. I love what your team does. Like, we had a problem at Neptune Beach Elementary with the path, and you guys just came out and paved it. And the kids were so excited, and they ran, and they cut the ribbon on it. We do a great job at Hannah Park. We open it up for veterans, so they don't have to pay. Veterans families, Gold Star families, they use it all the time. Obviously, there's new improvements coming up for the park that we'll talk about tomorrow. And then, but I did want to just like cheer on maybe getting more of the poop bags in the various dog parks, especially at Austin Park. It runs out literally every single day. And so that is the one thing I get a call on once a week because I go there with my dog and they say, "Where are these? You're the city councilman, dude." And I'm like, "I don't represent this district," and they don't care. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll let Mr. Mike Gay know what's going on in his park. All right. We already moved the recommendations, so we're done with that. Let's move on to page 71, please.
Okay, this is another Parks Fund, your Huguenot Park, page 71 in your handout. Also under Mr. Joseph, $1.2 million budget, and the numbers are on page 299. You will see that this fund does require a general fund subsidy, so the fees do not cover all of the cost. You have fees of $855,000 and then a transfer from general fund of $355,000. You'll see under salaries, that is their main cost, $534,000. They do have 10 people and 1,500 part-time hours, and it's the normalized 2-year increases on the salaries. $272,000 for internal service charges due to decrease from vehicle replacement charges going down, and then security maintenance as well on the computers. And employee cap is staying flat, as well as the part-time hours, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, no speakers on the queue. Next, page 73.
73 is Hannah Park, also under Mr. Joseph. And the numbers are on page 302 in your budget book, a total budget of $2.8 million. This park is self-sufficient, so their fees do cover, and that's from annual passes, entrance fees, camper rentals, all of that covers their costs. They have 17 people and over 3,900 part-time hours. There is no transfer from fund balance this year. Within their fund, they do have their own fund balance. In the current year, it was used towards parking lot construction work. But you'll see salaries of $883,000 up from the normalized 2-year increases. Other operating expense basically flat at the $509,000. And then they are transferring $202,141 towards that new parking lot construction from these fees generated out to that capital project, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you guys are all aware of this. So 2 parks right here, Hannah Park and Huguenot Park. Hannah Park, not only are we not transferring dollars revenues from general fund, so they're self-sufficient, but they're also covering their own capital expenses with their fees. So that's exactly the epitome of how a park should be ran and how it should be conducted. However, when you look at Huguenot Park, we just transferred $355,000 from the general fund because the fees don't cover the entrance of people. So that's not my park at the end of the day, but if there's a will at some point for the council to say, hey, we may need to reconsider the fees that we're charging at Huguenot to at least increase them slightly, to at least offset some of that general fund transfer over, that would be a conversation I wouldn't mind entertaining. I want all the parks to be similar to Hannah Park, where the fees cover not only the expenses, but also the capital improvements on that part. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that. All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next up is what, 76?
Page 75 is the Florida Boater Improvement Program. Your numbers are on page 305. Basically flat with the current year. This is vessel registration fees. So the $110,000 they anticipate bringing in will be put towards city-owned boat ramps or other allowable activities pursuant to the state statute to be able to use them. We have no recommendations.
Okay, no recommendation, no speakers. Page 76.
Okay, page 76 is the Cecil Field Commerce Center Fund, and this is the portion that Parks and Rec does oversee. You'll see under Mr. Randolph's area, separate from this. This is the Community Center, Aquatics Complex, and the Athletic Complex portion out at Cecil Field. So you have charges for services of $77,000, a little bit of miscellaneous revenue, but you'll see the bulk of their costs are covered by a transfer from the general fund of $1.6 million. So you'll see under their cost, You have salaries of $556,000, increasing the 2 years of normalized cost. And then the other main portion of their budget is professional and contractual services of $545,000, and that's used to maintain the fields, the pools, and other items at Cecil Field Commerce Center, as well as Tye Brown Regional Park. You'll see on page 77, they do have a few items for food expenditures, and then their employee cap is flat at 6 positions and no recommendations.
Okay, no speakers on the queue, even though we're transferring $1.6 million from general fund. All right, moving on. Page 78.
Yes, sir. Your next one is the Equestrian Center, and the numbers are on page 310, and we in our packet on page 78. You will see that the $663,249 transfer from other funds is all from the general fund this year. The increase is based on the expenditures. And I do want to note that the North Florida Equestrian Society had requested a subsidy of $748,000, which is an $84,000 difference, more than what's in the proposed budget. So we just mentioned that to you, that was their request. But under professional and contractual services, they are estimating that revenues will increase by about $112,000. So that's included in the proposed budget related to concessions. However, their expenditures are budgeted to increase $228,000. They are planning to add people out there as well to help run the operations. We do have one recommendation, and that is within this fund, there is available fund balance of about $125,000. So we had recommended utilizing $100,000 of that, and that would reduce the general fund transfer in. So that would be a positive impact. But that's for you to consider, and we have no other recommendations.
We have a motion and a second to move the recommendations. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. All right. Page 79. Okay. I think that's it with parks, right?
Yes, sir. That's everything for parks.
All right, Mr. Joseph, thank you so much for your time, and I don't see anybody else in the queue, so thank you for everything you do. We appreciate you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. And also, once again, we will have the conversation next Friday, so if you want to be here just to be, safe, recommend that. Thank you. Okay, going now to, where are we going? Actually, what's the next one? We're going back now, right?
Yes, sir. That's what I was going to clarify with you. If you'd like to go back to page 27, we can go back to the Office of Administrative Services under Mr. Reichert.
Let's do that, please. Yep.
Okay. This is your general fund portion, and we've got at the top in the background, and let me get to, the numbers are on page 188 in your budget book, and if you'll bear with me.
Page 27, and our budget book is 188. Administrative services.
Numbers are on page 188. Okay, so total budget of $15.6 million. They are actually, while the book says the $1.6 million going down, when you remove that UAL impact, going down about $425,000. Of course, with the reorg, they have the various areas listed here within them. Procurement, animal care and control, environmental quality, and then a portion of solid waste that is a general fund portion. So you'll see for revenue, charges of $1.5 million. It is going down about $288,000, and you'll see one piece here and when we talk about cost, but they have changed the way in which they are doing the data entry related to license revenue for animals. That has resulted in a projected decrease in the upcoming budget of about $320,000 in revenue because the vendor is paid. There's a $20 license fee. $8 came to the general fund to help cover cost. The way that it's been changed now is that $4.25 goes to the vendor out of that $8 portion of the $20 fee, and then $3.75 stays here. So in doing that, the revenue is going down because this is outsourced to have the vendor covered through part of the revenue. The cost savings through the data entry contract is $68,000. So in effect, losing a net $250,000 by changing to this method of doing this. So that's the main reason for the decrease that you see there, is that carve out of revenue going down. It's not a positive impact overall. It's a negative impact of about $250,000. Going into expenditures, you'll see $8.6 million for salary increases, the normalized increases, but it is offset by the decrease of 2 net positions, and I'll go into those when we get to the last page, and also unfunding 1 position. You'll see internal service charges of $3.2 million going down, or that's the chart going down by about $627,000. You'll see professional and contractual services, $279,000. Again, the decrease there is that contract for the licensed data entry, but again, not a positive overall, even with losing that cost. If you go to page 29, we do have the divisional breakout there if you have any questions, but going to page 29, you'll see the $2.4 million of grants that they anticipate receiving that do not require a match, and that continues on page 30. And then turning to page 31, you'll see the grants that do require a match, just that one there for EPA. There is a capital carry forward request of $14,435 for dog kennels. They do not anticipate encumbering those funds in time, so they would like to carry them over. And then under food and beverage expenses, there are 2 items listed here, and these items are in funds that are not part of the budget process, so not part of the dollars that you're seeing here. As far as the employee cap, it's decreasing by 2 positions from 155 to 153. And we detail there are 4 positions within environmental quality that are going away. And then it's offset by the increase of a net increase of 2 positions within animal care and control through the legislation that went through that added 3, but there's 1 being taken away. So it's a net 2 during the year that occurred. 7,800 part-time hours were eliminated. That was also part of that bill when they converted part-time people to full-time. Service level changes, none. Page 32, we do mention again the comment on, and I apologize, it says there $450. The vendor receives $425 of the $8 that comes here out of the total $20 license fee. So we do have a comment on that, on the negative impact. When we had our pre-meeting, what was discussed is they're hoping that this will become at least budget neutral or profitable, but they need some time to see if this is going to work. But we did want to bring it to the council's attention, and we have no recommendations.
All right, thank you. Just a quick comment. When we had our conversations on Monday, unlike the courts where they have these $3 fees and $20 fees and $65, which are obviously mandated and we can't change, there is a fee that we could change here, right? And that fee is the $20 licensing fee. So I just adopted a dog recently, a month ago, and the way I see it is if we are bleeding, we need to offset that. We can't continue to just subsidize that through taxpayers. So whoever wants to adopt a pet, they should pay whatever fee it is required to adopt that pet. The fact of the matter is we're negative $252,000, and that's because of a vendor that we're paying to catalog and to do the outsourcing work for us. So that fee is an additional $4.25 per dog or per pet, right? I would like to see if there's an appetite for this body to increase that fee from $20 to $24.25, so that way we don't have to go out of the general fund to subsidize this. At the end of the day, if you're going to adopt a pet, if you go into that shelter like I did and like most of us have done already, I know Mr. Pelusa did too, you're not going to say, I'm not going to adopt that dog or cat because an additional $4. If that's what it costs to have these kind of services in our city and to save a life, then I would gladly pay 3 times more of that. But at the end of the day, that's not what we need. We just need $4.25. So I would like to see if there could be a motion to increase that, maybe not here in this process, but maybe through legislation, all right, to increase that. So that way this time around next year, we're not trying to figure out how we're going to come up with $252,000. So I just wanted to put it on the record right now for that. Okay, the queue is open. Mr. Howland, you were first.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that the people ahead of me in the queue want to speak specifically to that animal license processing fee, so I'll wait until after they do.
All right, I'll have Mr. Diamond. Animal control, got it, Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I completely understand, I mean, it sounds like we did this to ourselves, though. It's not a matter of having to increase the fee. It was a change in process that made us run negative now, not so much that the cost of it has gone up. So I guess where I am, I get what they said. You need another year to basically see that this is truly saving us money, because I think that was the intent, right? You had someone who their part-time job was essentially data entry. We outsourced it now, so we're paying way more outsourcing it than we were when we insourcing. I mean, outsourcing isn't always cheaper, and it looks like that may be the case here. So I think let's just give them another year at the $20 and see if they do truly come back and it's neutral or better than how it was. And then next year, if it's still showing this deficit, yes, I would support something, but I'd like to give them more time with this new process they're trying out. Because, again, reading the auditor's notes here, it's not that the cost has gone up, it's the process in which we're capturing that has changed, and we need to go back to the old way if they're running a deficit again next year.
All right, and that's the beauty about this. We have the conversation now. We may not take action now, but at the very least, now we all know what we need to look out for next year. So I'm definitely in support of that as well, too. Do you know by any chance by when we'll be able to receive that data to know if it's working, if it's not working, if it's something that we may cut back and go back to having an in-house person doing it?
I do not, but I can get you to the chair. I can get you a quarterly update anytime you want it. We can do it every quarter going forward if you'd like to hear that. Okay. If I could just really quick speak on this. So part of the
please just say name and address, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Richard Reichert, Administrative Services. So our thought was there's about 300,000 potential licenses out there that are in default that we haven't been able to follow up on. There's probably 300,000. That's what they think, animal pet licenses. We're only capturing about, what do you think, Mike, 98,000 of those? So the thought was this company, the whole motivation behind them is to find all these people, do the work as they get paid for each one of these that they get done for us. So I really do believe as we get another year behind us, I think you'll see that number reduced and you see us in a much better place next year. But I do agree with you. Raising that fee would be a big help also.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Landon, you're good with that? All right, cool. All right, so anybody else on this pet license fee? Mr. Salem, go ahead.
I just want to throw another wrench into this. And I'm not the pet guy, and I've been to animal care and control, I think, one time in my 6 years. But from what I read, don't we have a lot more pets than we can take care of over there? I mean, we're crowded and everything else.
To the chair, to Councilmember Salem, you're correct. We're always full. Everybody is working their butts off. Yes.
So we're trying to get people to adopt. Are we not? I mean, that we're pushing people to come in and adopt.
We do, and we do thousands of those adoptions a year. I don't remember the whole total amount this past year. What was it? Do we adopt out?
No,
yeah, 3,500. Yes.
My point is, here we're talking about raising a fee for something we're trying to get moved and increase. Now, I agree with you. $4 or $5 probably won't make a difference in whether you adopt a pet or not. But we're doing everything we can, correct, to try to get more people to adopt.
Yes, absolutely. We're doing more of that than ever. I think adoptions this year are up for total, Mike, 34%, part of it dogs and part of it cats. Yes, sir.
And those people pay this fee, correct?
Yeah, so see, to answer your question, I wasn't going to get into the weeds, but so what happens is somebody comes in, we adopt a pet, and then they go away, right? They have that license, and then they go away, and then we should follow up with them the following year to get a renewal. And then what happens is they drop off. We tend to take care of the stuff that's immediate, and then they drop off, and we just don't have the staff, and we don't have somebody there to actually dialed into it that can follow up with it every day and do all this hard work. There's a lot of work that goes with following up with it.
Through the chair, so that's the point of this private company to you collect the fee initially. You're hoping they'll get the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth year.
We should see a constant. I mean, the dog, as the city grows, more people have pets. We're going to see an escalation. So you really shouldn't see much of a drop off. We should gradually be climbing. So I'm convinced a year from now we'll be having a different conversation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Richard.
Welcome, sir. All right, President Carrico, recognize.
Not on any of this. I just want to say, gentlemen and madam, it's a good day. I got to go. There's a boondoggle awaiting. So thank you very much for having me today. And I know you guys will bring it home tomorrow as well.
Thanks, sir. Yes, Ms. Pittman, go ahead. On the fee?
On the renewal.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Riker, if I know this new company is going to be working with you all trying to get the renewals, right? So, is there a percentage? Because I know people who have adopted, right, and they haven't renewed. They have not renewed. What happens in terms of funding that you expect to come in when someone doesn't renew?
Well, so they could get fined. We have following the ordinance, they should have the license.
Mm-hmm.
So they could potentially get fined, which actually could be
more
revenue. So
right, okay. And if they decide, I just don't want to do this anymore, I just let my license not renew, then what happened? They bring the pet back, or what happens?
I guess there's all kinds of scenarios. None of them are good.
Yeah.
We don't want to take their pet back, but that's what it takes to find the pet a better home. Then we do that all the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, not on the fees. We're done with the fees for now. Yep. Mr. Howland, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Riker. I did 8 years on the Environmental Protection Board, and I noticed you are reducing 4 positions in EQD. What is the reason for that? What are the positions that you're eliminating, if you don't mind?
Well, 2 of those were transferred, I believe, to Public Works.
Okay.
See, no, I'm sorry. 3 of those were transferred to Public Works. I don't remember the history with that. Melissa can come up here and speak on that.
Yeah, Ms. Long, I just want to make sure you're okay with reduction in cap.
The position that we're talking, Melissa Long, Chief of the Environmental Quality Division, the position we're talking about is the erosion and sediment control position, which I think you may recall when you were on the board, we asked for the additional position because of the number of construction inspections we were required to do. And we had a somewhat negative audit from DEP, Department of Environmental Protection. We do have a stormwater permit with them where we have a minimum number of inspections we have to do. This reduction, I'm not in favor of. I have 3 inspectors for all of Duval County. With this elimination, it would go down to 2. Last time we had 2, we had a negative audit. We just did pass an audit last month, very favorable audit, where we had people filling in for the vacancy that we have had for an extended period of time. But we had actually offered this position, thought we filled it, and found out we had lost the position.
Thank you for that. Mr. Riker, is there any way to adjust the cap in your budget to backfill Ms. Long so she can refill that position? We can make sure we have adequate inspections to stay on the right side of DEP?
Well, I guess I'd look for you to do that. We'll operate with whatever you will give us. We'll make it work.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is the administrative services budget, so what we can do is take a pause now, ask you to come back to us final day and tell us where you'd like to take that cap from, so we don't do it to you. You can recommend it to us, and then we'll get it done on the final day of budget hearings.
Understood.
That work, Mr. Chair?
It does. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shock, I've got some stuff to say about animal control, and I'll be really candid. I want to increase the number of FTEs over there. I'll give 1 minute on my thoughts, and then I would like to turn it over to the experts who actually do this every day. So when I got on council, Jacksonville had a chronic problem at our animal control. We had problems with leadership over there. We had problems with overcrowding. Dogs were covered in feces all day long, not getting cleaned. And then the worst thing was we weren't responding to emergencies with animals all around Jacksonville. The reason why it's important is because we actually have, just like JSO has a monopoly on the use of force in criminal matters, the city of Jacksonville has a monopoly on the use of force to rescue a dog or a cat or another animal. And so this is a fundamental city service. Just like JSO, fire, and picking up the trash, animal control is an essential city service. And while we're better, I've probably been to 200 or 300 shelters across the country. We're better than the worst of the worst. But we are far short of our peer cities, especially as far as what we can do. That is not an indictment at all as to what's going on at the shelter and the people there. It is just, they just don't have enough. I mean, you'll never hear me say this. They don't have enough. And so I would like to have
Mr. Weicker and Mr. Director Bricker just talk about what they could do with what the request is for a $950,000 increase in this budget for more FTEs, and how that actually affects the animals, getting clean, getting adopted, and then of course responding to animals in distress, where I'm not allowed to go and like smash a car window open or jump into someone's backyard. I mean, I might, but you're not supposed to. But we need to get to those calls, and again, I want to be clear. They're doing a really good job. Very happy with the mayor's team and how they've improved things over there. But we need to do better. So go ahead, through the chair, if you don't mind.
Through the chair to Councilmember Diamond. So the administration has been very supportive of the work we've done over there the last few years. We're better last year than we were the year before. We're better this year than we were last year. So we're headed in the right direction. Michael has done a lot of great improvements over there. We've done a lot of it creatively through working within the budget. But we will obviously we'll work with whatever we have. But Michael can speak more about comparisons with other shelters, et cetera. So I'll let him speak on that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilman Diamond. So yes, we saw a lot of increases over the last year, partly because of the increase that we got. We saw a 2% live release rate for cats, 7% live release rate for dogs, 17% increase in cat adoptions, 36% increase in dog adoptions, all while taking in 34% more animals than we did the previous year. So we're almost there. We just have a little bit more to go, and I think that Councilman Diamond's recommendation for the additional staffing will do what we need to start to be in with one of those national shelters. Shelters our same size in Charlotte-Mecklenburg and also in Orange County have double the amount of staff, literally double. We have 68 full-time staff members. They have 120 to 140. So with the additional staff that we would love to have, we would be able to get 4 additional animal care technicians, 2 veterinarian technicians, 1 more veterinarian, 3 field officers, 2 people for behavior enrichment staff, 2 community outreach coordinators, and then 3 admin and program support.
Through the chair and to the committee, look, the goal is so that a dog, when it's living in the shelter, or a cat, it at least gets cleaned in the shelter and the crate cleaned or the cage cleaned before the day starts. Right now, it's like 1 o'clock when the last one gets cleaned. I'm telling you, you're never getting adopted if it smells like poop in your kennel. It's not going to happen. It's awful, and that's not on them. We just need more people cleaning. So that's one thing. 2, we'd like to have like a satellite, where the administration would like to have like a satellite closer towards people live on the eastern side of town, so closer to the beaches, closer to the south side, to have like a satellite so that you can get to families who live out there. It's really hard to get all the way to Riverside to go and adopt a dog, right? And so want to be able to do that, and most importantly, we want the kill rate to go down, right? And so the better we do with this, the more dogs and cats that don't actually get euthanized, the more dogs that can be rescued that are in bad shape. So we're well below where we should be. And so I know we don't want to do this right now, but I just ask that if we've got room in the budget at the end of the day, I'd like to put that in. And then I'll come back with a separate line item on the capital needs that they have, and see if there's a spot to find where we need to improve the capital problems, which are real, right? So a dog will go out into the yards and could get giardia because it's just covered in mud. Some of the kennels don't make any sense. There's a problem, with the equipment is so old that they have to take dogs other places and spend money in other veterinarian labs. So we could get there within just a year or 2 and have a really be where we ought to be. So with the chair's indulgence, can we make time on at some point to carve that money out so that we can do this for animal control?
All right. Yeah, I agree with you on everything you just mentioned. I would definitely like to entertain this conversation at least on wrap-up day next Friday to see where we fall with everything in the budget. We still have tomorrow and then Thursday, so I definitely will in support of that. So Ms. Taylor, Mr. Parks, can we put, it's not on the budget, it's just a proposal. So we just bring it up and that's it? Not putting anything below the line, right? We're just bringing it up on Friday, right?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. I think, or to the chair, I think you want to see where you land ultimately with your numbers to see what level of funding you have available. And we've got it marked for wrap up, and we'll have a whole list for you of items that you've mentioned throughout.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond, just a quick question. The 950, I know you mentioned, number of employees, full-time and I'm assuming some part-time, not sure yet, but you also mentioned the satellite shelter. Is that also part of that 950, or is that the CIP project?
And look, I would talk to the directors, but no, it's really about staffing, right? So whether or not we spend money out there on some sort of physical structure, I hope that's not. I don't know that that's anticipated. I think the idea is to, have enough staff out there and have the dogs and cats getting out there sufficiently enough that families who live on that side of town can go 10 or 15, 20 minutes to see dogs that are available for adoption.
Sure. Okay.
And one last thing, Bertie told me that there might be money from Doge where we could do the capital improvements. So I would like to at least consider that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bricker, just wanted to check in on the status of the 14 employees or so that we brought on board last year. How are we looking with that? How is the ROI on that investment?
Doing good, really good. None of those improvements that I told you earlier about the live release rate, the amount of adoptions could have happened without those positions. So like Councilman Diamond said, we were going where sometimes one employee would have to clean 2 full kennels. So dogs weren't being cleaned until 5 or 6 at night sometimes. Now we're at like 1 o'clock. We can have that full kennel cleaned. But what we really need is for those animals to be cleaned by like 11 a.m., 12. This additional staffing would help with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I definitely recommend you being present next Friday so we can take that action item. Ms. Pittman, you're on the queue.
Again, like to bring it to your attention, no meals for the seniors, but meals for the pets.
Well, I will not entertain that. Moving on to the next one, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're done with the general fund portion unless you all have any other questions. Also within this is a spay and neuter trust fund on page 33, and the numbers are on page 194. Out of the $20 license fee that we've been talking about, $10 comes here. There is not a portion that's paid to the vendor from this part, so the full $10 comes here. You'll see budgeted at $786,000, just slightly down. You'll see transfer from other funds. This is from the general fund to help supplement the Humane Society and First Coast No More Homeless Pets. So it's a transfer of $295,759 from the general fund. And you'll see those items under professional and contractual services. The main things within this are for First Coast No More Homeless Pets, $532,402, which provides the low-cost spay and neuter services, and then the Jacksonville Humane Society of $400,000 that provides that transfer program when we reach capacity here, and Humane Society partners with us on serving those dogs and cats. We have no recommendations.
Okay. I do have Mr. Holland on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the auditors, before we go to the next administrative services discussion, in my mind, I recall that there was the mayor proposed $1 million more in litter pickup. Was that here in administrative services, or was that in neighborhoods? We already saw it, and we took that out. Was that a direct contract, or was that earlier in which budget was that?
Through the vice president, that was in the neighborhoods.
That was in neighborhoods. Okay, I want to make sure that was that part of the 5.2 million in the neighborhoods that we.
It was on top of that.
Got it.
So
okay.
it was a program, not a direct contract, but you all did take action.
We've done so many eliminations that I wanted. They've gotten lost to me. Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other speakers on the queue. Ms. Taylor, proceed.
Okay. The next one for related to animal care and control is your veterinary services fund on page 34. This is $2 out of the $20, and basically they budget whatever revenue they have. They project $151,000 from that $2, and these dollars, the main portion goes towards operating expenses for pharmaceutical drugs for the treatment of the animals. There are no positions in this fund and no recommendations.
Okay, no recommendations, no speakers on the queue. Next one up.
Okay, the next one up is on page 35. This is an air pollution tag fee, also under the Office of Administrative Services. Page 191 has your numbers. This is not general fund dollars. It results from license registrations that are sold, and so there's a charge of 75 cents, I believe, for our county. If it's not that, it's the 50 cents. But anyways, that's the revenue that's here. It's state shared revenue, $703,000. There is a small transfer from fund balance to help cover their cost. You'll see salaries of $331,000 going up from the normalized increases. Also, in professional and contractual, the $44,000 is for your air monitoring site. It's part of the division's 5-year plan. $49,000 for air monitoring equipment, and they are flat at their 6 full-time positions and no recommendations.
All right, no speakers on the queue. Up next.
Okay, next one under Office of Administrative Services is page 37, the Hazardous Waste Program. This is also the costs are covered by inspection fees, and these are things like for dry cleaners, dentist offices, things like that. So they expect $451,000 within the budget, and then salaries are at $253,000, just slightly up from the normalized increases. They do have a reduction in expected travel cost of $3,500, and they are flat with their 5 full-time positions and no recommendations.
Thank you. No speakers on the queue. Next. Now we are page 38, right?
Mr. Chairman, that one you covered this morning, the solid waste disposal. So we are going to page 47, and we are still under the Office of Administrative Services. This is the fleet management operations on page 47, and in your book, page 224. You'll see a total budget of $38.7 million, and this is related to the operations out at the fleet area where they maintain the vehicles. That's where the fueling of the vehicles, etc. It's for the city's fleet, and then anyone else such as JEA and other local and state governmental entities that they do get the cost for those services. So you'll see for revenue, your main item is your internal service revenue that's billed out to all the customers, $38.1 million. That is down $3.1 million, and you'll see driving that when we get to cost is mainly the cost of fuel in the budget coming down. But you'll see for miscellaneous revenue, $430,000 related to reimbursements for warranty work and revenue from third-party insurance within that number. You'll see under salaries, which is their not their biggest cost item, but for the people that are in it, the 90 positions, $6.2 million. It is up about $465,000. It's the increases and also some employee turnover that's occurring, and they are eliminating 7 positions, but keep in mind that offset, only one of those was actually funded in 24-25. So you're not having dollars for 7 people offsetting that. Turning to page 48, internal service charges are at $1.1 million, slight decrease due to computer system allocation, and then the one-time expense of 42 computers that occurred. And then other operating expenses, that's your largest item of $27.5 million. Fuel makes up about $14.2 million of that. Parts for all of the city vehicles is $5.4 million in the budget. And then sublet repairs are at about 5.8. So those are really your 3 main costs in that area. And again, as I mentioned, mainly going down due to expected decreases in the fuel prices that they are projecting, and it's a slight offset with an increase of $220,000 in parts. Service level changes, there are none. There is a capital carry forward request on page 49. Related to $542,000 to refurbish a JFRD boat and 3 pumpers, and $187,000 for specialized equipment that they are requesting to carry over. The employee cap is proposed to decrease from, again, I mentioned 7 positions, just keeping in mind that only one of those was funded in the current year, and we have no recommendations.
Thank you. Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Riker or a representative from Motor Pool. Question is, just educate me if you can. Do you charge your partner organizations, JSO, JEA, et cetera, any kind of internal markups for things such as fuel, towing, and maintenance? And if so, do you have like a schedule of those markups?
I do. Eric Preacher, Fleet Management Division, through the chair to Councilman Highland. We charge all of our agencies that we do work for back for all of the services we provide. So if we charge $1 or it costs us $1, we're charging them back at least $1. So we have a markup on parts of 35%. External services or sublet repairs, if you will, those are marked up on a sliding scale from 20% on down to 5%, depending on the amount. So as the amount goes up, the amount of markup goes down. Fuel has an additional 16 cents added to each gallon. That's the basic markups we charge for everything.
Okay, and that is consistent for whoever the internal partner is, whether it's JSO, JFRD, JEA,
correct,
JAA. Okay.
Correct. It's throughout any customer we have.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'll just ask a quick question on fleet management. Are we making a shift to EVs? I know that we have some EV, I guess, infrastructure being placed at the building department. Are we going to have any kind of shift in that pretty soon, and how is that going to affect our fuel charges and everything else?
Yes, we've purchased 18 EVs for the building inspection division, and of course, you've got the bill for the funding to build the infrastructure with that. That funding is coming from their fund balance that they have, and not general fund dollars. So we fully expect that as those vehicles are used, the amount of fuel that those vehicles have allocated to them is going to go down. There's a significant number when it comes to the offset of the electric to the gasoline as far as the cost goes.
That's my question, and my concern is when it comes to electricity, just to educate me on this part at the very least, JA charges us for electricity, correct?
That is correct.
So now if we start going to EV, right now we're getting an upcharge of 16% on the fuel charge, or 16 cents per gallon on fuel to other agencies. But if we start going to EVs, we're going to start losing that revenue of 16 cents of fuel. So how are we going to offset that loss of revenue?
There will be a markup eventually on the kilowatt hours used to charge the vehicles. So if we're charging out, say, 40 kilowatt hours on a vehicle, we're going to have a markup on that. We haven't determined what that is yet, but we are still working on that.
Something to be at least in line with the 16 cents. So at least we're...
Yes, it would probably be a fair amount smaller than the 16 cents because each kilowatt hour is going to be more kilowatt hours than there are gallons. Okay. So there will be a markup on that.
All right. And my last question towards the EVs, who will be able to drive EVs? Like which department in our city will be using the EV cars more than anybody else?
To start, it will only be the building inspection division. They're the ones that will have the 18 vehicles that we purchased. Okay. So their division will be using them, fueling them, be able to track costs and everything on those vehicles to see the actuals of how it turns out.
All right, Mr. Salem, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I read a lot, and it seems like EV is more down than up presently. Who's making the decision on how many EVs we get? Are we starting very slow to see how it works? And can you give me some?
So through the chair to Councilmember Salem, so we identified some vehicles that we considered what we would call their emission was low risk. They're not emergency vehicles. They only drive 50 to 70 miles a day, which means they could park, be plugged in, be charged. And we did this all through the normal, replacement cycle. We looked at things and identified those specific vehicles for those people. So it's a city this size, a certain portion of our vehicles should be electrified. And the one part you don't see, the one value or a number you don't see a money or a dollar figure on is the impact to the environment, the air we're breathing, those sorts of things. So we should have a certain percentage of vehicles. I don't know what that is, but we should be moving in that direction.
I believe in diversification. It makes sense. And the type of vehicles you're describing that can be plugged in each night, you're not worried about running out of energy out there somewhere in town. It seems like an appropriate place to start.
And the other piece about the fuel, so electricity is the pricing with all that is more stable than the fluctuating market with gas and diesel. So there's some benefits to that. And I can talk to you for 30 minutes about this, that the maintenance is less, the vehicles are more reliable, the safety inspections that we do every year, those will be simple. There's not a whole lot that we have to deal with on them with motors and transmissions. So it's with a city our size, it makes sense that we're doing some of that.
Richard, I'm impressed by all your comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lanen. Ms. Taylor, please. Okay, go ahead, Lanen.
Thank you, Chair. I met with the team about the legislation coming our way about the electric charging stations, and my understanding, just to confirm while you're up here, those 18 EVs on the way, that's it as of right now. There's nothing beyond
that. I believe those are the only 18 that are on order, correct?
That is correct. We have the 18, they have been delivered.
Thank you. And through the chair, we're going to see how it goes with these 18, the charging stations, and then decide what the future of vehicle fleet strategy and where we go from there is.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, and you may already be aware, the bill will be up next week in committees. That's kind of the pilot for this program for the cost appropriating dollars out of building inspections fund balance for charging stations related to this. So it can only be used for building inspection vehicles because it's those funds that are putting in these charging stations. So you'll see that next week in committees.
All right, thank you. We do not have any recommendations on this one. So moving on now to, which page?
Yes, sir. We are on page 50 and then page 227 in your budget book. This is the vehicle replacement fund. So this is the cost where you'll see where they actually buy all of the vehicles. You'll see all of the costs drive what the revenue is. So they'll bill out to all the parties $31.9 million for the cost of those vehicles. You'll see hit on the high points here. Transfer from other funds, $439,000. You'll see in the next couple pages that is a fund where we were borrowing for vehicles at a point in time. That's all paid off, and we have a small amount to close out that fund still. So that's coming over into here to be combined with it. You'll see it went down because in the current year there was a $10 million loan from the general fund. So that transfer in of 13.6 you see in the 24-25 included a one-time $10 million loan to infuse this fund with some cash. Part of that you'll see in the expenses is being paid back. But under salaries for the 3 people they have related to the purchase of vehicles, increases due to the filling of vacant positions is causing some of that increase of $40,000. You'll see the capital outlay at 28.8, and when we get a few pages in, you'll see a complete list of all the requests for the various vehicles in the various departments. Interfund transfer out, you'll see on page 51 the $4.5 million. That is a partial return of that loan from the general fund of $10 million in the 24-25 budget. Then the remainder will be in future years paid back. They do have a capital carry forward request. Of course, this is more sizable than some of the ones that you see because it's the timing of the purchase of vehicles, so $8.5 million. No recommendations on this page.
Okay, no speakers on the queue.
Okay, and then Mr. Chairman, the piece that I mentioned that is remaining in the one fund on the next page, 52, also goes towards the cost towards purchasing vehicles. It's just that $439,000 I mentioned. No recommendations, and I'll take you to page 53 through 58, I believe, has the breakout by area, so you can see every vehicle that will be purchased, and I'll just mention going down a few of them, you'll see where it says new, those are entirely new vehicles, not replaced. But where positions have been added, for example, they may need new vehicles. You'll see, for example, going down the garbage for the urban core where we have in-staff people that run that program, the purchase of several packers and a claw truck. You'll see all the various fire equipment of note, keeping in mind $2.4 million for pumpers are being paid for fully this year rather than being billed over the useful life to get some cash in to be able to purchase those. Going to page 54, you have all the various departments listed. You'll see a lot for the public safety, of course, for police and fire vehicles, medical examiners, a new sedan over there. If you want to look through and if you have any questions, don't believe there's anything else that I need to point out on these pages, but most of these are replacements in addition to a few items for new.
Okay, just a question. I see that JSO, we have non-patrol and then patrol SUVs. Are the only vehicles for patrol JSO officers SUVs, or are they going to also have like regular sedans as well for patrolling? Or is it only SUVs now?
Right, now it is only SUVs.
Okay. So safe to say, with every new hire, we have a new SUV in the streets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. I do have Ms. Pittman on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. I don't know if this is the right place to ask it. Are we still doing the auctions where we selling cars and trucks and things that we're not using? And where is that revenue going?
Yes, the auctions are occurring still. That's through the procurement division. They do an online auction on the vehicles. Govdeals.com, I believe, is the address.
Mm-hmm.
So it's continuous auction, and not just a one or 2 days a year that they used to do them.
Okay.
So it's not happening at that facility anymore on 2 separate days. It's a continuous auction. I believe it keeps the values up higher. But that revenue does come back into the general fund and is routed through back into our budget as revenue, back into the general fund.
Okay. And so that's anybody, I know you used to do it like for nonprofits as well, or is it anybody could just go on there and you don't have the special cars giveaway and all of that? I was just wondering if we're still doing all of that.
Yeah, there's, as far as I'm aware, and Dustin can help out greatly with this one, I'm sure, there's no other nonprofits that we're selling vehicles
Okay.
for.
Okay. I know we used to have it, so I don't know. A couple of years ago, I think when you were president, Mr. Salem, and I was just wondering, so we cut all of that out, so the auction is for anybody to go on and purchase. Is that correct? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
For Ms. through the chair to Councilwoman Pittman, you'll see separate legislation sometimes to donate surplus vehicles. That still occurs. It's just we don't see it as frequently. But there is $1 million that's in the vehicle replacement fund that helps towards purchasing future vehicles in this budget from the proceeds of the auction.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the gentleman, with respect to maintenance issues, I had a conversation with a mechanic friend of mine, and he said they were seeing a lot of JSO cars that were having an ongoing issue. Do you take, I'm going to assume that you do, but can you explain to me what you do to take a look at to see if we're seeing perennial issues with a particular, make and model that we utilize, and how do we get around or readjust for those?
You do from time to time with any of the vehicles we purchase. You'll find some that have just a general problem in that type of vehicle. We identify that usually pretty early on. When the vehicles come in for their first safety services, that kind of thing, or if it's a mileage-related issue later in life. But once that's identified, we're able to take care of that, and then in the future, that does partially drive the replacement decisions on that vehicle.
Now, that was my larger question.
Yeah.
And when you see that being an ongoing issue for a particular model, you say we need to step away from that model because we're seeing a history of X, Y, and Z with it. And so you'll take a look at other alternatives besides that particular model.
That is one way that we do handle it. Depending on the issue, like just as an example, Ford Taurus, later in life they start exhibiting a water pump issue. So once we've replaced that water pump, you now have another 100,000 miles before that pump's going to go bad again. So that's going to affect how long that vehicle's on the road. It may stay on the road longer.
I don't recall the specifics of the model, but he was talking about a situation where they literally have to drop the engine in order to make repairs, and it seemed to be a consistent problem with some of the JSO cars. Is that something you recall?
That is nothing. The camshafts on the old Impalas.
That's what it was.
Which they are no longer manufactured. The vehicles are no longer manufactured. And this replacement takes the bulk of our remaining Impalas out of service.
That's the point I was trying to get to, for the benefit of the public out there, to let you know that you do recognize when you have those kind of issues, you find ways to work around or work through them.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir. Okay. No other speakers, and we do not have any recommendations. So let's proceed, please.
Okay, the next one, still under the Office of Administrative Services, is the Motor Vehicle Inspection Fund on page 59. You'll see the numbers on page 202. So Fleet Management oversees the managing inspection stations for school buses and city vehicles. You'll see revenues are flat at $335,000 that they bill out for those inspection charges. There is a transfer from their fund balance of $86,000 to help cover the rest of their cost of their budget. You'll see salaries are up from the 2 years cumulative normalized increase, so they are at $238,000. We do have a comment just noting that their fund balance is approximately $100,000, or will be at the end of this year. So they will be taking a majority of that. And then operationally, there may not be enough within their fund to cover their operations next year. And this one's kind of ebbed and flow up and down. It's had issues, but this is another one that the fee may need to be looked at as far as what is charged for the school bus inspections to ensure that the costs are covered.
All right, I do have Mr. Lenin on the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And just to reinforce that to the committee, that's a pretty worrisome note there, because this is going to become like group health or the trash fee. That fund balance is going to go away, and now it's going to become subsidized by the general fund. And so I guess through the chair to the administration, I know like record applications, there are a few other fees outside the city. I believe that's revenue collected through this. So I just encourage you to look at that fee setup to see if we can avoid having to dip into the general fund and start subsidizing this fund beginning as soon as next year as well.
All right, Ms. Moyer, you're recognized.
This is actually one of the fees that once I complete the fee review after this whole process is over with, will be part of that. We'll submit it to the council auditor's office, they'll review it, and then they'll go into effect.
Okay, no recommendations, no speakers on the queue.
Okay, the next one is the Copy Center. That is an internal service fund. It's on page 60, and the numbers are on page 232. So they bill out charges just like Fleet or any of the other Office of General Counsel and internal service fund. You'll see $2.6 million that is billed to customers. That is based on their expenditure budget. So you'll see salaries of $231,000. That's for 5 people, and it's the normalized cost increases as well as filling vacant positions at slightly higher rates. And then you'll see the main cost is within professional and contractual services. That's your consolidated copier contract of $1.4 million and courier service of $55,050, which is flat with the current year. And then they also have other operating expenses of $799,000, just slightly up, but you'll see the main cost there for postage, printing and binding, and other supplies, and then also the hurricane guide that's put out every year. Their employee cap's flat at 5 positions, as I mentioned, and no recommendations.
All right, thank you. No speakers, but I do have a question. On other operating expenses, it's made up of $500,000 for postage. I had I guess a concern on that on Monday. Are we still doing heavy postage now in a day where we have electronic, emails and a lot of like Constant Contact or MailChimp for mass mailers and all that? Why are we, in 23-24, we went from 487 to then 789. So about roughly, bless you, $300,000 increase, bless you. And now we're still hovering in the $800,000 mark for operating expenses. But so I want to know what happened between 23 and 24, why we went up by 300,000, and then is 500,000 required for us to maintain, or can we trim that down a little bit?
Through the chair to Councilmember Arias. So for this fund, only what is spent is what is needed. Through this, it is flat with the current year's budget. So it did go up from the 23-24 to 24-25 budget, but it's flat with the current year. I believe Mr. Parks is elbowing me over here and wants to jump in.
Sure, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Parks.
I don't actually think, I think with the 23-24, you're looking at actuals. That's not the budget. So they only use whatever postage that's actually needed. So I don't remember if they do the trim notices through this piece, but we have a lot of different things that we have to mail out because of, like, you can think code enforcement. There's many things that we are required to mail to people. I think they use a lot of other sources whenever possible to be able to avoid things, and I think Dustin can kind of add in on what requirements goes through this areas, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dustin Freeman, Chief Procurement, to the chair. I can actually get you the demand signal for the past 3 years or however long you want. I can get those numbers to you.
If you don't mind, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
Sure. All right. So my only concern once again is, do we need? And I know it's as we use them, we'll be charged, but $500,000 for postage, is that on par with what we used last year then, I guess, Mr. Freeman?
It is. The demand signal has been kind of steady. I mean, from what we're seeing number-wise, there's been no decrease as far as mailings and postage is concerned.
Okay.
Postage rates have gone up as well.
All right. I'll let the body speak right now. Mr. Lehman, go ahead and recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Through Chair, Ms. Taylor, is this where the council appropriated postage money is? I think it's $1,000 each, plus the council president gets, I think, 30 some odd thousand.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, you have $50,000 that is contained in here and available for the council. It's $1,000 per district and then $36,000 at the discretion of the council president.
Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, do we spend that each year? I mean, I've never used my $1,000 allotment. I'm not going to waste everyone's time with a $1,000 amendment, but I don't know if we're even spending that money.
Through the chair, we'll have to look at the history of how much is spent of that.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Mr. Salem.
Through the chair, to Ms. Taylor or anyone, can you tell me what we have spent this year, not was adopted for the 24-25 budget, but what we have spent through June 30th or whatever it may be in this category?
Through the chair, Mr. Freeman may know we can pull it. It'll just take us a moment.
I'll have to get back to you, sir.
My concern is if there's excess dollars here, it's available for transfer out. And that could be $250,000 that we could potentially reduce this by and still meet their needs. I don't want to leave $200,000 or $300,000 in excess there if it's not needed.
Through the chair, if I may, for Councilmember Salem, keep in mind this is a self-contained fund, so they can't transfer out of this fund.
Okay, well then you've answered my concern. So they're going to spend what they need to, and if it's budgeted above that, it just falls to the general fund.
Through the chair, it would fall into this fund, and if there are general fund dollars, it would be part of the recapture process.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
So I wanted to ask a question. I know some of you all don't use your $1,000, right? But for other colleagues who have more than, I'm speaking for myself, I have 4 districts, so $1,000 is not enough for me to send out, and I have a lot of seniors who don't have access to social media and email and all of that. And I was going to suggest if we could, for those of us that need more than $1,000, if that could be changed, or if there could be a pot of money or allocated to have that done.
Well, that is why I'm having these conversations, because I have something in mind, and it's going to come from here. All right. Do you want me to answer you, or do you want
Yes.
somebody?
Yeah, I do want. I want to see if there's an opportunity, not only just for the copying, but for postage as well,
Okay.
because we just don't have enough. I can't reach my constituents because I don't have enough money in the budget to do it.
Well, I do have Councilmember Carlucci on the queue, but I will answer you this. I don't postage anything. I do everything social media, mass email blast. The only person that's here right now that was a president that I know of is Mr. Ron Salem. So, sir, 2 years ago when you were the president, you had $36,000 to use for postage. How much of that did you use? Not a dime. There's 19 council members here, $1,000 each. You're looking at $55,000 that is just not even used. There's no need for it. So that's the purpose of this conversation right now. I'll get back to you after Mr. Carlucci goes on the queue. All right, Joe, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of share my sentiments with Councilmember Pittman there, and if anything, I think it just needs to be broadened. This account, the label of postage probably hasn't been touched in like 20 years or something, because I don't send out, my postage is newsletters, and we pay to have constant contact and have all of our stuff stored in there. We do stuff on social media. That's how my constituents engage, but whether it's postage or online, digital, it all costs money. It all adds up. So I would definitely, looking at
broadening the scope of that fund, increasing that fund if it needs to be increased. I think there's a good opportunity there. So I'm kind of curious to see what you have in mind, Chair. And I don't know where the money comes from here or wherever else, but that's a need that's important to me, and it's something that I would use if that kind of account was broadened a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, do you want to go, or do you want to hear my thoughts, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong first?
I was just going to answer Councilmember Salem's question on the amount. Year to date is $406,000 that's been spent.
Okay, $406,000. Thousands. All right. Copy center. All right.
$406,000 out of the $500,000 budget. Year to date already, not finishing this year.
Right. So we have, and that was up to August, so another month and a half left. So they're probably
Yes,
going to
sir,
meet the
that's
$500,000 threshold for sure.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. All right. Here's my thought on this. We have our own PIO for City Council, and that's Teresa Eigner's office. That's what they do. And she needs support. She needs funding to be able to convey the messages that we have. There's 19 council members, 14 districts, and most of the time, like Mr. Carlucci said, we're going out of our own pocket to do the work, paying an outside outsourced company where we have somebody there that could actually help us facilitate that messaging. However, there is no budget for her on this part. So I was going to make a motion, and I don't even know how to even do this, what the protocol would be, but I would like to create, or at least at the very least, add another, let's call it, bless you, another $100,000 to her fund. That way she could then have a liaison to work with each of us council members, whether it's newsletters or graphic work for our social medias, whatever the case is. I don't know. There's still obviously conversations for this, and we'll have some public notice meetings on this, but she needs to be equipped with some dollars. So I want to propose to remove the $55,000 from our postage stamp that we don't use, 36 for the president and $1,000 for council members, so that's 19. So we're looking at $55,000. Remove that, add it to the new fund that I want to create for Teresa, and add another $45,000 to that fund to give her $100,000, and then from there she could see how we can work something else out. Because, like Mr. Carlucci said, times have changed. 20 years ago, postage was the case, but for us right now, it's easy to just go online and boom, hit click, and that's it. 100,000 people have our messaging. So, Ms. Stefopoulos, Ms. Taylor, how do we proceed with that? Creating a new fund, or just appropriating these $55,000 to Teresa's budget, and then adding another $45,000 at some point?
Mr. Chair, can I still ask you to consider putting a line item for postage for those individuals that don't have social media?
Oh.
Because when we do print the items that we have, we still have to mail it. So if you can just consider putting that line item and not zero it out for me.
And that could be part of the conversation. She could have a line item for that, because you're right. Sometimes we may have to mail out. And yeah, I don't think there was an issue with that.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to recognize Mr. Diamond, very quick.
Just to add to the jambalaya here, so the mayor has access to all the city of Jacksonville social media sites and has a whole team that's running that. And when she posts on COJ, she speaks for the entire city, not the mayor's office, but the entire city. So two things. One, I'd like to also have access to that, or to have a city of Jacksonville city council site that's maintained by whomever this person is, who can then articulate these things. Because it's a very strange abuse of power, in my opinion, to say only one person gets to speak for the entire city when there are 20 people elected to represent the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I fully agree with you. I feel that the COJ social media is not the city of Jacksonville, it's the mayor's social media, her personal social media, and that's where I'm having this issue. We are 19 people here elected as well. We also need to have a voice, but we don't have access to a voice, so we should create our own voice if that's the case. Full agreement on that. Mr. Carlucci.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. There's definitely it is the mayor's page or whatever, so to speak, right now. I guess through the chair to Ms. Stefopoulos, sorry, I know you guys are working on the thing that we already threw you, but are there any, like, what are the parameters for, like, social media and who has access to it on, like, what are the rules around that? Is that in the code, or is that in where are the parameters for who controls it, who has access to it, that type of thing.
So through the chair to Councilmember Carlucci, so there's a couple of different things here. So the administration may have a citywide policy relative to how we handle social media accounts that are city accounts, right? And I would defer to them on what that policy may or may not entail. On the council side, you each individually, if you choose, maintain your own council member social media. And I don't know that there are any policies, maybe the council secretary would be aware of something on how those are administered or handled because they're your private accounts as council members. So I don't know of any, I'm not aware that the city council as a whole has a Facebook page or an Instagram. So as far as a city policy relative to managing that kind of account, I don't think you have one, so it's not applicable. I think what you're kind of talking about is there's been a lot of guidance from our office, and if there are any city policies relative to the handling of social media, it's with respect to making sure that there's a that they're being operated in keeping with the Sunshine Law and Public Records Act. And so with respect to guidance that our office is given, whether it's for your personal accounts as your council member accounts, maybe not your Joe Carlucci dad, father, husband account, but if you have a separate council member account, we've given guidance on how you can maintain that. Similar to if there's a Parks and Recreation account that's maintained by the Parks and Recreation Department, we give them similar guidance, and there may be a city policy on that. But otherwise, we just always try to make sure that those things are operated in keeping with the Sunshine and Public Records laws.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm curious what the policy is. I didn't know there was one, or I guess there should be one, obviously. So through the chair to Mr. Weinstein, is there like a policy with this is our social media policy and this is who has access to it type of thing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess final question through the chair. 5 seconds left. 5, 4. Who creates the policy? I guess that's Ms. Stefopoulos. Who?
So on the council side, I would say that if there were publicly maintained through the city accounts through social media, you would work with the council secretary, director, to develop an appropriate policy in coordination with Ms. Eichner, since she's your public information chief. On the administration side, with respect to any accounts that are housed and operated for the executive branch of the city, I would think that that would be something that Mr. Weinstein, through the mayor's office and others, would be, the ones to handle development of a policy in that regard.
Okay, interesting. So they can just set their own policy and we can just set our own policy. That's kind of how it is right now.
Well, to the extent that each separate branch of the government has some authority to operate as it see fits, then, I think, yes. I think you could operate independently. You could also discuss a single policy that would be adopted by both branches and put into effect. I mean, there's a lot of other IT policies, for instance, or employee services policies and directives that council staff and the city council operate under through your employment at the city. You could treat it the same way as that, to the extent you would want to.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to belabor the social media policy discussion. It was just kind of a thought that came up. So, all right, cool. Well, I guess we'll see where it goes, and we'll go from here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Pittman.
Just to add to that, I'm just wondering, we all have our galleries and the things that we do in the community. I'm just wondering if we could kind of do it as a package deal, kind of have our email address, how we have the social media where people can contact, or if we do anything in the community that is kind of connected. So maybe Teresa can develop kind of a packet for us to give us an idea. Some of us use social media more than others. And so I was just wondering if you can kind of consider that, maybe that extra $100,000 might not be enough, but maybe talk to her about what it would be to develop some type of media for each of us.
Yes.
Okay.
I've already had some conversations with her, and based off of how we proceed with the budget, we'll definitely expand that conversation. It sounds like there is a desire for the council, so at this point, because there is somewhat of a desire, how do we proceed by what I want to, my motion, which was removing our $55,000 from all this? So, all right, well, $36,000, I may be wrong, $36,000 for the president, plus 19 council members, only district. That's why. Got it. All right. I was still right, technically. All right. My math is on point. All right. So the $50,000, can we remove it, put it to the side for now, and then maybe I wrap up, add another $50,000 from wherever? What do we do now?
Through the chair, you as chair have discretion if you didn't want to wait until wrap up, but if you want to move it, it's not a negative impact. You would just be moving it from the copy center where it's billed to city council as an internal service charge. So there's $50,000 available. If you'd like to place it under city council staff services to make available for Ms. Eichner, you can do that. And I imagine we'd place it in a professional and contractual services line. I'm not sure if it would be an outsourced type of thing, if you give us direction on that, but if you wanted to do that now, you can.
Okay, well, there you go. That's my motion. Yes, go ahead.
Motion from Mr. Arias and a second on the table. Dr. Salem, you're recognized.
I support the motion, but has anyone had a discussion with Teresa?
I have.
You have. Way more fun this way. And she is supportive of what you're doing. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
All right. No other speakers in the queue. We have a motion and a second to make the amendment Mr. Arias described. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against say no. The motion passes. Gavel back to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Moving on to, so just to confirm, that's $50,000 to city council's services, whatever it is.
That's correct. You had it in postage already within city council as an internal service charge. It will just be available for once you decide what you're doing with it under contractual services.
Okay. All right. No recommendations on this one, so moving on to the next one, please.
We are going to employee services. This is on page 79 in your packet. The numbers are on page 112. This is the general fund portion. So you'll see a budget of $7.4 million, slightly down. When you remove the UAAL, going down about $209,000. You'll see expenditures for starting with your salaries, $3.1 million, up about $101,000 from the normalized 2-year turnovers, and then also some employee turnover that is causing some little bit more of an increase. You'll see internal service charges of $1.6 million. That's coming down about $300,000 due to the reduction in computer maintenance and security cost allocation, and then the number of computers that are down being replaced from the current year. You have professional and contractual services of $1,090,000. This amount includes, it's mainly related to occupational health and medical services and consultant services for JFRD promotional exams, and then some other software licenses. And it also includes $151,000 for background screening and drug testing. Those costs are flat. And then other operating expenses, you'll see $770,000. That's your tuition reimbursement, which for the public safety is required under the collective bargaining. You'll have $375,000 for JFRD, $200,000 for non-public safety, and then $120,000 for FOP. And then you'll see under the divisional summary on page 80, the breakout by division, which really we've covered all those items. They have 42 positions. They are flat, no additional items there, and no recommendations.
All right, no speakers in the queue, no recommendation.
Okay, your next one is the wellness fund that we actually touched on this morning with MHOP. It's on page 81, and then page 83 has the numbers. Of the $800,000, $200,000 is a contribution from Florida Blue for the city wellness and fitness program. So you'll see that revenue coming in, and then out of the professional and contractual services, $200,000 is for those wellness and fitness program expenditures, and we have no recommendations.
No speakers in the queue? Go ahead.
Okay, and then your last item is the group health fund, which we've had a lot of discussion on throughout. This starts on page 82, and your numbers are on page 115. If you'll bear with me 1 second so I can get to those. You'll see that the city went self-insured in January of 2015. As of January 1st, 2020 is when FOP and IAFF peeled off. And we've talked about that their fund, the Office of Insurance Regulation, states that the city is required to have 2 months' worth of average claims per month on hand related to this self-insurance fund, and that's about $10 million total for the 2 months. I will note they signed a letter, and it's perfectly acceptable to do for the calendar year 2024, stating while they may not have had the reserves in this actual fund, we have plenty of operating reserves, in other words, to address that. So they're just trying to make sure you have reserves available since we are self-insured. I will note under revenues, you'll see the $81.6 million, and that is down due to the decrease required to be contributed as a result of the savings on IAFF and FOP. Transfer from other funds, this is where you have the general fund contribution coming in of $23.3 million. So as you know, this fund has received various general fund contributions in the past, or American Rescue Plan dollars have covered cost claims. So there have been various items to help this fund because there have not been any rate increases on the premiums. So now we're at the point where the general fund is a $23.3 million subsidy. And we'll have a comment related to that we've talked about. As far as salaries, they do have 9 positions within this fund that oversee the group health. That's up from the normalized increases to $32,000 to a total of $745,000. You'll see under insurance cost and premiums that big line of $103.3 million only changing by $1.1 million. You have the $11 million increase in non-public safety claims. That is being helped and being offset by the decrease of cost in the FOP and IAF due to the collective bargaining that was done, where you saw that significant reduction in costs there. So that's 10.1 offsetting that. Otherwise, that number would be higher were it not for that savings achieved through collective bargaining. You'll see professional and contractual services, $629,000. That's flat with the current year. $429,000 for consulting services and various items like that. Service levels, we did want to mention there is a new option for health insurance that will be offered in 2026 that is a high deductible plan with a health savings account that the administration, Mr. Pernas, the chief, may want to address as far as what impact they think that will have. And then on page 84, we do have our concern that has been mentioned, and I know Councilmember Salem has voiced some of these concerns. Basically, at the end of this year, it's projected to have 0 fund balance. So this subsidy means that at the end of September 30th of 26, there will likely be no fund balance, and the city will have to address that again with the letter, which we do not have an issue with. Again, the operating reserves are sufficient and at healthy levels to do that. We will have a recommendation to help offset some of the $23 million that you'll see on the next page. But as you see here and has been mentioned, there does need to be a look at whether it's the percentage split, like for example on an employee only where it's 95% covered by the city, 5% by the employee. That's about 70% of our group health plan participants is employee only. When you're getting into the other percentage splits, 50-50 on family and spouse coverage, again, that's full coverage right now is about $650 to $700 for a family. So things of looking at that, and as far as impact to employees when you're talking about increasing wages, and then just making sure we're getting that coverage from other participants like JHA, Northeast Florida Regional Planning Council, that is part of our plan, that they are paying in their portion and that it's not absorbed by the city as well. Our recommendation relates to just allocating that $23 million to other funds that have the available fund balance based on what they're paying in right now in revenues. So once you do that allocation, other than the solid waste disposal, which isn't offset based on the loan portion, it's a net $1.2 million positive impact. So for example, building inspection, which would pay their relative portion of that, which is $889,000, rather than the general fund taking on that portion. So that's our main recommendation on that, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that. I have Mr. Lanen on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through Chair, Ms. Taylor. I got two questions. First off, the $23 million transfer, I just want to make sure that does factor in, because originally we heard there are going to be no changes, but there were some. There's the change in the silver PPO plan, the vision plan, and now high deductible plans coming online. Did that $23 million, did that factor in those changes?
Through the chair, our understanding is yes, other than I don't know on the new HSA plan. I don't know that they know necessarily a dollar impact that will have, but our understanding is yes.
Okay, through the chair, thanks, Ms. Taylor. It may be pretty immaterial anyways. And then my second question, under the recommendation, I was surprised to see the building inspection fund, just because I feel like that fund, whenever we want to do something with it, we're told we can't use it for reason A, B, or C. How come we're able to use it for this?
Through the chair to Councilmember Lanen, so they pay in health insurance cost and they have a line item for their cost. We are just taking their pro rata portion that they pay in now and distributing. We took everybody's portions that pay in now and are distributing that proportionately, the $23 million. So nothing more than what they are paying in now from a percentage.
Through the chair, that makes perfect sense, Ms. Taylor. It sounds like that's the absolute ceiling we could go on that annually. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who from the administration can speak on the plans? Awesome. Awesome. Thanks, Ms. Hayes. Through the chair, I just, every year I ask the council auditors, did we spend any money on abortion services as defined by the state? And they come back and they do their best, but it's not a certification, but they do their best to go and see what's going on, and they tell me no. And so then I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to do a Hyde amendment this year, and the sticky point is going to be our plans, because I'm not looking to create a renegotiation of our plans. I don't even think I can. So through the chair to Ms. Hayes, do we provide abortion services through our plan? Is that covered? Yeah, no problem.
Can you turn your mic on, ma'am? I don't think your mic is on either.
Okay, through the chair to Councilmember Diamond, can you repeat your question? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, absolutely. Through the chair to Ms. Hayes. So do we cover like an elective abortion through our healthcare plans?
Through the chair to Diamond, no, we do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Salem.
Thank you, Chair. The bill to hire the Bailey Group passed in council. I know they're working with the administration to get claim history and those types of things. Our first Doge meeting in October, which will be the first committee week in October, is scheduled from 11 to 12:30 after TEU and before finance. So that meeting will be dedicated to the Bailey Group and presenting their plan to take a look at our plan, basically, and we'll move forward from there. So I hope the changes they made will help, but I think we need much more significant changes to our plan in order to close that huge deficit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman.
I would just like to say to Councilman Diamond, I don't think government should have anything to do with what a woman does with her body, whether it's voluntarily or using insurance or whatever. I think that should stay out of the conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. No other speakers in the queue. And there is one recommendation. So can I get a motion for the recommendation? A motion and a second for the recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. That, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Parks, Ms. Stefopoulos, completes our meeting today, correct? All right. Mr. Salem, go ahead. You're on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, can we get a list of all the things we've put on for the last day? I'd like to see, every day we seem like we've added 2 or 3 things. I'd like to see that entire list so I can be prepared for that.
Through the chair, it's all right here right now. I have rough. I have it on paper. We'll get a formal list together, absolutely, for you all to have for wrap-up day. But there are several items.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I don't see anybody in the queue. I know we all want to go home and do some more homework. Great day today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m.